Let's go, dude.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm.
I like trains.
All week long.
All rise, order in the court. Mikey's got internet again. Good to see.
What a rough morning with them. I can't sleep, so I get up. I was like, I'll just sit around and watch some TV, catch up on some TV watching. It's like 4:45. I sit on the couch and start watching TV. 5:15, the internet goes out for 3 hours.
Now, do you at least have like a DVD or a Blu-ray player or something?
I used to keep one handy with Hogan's Heroes loaded up, ready to go in case the internet ever went out. But I was like, I got this. I ain't worried about it no more. That was the chances of it going out.
You don't realize how much you depend on internet nowadays until it's gone.
Really, really don't.
Well, you could have got out your old VHS player and watched some W Does Dallas.
I could have, but we just didn't. Another beautiful day. Court has been in session all day long. And if you're new here, let me tell you what's going to happen, bud. We're going to jump around from here to there to everywhere, trying to find something that's happening right now that will tickle your fancy. I know there's a lot of new people, Creed. We have increased our family by 1,000 people in the last 28 days, which is great for the little channel that could. So we appreciate all you guys with the likes and the loves.
Where should we jump through first? You want to see what's going on here?
Let's see what's going on here because we've never been here. And then I have some family law self-represented court.
That's always good. This is Lake Forest Park Court. I have no idea what they're doing, but let's see. Time for them to take a break, I'd say.
At first, I thought there was like 50 screens in front of her, but I see there's a wall and then a bunch of screens.
We have two cases for Flores, Valencia.
Yes, Your Honor.
XC 242743 and 742.
And both of those cases are in the pretrial status. They are from 2020. City would request they reissue.
It is what it is.
We're just doing some clerical work, I think, over here.
Bench warrant reissues.
Oh, bench warrant. Is this an old schoolroom?
It's a little bit of a different looking courtroom than we're used to.
Not as lavish.
No. Schoolroom type desks. They're on wheels, though. So there's that.
That's in case we need to rearrange it.
Regina, Bell, Ricky, Sally, Christy.
This is for where they also have the Boys and Girls Club.
All right. Couple
on the
cases
weekends.
for Weber. CR 5319 and 5687.
And those are a revoked stipulated order of continuance from 2003. They are domestic violence related. City would request that they reissue. The defendant does not appear to have completed any treatment.
Oh, that's great, Regina.
All right. Bench warrants will reissue.
Time served. Everything works at a different pace in every courtroom.
It really does. We got that Judge Middleton pace, and then you got the Cedric pace. And
all right. So Ms. Pitts did submit the application.
Madison.
Ms. Hayes is working
Good to see
on
you.
that now, but I believe we can address her matter.
Okay.
Go go back on the Kimberly Pitts case.
Kimberly, what? She took a what?
So that was XC 666.
That's a terrible last name.
018.
Terrible.
All right, Ms. Pitts, if you could join us with audio and video.
Come on down. Oh, Pitts. Okay, never mind.
All right, so we
Oh,
received the application. Thank you.
PITS, not PIS. All right.
A double header, you say, time served. I like it.
All right, Ms. McDonald.
Yes, Your Honor, with if the court's going to be assigning the public defender, then I think that she'll probably need to have a conversation with the public defender about potentially waiving and setting this matter over so that they can get discovery today.
Kitchen court
All right,
cases.
so
I
you want
like
to
it.
have her wait to speak to?
Welcome.
Well,
Or I think we can set it over.
you could set it over probably briefly, but I know that we have been setting this. I think we've set this over a couple of times, so I want to be mindful of where we are at with speedy trial.
What's on top of Kimberly Pitts?
I saw that.
Grid
All right,
tears?
so speedy
I don't
trial,
know.
Ms.
Very
Pitts
big.
is May 15th.
They are.
We can
Yeah.
set this very briefly
True.
within
That
that
too.
time frame, or we can set it a bit further
Right, Mavis?
if you want to waive speedy trial.
Yeah, we can waive the speedy trial.
Whoa.
Are you okay, Miss Pitts? We may need to take her pulse. Hope this isn't for the drugs because she sounds rough.
Is she gonna
I'm
nod
going to
off?
set her for the next available calendar.
Get the Narcan ready.
Our eyes are closing.
Yeah. Oh, whoa.
Oh, are we starting to drift a little bit?
She's swaying. Oh my goodness. Miss Pitts, are you okay? She is not
All right, I'm
doing
going to set your case, Ms. Pitts, for April 5th. At 9 a.m.
She's all right.
She needs a nap. She might be sleeping during that. I don't know about that.
I'm going to reset speedy trial for that hearing date.
And in case you're new here, this is the world's most dangerous chat. Just letting you know
Your
now.
expiration
Heads
will
up.
be 7/4/23.
Oh, we're bringing the prisoners in though. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
there's a good bunch coming in.
Yeah.
That would be a June trial.
I wish I could see her tattoo.
Scars man. Got a tattoo.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is so true.
Is that what it is? A mixer?
Okay. Wow, those things are heavy too. I would not be putting it that high up.
That is on top of a fridge, no? It looks like it's a fridge. Maybe not.
Appear to be.
Oh, she's so sleepy.
All right, Ms. Pitts, you are going to qualify for appointment. There may be some payment recoupment that you'll be responsible for. That amount is to be determined, but you will qualify. So I'm going to set it to that next date. You can expect that the public defenders will be representing you and you'll get notice of that. They'll be provided with discovery and be able to, from this point going forward, communicate with you and be prepared for your next hearing.
Nice, Chris.
All right, do you have any
Okay.
questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Miss Pitts.
All right. let's
How does
do
the judge say? Are you
conditions.
okay, Miss Pitts? Is everything all right with you?
I mean, that's not good. Hello. Tiff. Again, world's most dangerous
Condition
chat.
PR on condition no law violations and no driving without a valid license and insurance. That will be continued while this case is pending.
Yep.
All right.
What about drugs and alcohol?
And is your address still on Juniper Drive?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pitts.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Thanks, Miss Pitts. Have a wonderful
All right,
day.
Mr. Tarrant is back
That's
in the
Pitts with
courtroom.
a P.
That's right.
No, I
Yes, sir.
get it
Yes.
mixed up.
And I'm just going through the
RLS.
Morris plea, Your Honor, so we should have that ready to go. I don't know if they brought the in custodies in just yet, but we can handle some of his other cases in the meantime.
Okay, and custodies are in the courtroom.
Uh-oh,
Okay.
here we go.
All right.
It'll take me just a quick second here.
Bring them out, bring them out. She was in a very drugged up type of way. I'm sure allegedly.
Allegedly, yes. Allegedly a little lethargic, they call it, I believe.
I mean, Miss Pitts.
Is it a bear fart or there's the is that bacon next to the
I don't know. Breakfast.
First time caller line? Go ahead.
There's somebody on the line.
We're not going to piss off people really good. We're going to start taking live phone calls in the middle of court.
Mm-hmm. Why not?
Let me know when you want to call the
Yep.
next.
That's, I'm just signing off on this plea form, Your
Oh,
Honor, and
she
we'll be
didn't
able
know
to
she was in
take the
court.
Morris matter.
She has no clue.
Nope.
Okay, let me pull.
But I think Mr. Morris will need to sign the form, so I'm going to email that to. Oh, no, he did,
Yeah, I placed an electronic signature, Your Honor.
yep, I did see that.
And for the record, Sean Parent for Mr. Morris. And this is 3A0157318. This will be a change of plea.
Uh-oh. He's gonna say he's guilty.
Still waiting for that paperwork to arrive. Good morning, Mr. Morris.
Morning.
By the way, Creed launched off the monetary monorail, often imitated, never duplicated the
Right.
original.
OG. Gary says, I'm on it. Hallelujah. Thank you. Boy, just when I thought we were getting going, they bring in this fine looking few gentlemen
All right,
here.
Ms. McDonald, have you sent it?
It's going very slow, but it's
Slow is
going
right.
to Your Honor as well as the LFP court.
Dial up.
Thank you.
And while we're waiting for the paperwork, I don't recall if we addressed this last time, but Mr. Morris wanted to apologize again for his outburst when he first came to court.
Oh,
Although he was on medications for schizophrenia, had not fully kicked in yet, unfortunately. And so when he became kind of frustrated with the proceedings, he had that big outburst, but he does want to apologize for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
chances of another outburst.
Partially due to a Bothell matter that I was handling. And when I had same thing kind of happened there, where I had a little bit of an outburst, and the judge there, she had nothing but good things to say, like in your regard. Finally, the
Well, the outburst you
medications
want.
started to take full
we have
effect,
tape of
and I
that?
realized how ridiculous I made myself out to be.
All right, well, thank you.
So
Erica, how are you?
I apologize to her, and I want to make sure I did the same thing for you.
To sleep, RLS.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna print this right now. It's coming in.
Somebody cleared their throat deeply. I wish we knew what he said to the judge.
Not just one, but two outbursts, I guess. He seems pretty calm today, I'm guessing, on the meds.
I'm guessing he stood up and said,
Got to get it where you can get it, no matter what it is.
I will
maybe
leave
that was
it
what
in.
he said.
Oh,
Jeez.
And this is the DVD.
a little echoey. Usually
do
court's a little more exciting than this, guys.
Hey, I'm thoroughly enjoying that right now because we are really getting to know this cast of characters.
What's the holdup?
I don't know.
You stupid bastard.
I don't know. He maybe he's gearing up for another outburst. I think prosecutor MacDonald had a very slow intranet, maybe getting the paperwork over. Heather,
All right, Mr. Morris, I have in front of me an 8-page document entitled Statement of Defendant on Plea of Guilty. It states your name is William Morris, that you're 34 years old, and you have 10 years of education. Is that correct?
Yes.
It also states that you're charged with malicious mischief in the 3rd degree, a domestic violence offense, as well as a domestic violence harassment. Are you aware of those charges?
Or-
And did you understand what the city would have to prove to convict you of those 2 charges?
Yeah, some more.
Mr. Morris, did you understand the maximum penalties for each charge is, well, actually the first, is it now Miss 3, is that 90? Ms.
No,
McDonald?
that's a gross misdemeanor now.
Okay,
Ew.
this one on here is
Disgusting.
90. Aren't they both gross misdemeanors?
They're both gross misdemeanors.
And
Ew.
the recommendation, are you doing something different? It says a 90.
Oh, let me look at that. Because we put in there mandatory, hold on just a sec.
Writing down wrong numbers.
Oh, that should be scratched out, Your Honor. I think council was using both plea forms for that and Frazier as well. So it is that the 364, 274, 5,000, 4,700 on each concurrent.
Okay,
So we can strike through the 90, 90, 1,000, 1,000.
okay. All right, got it. Thank you so much. All right,
Duly
so,
struck.
these are both gross misdemeanors. The maximum sentence is 364 days in custody and a $5,000 fine. By entering a guilty plea, you are giving up your constitutional rights that you would have if you wanted to go to trial, to call witnesses, to speak on your own behalf, to remain silent, to be presumed innocent, and to appeal. Did you understand that those rights are listed on the second page, but you're giving them up by entering a guilty plea?
I understand.
As we just went over the maximum sentences for these charges. I want to also advise you that they carry some mandatory sentencing conditions such as not possessing a firearm. I believe there's a DNA sample. And is there travel restrictions as well? Yes, and,
Yes.
and travel restrictions. Do you understand?
I'm done
that
here.
those
Let's move
will
on.
be, Imposed. pursuant
I got to
the
see what
guilty
he's
plea?
getting now.
Did you also understand that this recommendation that the city is making?
Chris,
is
thank you.
just a recommendation that I could impose the maximum?
He's
if
got to
I
give
found
his
that to be more
DNA, which is kind of
appropriate?
weird.
I understand.
It
Mr.
is.
Morris, if you're on probation or parole on another matter, or if you're not a
Don't hear
citizen
that
of the
very
United
often.
States, entering a guilty plea could have negative consequences for you. Did you understand that?
I'm a US citizen and there's no other, no other conditions that I'm under.
Okay. Are you, has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to make you plead guilty?
No, I'm not. I wouldn't say they promised me anything really. They just told me what the recommendations were.
Okay.
What were
But
you
you don't
promised?
feel forced to enter this guilty plea?
And to be 100% honest, in a sense, I do, just because of,
Creed, I'm
time of
gonna
year and
save
what's
you.
going on right now. My daughter's birthday, she's becoming a teenager and, you know, it only happens once in a lifetime. I
Oh,
wanted to
sure.
be out and be there to be able to be there for her 13th birthday.
Okay, but you're making the decision. to
I'm
enter
making that
this.
decision, but it's because of the time that I'm just,
Okay,
I have a
I
TPO
understand. that.
in
Are you,
progress. Just started 2 minutes ago.
Wow,
We can
let's
jump to.
What,
We'll just
do it.
address them as we come to them. I mean, that's the only way I can think of. It's not like, you know, hand it to you at the
Dick
table
Fox.
before you present it to the witness.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so when it opens up for everybody. So, or we could have it open up and council could take a quick look at it before anything is said or done with it.
It's fine with me, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Messiah, how about you?
That's fine, Your Honor. Or to the extent that Mr. Brixton had sent over his exhibits, if he could just forward that email to me, because again, I wasn't on the email. So if he could forward that, then that'll give me some sense as to what the exhibits may be. And, you know, I could maybe try to take a look at them while we're proceeding.
Okay.
Judge, if I may, because I know that our exhibits came in multiple different emails to the court. Is there any way that the court clerk could forward them to Ms. Messiah?
3
That way they're
attorneys,
all in
or
one.
is one of these
Ms.
the bad
Broom,
guy?
is that possible?
No, Judge, it's not. I'm sorry.
Sorry. All right. I'm low tech here, so
She was out
okay.
partying
What everyone else
last
tell me.
night.
So
Judge
if you send them in individual emails or whatever to the clerk's office, we can't sit here while he forwards you 40 emails either.
Right. I mean, obviously I should have been CC'd on, on the emails in the first place, but in the interest of moving forward, Your Honor, we'll just, as they come to bear, we'll just deal with them as they come about, if that's okay, since it doesn't
Good
seem like
move.
there's any, real reasonable alternative. I believe he's frozen. I believe Your Honor.
Judge Frame.
Judge Frame.
Judge
yes.
Frame.
Nice.
Okay, fine.
Got that Mikey internet today.
Remember, he said he was low tech.
Yeah, he
He
did.
wasn't kidding. He still got that dial up at his house.
Well, I don't
Drink
know if
break,
I filed
everybody.
before you entered the case.
Oh, Judge,
There
you
he
were
is.
frozen for about the last minute. As soon as Ms. Messiah was done talking, you just
I'll top that by saying all of you were frozen when I was listening to Ms. Messiah say that she'd just address them one by one. I could still hear her, but everyone else had their eyes closed and never opened them. I hope we can make it through this today. The way things are going, I'm not optimistic, but we got to finish it up sometime today.
fingers
All
crossed.
right. Now, the first case, of course, the oldest case was filed by Mr. Shulman. So he will be the first petitioner that we hear from. Do each counsel want to give me an opening statement before we begin?
Judge, I have a very brief opening.
Thank you. Brief is a good word.
All right.
Especially when they're
Your
white.
Honor, may I begin?
Frozen.
Like briefs.
Oh,
Okay, now you're open.
thank you, Judge. May I begin?
Yes, please.
All right. Your Honor, this case is between two parties, Mr. Shea Shulman and Lauren Cauley. It's a cross-file TPO, as the court is aware. As the evidence will show, the two parties were in a relationship that started in April of last year. Ms. Cauley moved in roughly around August to Mr. Shulman's house in Brookhaven. From around December of 2022 to now, there was a breakdown in that relationship caused by Ms. Cauley's mental health and addiction issues, leading to multiple instances of both verbal and physical violence that she committed against Mr. Shulman. Now, additionally, Ms. Cauley has stalked Mr. Shulman using multiple phone numbers, even reaching out to his friends, family, neighbors, co-workers. And today we are here asking for a protective order to ensure that Mr. Shulman's safety from Ms. Cauley.
All right. Thank you. You adhered to the briefness there.
I try, Judge.
They're
All right,
both
Ms.
going
Messiah,
for
you wish
one.
to open?
Am I?
Yeah, they're
correct?
both going for ones
Opening
against
now.
each other. So
Okay.
Your
All
Honor,
right.
doubling down.
I'll spare you the basic facts in terms of the relationship, as I believe that Mr. Bixson has summed it up perfectly, except that, my client has the same claims in that, Mr. Shulman had become abusive to her, and in that she had to take out a TPO in order to be protected. Mr. Shulman too has called Ms. Cauley's business, has called her family members. And quite frankly, it seems like there's just been some harassment from Mr. Shulman as well. Being an attorney, arguably, should have known better. We intend to present physical evidence, Your Honor, where Mr. Shulman has put his hands on Ms. Cauley. And unlike Mr. Shulman, it hasn't been a smear campaign. Unfortunately, in an attempt to protect himself from the protective order, he's gone on this smear campaign of Ms. Cauley, filing multiple cases against her in an attempt to try to get her to drop this civil suit.
Oh, she got a civil
Mr.
suit
Bixson,
too.
If you'll proceed with your first witness.
Yes, Judge. I'd like to call Mr. Shea Shulman to stand or his computer.
You just raise his right hand and swear him in. And let me ask, I did forget to ask, does either party have any witnesses besides the parties?
Judge, we have possibly, it depends. We have one other witness, and that is Miss Erica Parsons.
Okay, and where is that person physically located as we speak?
She's here in the office with us, Judge.
Okay, need for her to be sequestered somewhere in your office in another room or whatever.
I'll have her step out.
Okay, please. And Ms. Messiah, do you have any?
No, Your Honor, but if we, to the extent that Ms. Parsons is going to be introduced, if we, could address any objections at that time, if Your Honor would like to hear them now.
Let's wait until when and if the person is called.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Bixon.
All right.
So nice.
Swear in your witness.
Thank you. Do you swear and affirm the following testimony you're about to give this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Let me lower your hand. All right. Can you please give us your name for the record?
My name is Shea Shulman.
Okay. And Mr. Shulman, do you know why we're here today?
We are here because I am seeking an order of protection against Lauren Cauley.
Okay. Now, how do you know Miss Cauley?
Miss Cauley was my girlfriend for approximately 10 or so months.
Okay. Did she move in with you at any point?
Not even
She did. In about August, I invited her to move into the home that I had purchased in Brookhaven.
Okay, got it. I'd like to fast forward a little bit to December 25th of 2022. Do you remember that date?
I do.
Can you tell the court about what happened then?
That was obviously Christmas, and that was the day that I walked in and caught Miss Cauley red-handed, abusing nitrous oxide, which commonly referred to as whippets.
Okay.
Well,
nice.
When
I
you
didn't see that
caught
coming.
her using these whippets or this nitrous oxide, what happened?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to this line of questioning. If I understood Your Honor correctly, and the way these proceedings are supposed to go, it's based on the allegations of, a particular day, not what happened in Christmas. And my understanding from Mr. Shulman's own petition, he's alleging that there was an altercation of family violence on January 27th. So we're talking about more than a month earlier. They're talking about allegedly something that happened on Christmas.
Judge, there's a number of reasons why we have to bring this up. One, Miss Cauley's history of drug abuse is a very significant factor in this case. It's also a significant factor in terms of some of the later lies that she told. It's also a significant factor in terms of how she ended up where she is, as well as how the situation actually unfolded between her and Mr. Shulman. If we don't have the background history to this case, we have no context to really dive into what actually happened on the days in question.
Well, as I recall from reviewing the petition does contain the allegations of the constant use or the regular use or whatever of, and somebody needs to inform me as to what nitrous oxide is and whippets.
I don't even know. I love it.
I'll have to admit, after 40 years, that's a new one for me.
It was new for me at the time, Your Honor, as well.
All right. Now, Mr. Shulman, and I apologize, Judge, I just sort of went back.
I'm sorry, I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. Mr. Shulman, are you familiar with what whippets or nitrous oxide is?
Just sleep.
At the exact moment in time, no. But after I observed the use of it, basically what I observed is there's these whipped cream canisters that are used for making whipped cream in the culinary field. And you would insert nitrous oxide canisters, which is basically laughing gas, into it to pressurize it. But Ms. Cauley was using this culinary device to directly inhale the nitrous oxide into her lungs, which deprives the brain of oxygen and triggers a hallucinatory effect.
Okay. How many of these whippet canisters did you see?
On the 25th, I saw several hundred, and then upon later inspecting the furniture in my home, I found
There's whipped cream everywhere.
Thousands of them hidden away in various places throughout my house.
Thousands, Creed. Thousands of them.
So after you caught Miss Cauley using these whippet canisters, what happened?
I was very disturbed and concerned. I had very strong feelings for Miss Cauley, and I didn't want to immediately terminate my relationship with her. So I told her that the only way we could continue living together and potentially have a future together was if she sought counseling. She'd undergone some trauma. She'd lost her father, and I was sympathetic. And I thought that with counseling and help, she could get better.
Okay. Did she end up going to counseling?
So she told me that she enrolled in a counseling program. She printed out a brochure and itinerary of this program and told me that she'd enrolled and was attending regular therapy on a weekly basis. But I later learned that that was actually not true.
Okay. When you found out that it wasn't true, what did you do?
Well, so there was a relapse period where again, I came home and she was passed out with the whippets that caused her to lose consciousness. And that was, I guess, 2 or so weeks after the initial period. And again, I reiterated that she needed to be in counseling. And then I found out around January 26th that everything that she told me about enrolling in counseling was actually not true.
Okay. So she didn't end up going to any type of mental health program or addiction program.
I can't say definitively about what she did or did
untouched.
not do. If she went to some sort of free program or whatnot, but the program and facility that she printed out the brochure and itinerary for and told me that she was attending, she confessed that she had not actually enrolled in it. She said she couldn't afford it.
Were you okay with her remaining at your residence at that point?
No, at that point, about on the 26th, when I realized that she'd been untruthful about enrolling in a counseling program, excuse me, I requested that she move out within 60 days.
Okay. I'd like to turn to the next date. Do you remember January 27th of 2023?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the court about what happened?
So January 26th was when I basically made it clear that she was going to have to move out. And at that point, her behavior became very abusive, erratic, and hostile. And she became physically combative to the point where on the 27th, when it continued, I began recording some of our conversations. And, again, I was adamant that she move out within 2 months.
Glade with a sock over it.
That's when she essentially snapped and became abusive both verbally and physically.
Can you describe to the court how she was physically abusive?
From a physical perspective, it was pushing, shoving, trying to affect when I tried to get away from her. I basically, when things became a little bit scary for me, I repeatedly tried to de-escalate by getting away from her. I requested that she stay downstairs. I would go upstairs.
And
we should not be in the same room together. And when I then would try to leave, she would shove me, grab me. I can recall 3 specific instances where she initiated physical contact with me.
Okay. And you reference
Probably
verbal abuse as well. Can you tell the court about what she said to you?
There's a lot of them were personal attacks. They were very hurtful, abusive, and seemed, in my opinion, in hindsight, designed to provoke me in some way, shape, or form.
Do you remember anything specific that she said to you?
One particularly anti-Semitic slur sticks out.
What was that?
go on.
The verbatim language is cheap, shitty Jew.
Okay. All right.
Ooh.
And there were multiple
He said it
instances
now
of these verbal and physical acts that she committed against you on that day, not just one?
They typically came when I was trying to get away from her, to literally say, you stay downstairs, I will go upstairs, let's just separate.
Okay. What happened after all these instances of abuse that you suffered that day?
So at some point on the 27th, she became aware that I was recording our interactions. I believe I actually told her so to try to diffuse the situation, because, I figured if she knew she was being recorded, she might calm down. She was saying and doing very horrible things. But that actually triggered her to get more physically confrontational, because she then repeatedly tried to take my phone away to delete the recordings that I had obtained.
I can't wait to hear
and
her
what happened
testify.
after that?
She grappled with me. At that point, so I went upstairs, and for maybe 5 minutes or so, she stayed away from me. And then she pursued me upstairs, began trying to fight for the phone. At that point, I said I was going to leave the house. She was adamant that I not leave the house, but again, I was adamant that I leave the house. And then to try to keep me from leaving the house, she then attempted suicide directly in front of me.
How did she attempt suicide?
So she was repeatedly asking me to
Second, Your
watch her.
Okay, hold
get something
on,
done.
Mr. Shulman. Got an objection?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, we're going in my contention, this is a smear campaign. We're going into an alleged
Smear.
suicide, and it's not speaking specifically to the allegations of any violence that Ms. Cauley has allegedly, or Mr. Shulman has allegedly suffered at the hands of Ms. Cauley. So if it's not specifically trying to hurt, harass, upset Mr. Coleman, I'm not understanding why we're going into these allegations of suicide at this point, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bixson.
Judge, I thought that we had resolved this issue prior, but on top of that, we've already, leading up to this, described multiple instances of violence that Mr. Shulman has suffered from Ms. Cauley, and we're about to get into more due to her attempted suicide. So I mean, I don't even begin to see what the issue is here.
Well, Ms. Messiah, it is in the petition. It was alleged in the petition, so it's not a surprise as to what the basis of their case may be. I'm going to overrule the objection. You may proceed. And it is a component that I see in many family violence cases. So it's not unusual.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, Mr. Bixson.
All right. So, Mr. Shulman, describe to the court this attempted suicide of Ms. Cauley.
So she was adamant that I see something. She went and opened a drawer full of prescription pill bottles, grabbed two, removed the tops, and dumped all of the pills onto the floor, took a fistful, grabbed a cup of water, and then brought the pills to her mouth.
Okay. Did you see her do this?
It was directly in front of me, yes, in the bedroom at this point.
And what did you do?
When she brought the pills to her mouth, I immediately intervened, grabbed her by the wrist to pull the hand away from her mouth and to stop her from taking pills, and then said I had to call 911.
Was she resisting you when you were trying to stop her from taking the pills?
Very aggressively. She was adamant that I not call 911. I called 911 and she actually knocked the phone from my hand because I had one hand holding her wrist, the other hand trying to call the police. And so she knocked the phone from my hand, and, you know, I was being as gentle as humanly possible in that moment, but also trying to stop her from harming herself. And, you know, she punched me at one point and actually spat on me at another point.
Oh,
After you called 911, did the police arrive?
The police did arrive.
And what happened when they arrived?
I provided them with all of the recordings of the incident that I had. So this is what was concerning to me and why I played the recordings is during the scuffle when I was calling 911, Ms. Cauley threatened me and said, if you better not call 911. If you do, it's going to go bad for both of us. I'm going to tell them that you hit me. I was undeterred at that point because I mean, she was trying to hurt herself and I didn't have a choice. But so when the police got there, they immediately separated us. And I just told the police officer, I'm just going to play you all of the recordings that I have. I showed them the text messages as well. And Ms. Cauley had also texted a friend threatening suicide. So there were two textual instances of her threatening suicide, plus my recordings. So they did ultimately conclude that she needed to be taken to a hospital and placed on a psych hold.
Okay. Did she just go to a psychiatric facility? Did they take her anywhere else?
So she did not go to a psychiatric facility, which is where I desperately wanted her to go. It turned out she had a bench warrant out for her arrest for a failure to appear. So instead of going to a place where she could get help, they took her to the DeKalb County jail.
Okay. And did you just let her sit there?
No. In hindsight, it was probably an error in judgment, but I felt horrible about the situation. And I actually posted her bond to have her taken out of jail as soon as it was humanly possible to do so.
She's in bad shape.
Now, all of this is January 27th. I'd like to fast forward a little bit to February 1st of 2023. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the court about what happened on that day?
February 1st was my 35th birthday. At that point, so when Miss Cauley returned to my home after being bailed out of jail, she told me that she had contracted COVID. So
Oh, no.
for the 3 or so days leading up to my birthday, I quarantined at home with her. She then, though, went out several times to purchase presents and decorations and so on and so forth for my birthday. It was very, very nice, and was basically trying to make amends for what had happened in the days preceding.
Okay. What happens after that?
So we probably made it till about 3 p.m. on the 1st with
First of what, of February?
The first February,
February,
Judge, yes.
Okay, yeah, please try to clarify dates. I'm big on chronology of events here.
Will do, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So on the 1st of February until about 3, we were on kind of best behavior. And it was at 3 p.m. or around there, I'm approximating, Your Honor, that she asked me if, based on the past couple of days, if I had reevaluated my decision to have her move out in 60 days. And I said no, that it was for both of our mental health and safety if she had her own living space or if we ever had conflict in the future.
So did she remain at your residence?
When I told her that I was still resolute on my decision to have her leave the home, she began to escalate and become hostile again. There were no incidences of physical
She was a good
abuse or
girl.
complication that I can recall, but
On that day when you said
on the 1st, yes. And I actually slept, downstairs on the couch. And the following morning, she left the house voluntarily and said she was going to go to Charleston for the remainder of the week to stay with friends.
After she left, did she reach out to you at all?
So pretty much constantly from the 2nd to the 4th, I received constant strings of text messages and phone calls, all of them harassing.
Okay. Did she contact you from multiple numbers?
Yes. So on the 3rd, I believe, is when it finally got to the point where I was forced to block her listed
And
number.
let me interrupt you for a second. You said when you say the 3rd, the 3rd what?
I'm sorry, of February.
Okay. All right. So these texts and these calls continue past February 1st.
They've been near constant up until the ex parte order was entered in this case.
Did she threaten you at all during that period of time?
Repeatedly. She said,
Your Honor, he's leading. He's leading, Your Honor. And
Okay.
it's been a couple of times and I've just let it go. He's leading, Your Honor.
All right, rephrase your question, please.
Yeah, Judge, I honestly don't remember which one I left out on. I think it was threatening.
Yeah, on something to do with threats.
I
Please
got you.
rephrase.
In the messages that she sent, let me re-ask that again. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, can you characterize any of those messages that you received?
There were different types. A lot of them were simply abusive, inflammatory, poking, trying to get a rise. They gradually began to escalate though, as I ignored the messages, they increased in both frequency and hostility. Several of the messages threatened to release compromising pictures of me, to badmouth me in the legal community, and to ruin my profession, my professional reputation, excuse me.
Okay.
Is he a lawyer?
What did you do in response to this?
I blocked the numbers, and basically Ms. Cauley, she has some sort of application or website where she can create fictitious numbers that show as out-of-state numbers. I don't know if it's listed in the petition, but I am a civil trial attorney, one of the 3 partners at my firm. one of my duties is intaking new clients. So unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of being able to ignore numbers when they call in, whether it be on the weekend or what have you. But there were a constant string of random out-of-state numbers that would begin sending me harassing phone calls and text messages.
Okay.
What were they saying?
And all of this was between, or can you tell the court what dates this happened between?
Everything that I'm referring to took place between February 2nd and February 4th of last year, 2022.
What did you do in response to this?
I asked her to stop contacting me, and ultimately on the 4th, after a particularly venomous phone call at around 4 or 5 p.m. on the 4th,
venomous,
I told Ms. Cauley that I no longer felt safe with her coming back to my home.
Okay.
I volunteered to put her in an Airbnb for 30 to 60 days. Wow. I told her I would give her access to all of her property. I would do everything, but I did not feel safe having her stay in the home anymore, specifically because she was threatening to essentially extort me, but also in the phone call, she told me, again, threatened that she would accuse me of being or allege to people in the police that I was physically violent with her.
What steps did you take to ensure that she wouldn't be able to enter back into the residence?
The only real step that I took was my lock on the front door is like a smart lock. So I revoked her 4-digit access code from the lock.
I want to fast forward to February 5th of 2023. Can you tell the court what happened then on February 5th?
Yeah, February 5th, 2022 at 6 a.m.
2022.
About Christmas.
Okay.
Oh, 2023.
What year?
We're in
Christmas.
2023.
You got a big
Okay.
Nas tank.
I've
You don't
been
know what it was
writing
for.
2022 a lot myself.
Yeah, no, I still need to.
Go ahead.
So 2023, this year, at 6 in the morning, I was woken up by 2 members of the Brookhaven Police Department at my front door who were there with Miss Cauley.
Okay. What happened with them?
Miss Cauley demanded entry and access to the residence. She claimed rights as a tenant at will. And the police officers told me that I had to let her back in.
Okay.
Look at the crushed water
What
bottle.
did you tell the
like it's
officers?
I mean, it's like
for about 20 to 30 minutes, I begged and I pleaded with them not to force me to let her back in. Actually, I literally said, unless there's a criminal statute that I'm violating and you are going to take me to jail, I'll pay a fine. I'll do whatever. Again, I reiterated my offer to get an Airbnb, to literally do anything to prevent her from coming back into the home and staying with me, because I was legitimately in fear that something bad would happen if she was permitted to come back in. But ultimately, they told me after one of the officers went to the vehicle to research that if I did not let her in, they would arrest me for criminal trespass.
So did you end up letting her back in?
When the officers informed me that there was a criminal statute that would trigger liability and it wasn't civil, because again, I was willing to pay whatever fine, ticket, whatever. I would have paid for a wrongful eviction. I would have done it. But they told me they would take me to jail. I wasn't willing to do that, so I allowed her. I obeyed the officer's direction, let her back in the house.
What happened after she returned inside?
Literally, as soon as the police were gone, the same behavior immediately continued. There was back and forth. After maybe a minute or two of that, I said, okay, again, this is at around 7 in the morning. I said, I'm going upstairs to my room. Please stay away from me. And I went upstairs to my room and closed and locked the bedroom door.
She just took a little sip of water.
After maybe 4 to 5 seconds, Mrs. Cauley followed me upstairs, began banging on the bedroom door, demanding that I let her in. She was saying that it was her house too. She had a right to be anywhere in the house, and if I didn't open the door, that she would call the police back. And I saw how that went the first time around.
So did she remain outside?
Went on for a little bit of time, and then she began counting down, and I wasn't and to have the police back in the home. So I did unlock the door, and she stormed into the bedroom at that point.
Okay, and what happened after she stormed back into the bedroom?
There was some back and forth. I told her to get her clothes and leave. I offered to even help her get her clothes so she could leave the bedroom. I did not want to be around her, and I honestly wanted to just go back to sleep. She then went into my closet and began tearing down clothes that apparently she had gifted me for Christmas or what have you. And then upon exiting my closet, she tried to actually initiate physical contact with me. And then, like, literally right after that is when she started yelling that I hit her.
Was there any physical contact on your part with her?
I did not initiate any physical contact with her in that entire interaction.
She's struggling, man. She's
Did
struggling.
the police come back out?
So upstairs in the bedroom still, she immediately dialed 911. She was sitting on the floor at this point. She told me I was going to jail. I was going to have my law license taken, a whole litany of threats. She called 911, told the 911 operator that I was armed and dangerous, and was pretty hysterical.
Great job, Andy.
And then the 911 operator told her that the police were coming back, and she became very calm and walked downstairs.
Do you know why she told the police that you were armed and dangerous?
I can't speculate as to what she was thinking, but it scared
baby.
me because I did not want police coming into the house, weapons drawn. So after thinking about it for a second, I literally went downstairs and just placed my hands on my head and waited for the police to come back.
What happened after the police came?
The police were there almost immediately. I don't even think the original set of police were out of the neighborhood yet. So like all of this literally took place in the span of 12 to 15 minutes. So the two original police came, and then two additional police officers came, investigated, and they examined her body, the scene. There was no evidence, obviously, and they concluded that very quickly and said that no arrest would be made because there was no evidence of any type of physical altercation or assault.
They did an open air.
Did you stay in the home after that?
The police
your body creed.
told us that they wanted to mediate a resolution because they obviously couldn't leave us alone at that point because there was an allegation of physical violence. And it was at that point I reiterated my request to get her an Airbnb 30, 60 days, however long. She declined that offer again, and actually was telling the police that we could stay in the house together and she would stay in the guest bedroom and so on and so forth. I rejected that idea and said that under no circumstances could I stay in the home with her anymore. And I volunteered to leave my own house at that point, and basically resolved to get myself a protective order as soon as the courts opened.
Okay. I want to turn to the next day, February 6th. Do you
It
recall
was a
February
sweet
6th?
offer. She should have took it.
I do.
Can you tell the court about what
Crazy not
happened on
taking it.
February 6th?
Yeah.
That was the day that I filed my petition. The Brookhaven Police Department contacted me to come down and provide all of my recordings and evidence and so on and so forth, because apparently Ms. Cauley had gone to them for a second or third time. I don't know the exact time period, but she had actually gone to the police station to try to swear out a warrant against me. I also received a phone call from a woman who identified herself as Amy Weaver.
And do you know who is Miss Weaver?
At the time, I had no idea. When I Google searched
Matt's
her
old
name,
lady?
though, I found her LinkedIn and learned that she was the head of human resources at
Not you,
a company
Matt.
called Fiber
Other Matt.
Visions, which is the company that I believe Lauren had told me she worked at.
And so she called you.
Correct.
And what did she say to you?
She told me that she had removed property from my house that made Lauren feel unsafe, and she had dropped it off at the Gwinnett County Police Department.
She didn't ask you about, did she ask you about moving it at all?
No.
Before she, okay.
Yeah, no.
Now, were you able to, I guess, see Miss Weaver in your home at any
I've
point?
checked, Your Honor.
That's
He's
fine.
what?
Okay.
Can you tell the court whether? Yes, Judge.
She
Can you
looks
tell
so
the court whether or
guilty
not you
about
had
it.
any other interactions with Miss Weaver?
Not directly, but on the 4th, when basically when I was being threatened and came to the conclusion that having her in the house was dangerous, I actually went and installed. I made sure that my Ring camera was fully charged, and I installed
did they take
a
out of the
hallway
house?
camera, clearly visible hallway camera, mind you, in the home. I actually ordered 2 or 3 more like quality security cameras, basically to have coverage of the house to make sure that there were no incidents, like basically what happened the very next day.
So what happened with Miss Weaver at your house?
So because of the hallway camera, I was able to watch Miss Weaver, who came over to my house at about 8 p.m. apparently at Lauren's invitation. Miss Weaver came.
Your Honor,
with-
that's objection, Your Honor. Speculative.
All right.
Well, how else would she get in the house?
Bixson,
I observed it.
your response to the objection.
Judge, it's not speculative. He's telling you the court what he observed.
Well, he said apparently at
Exactly,
the
Georgia.
invitation of Ms. Cauley.
Fair enough, Judge.
Okay.
There's audio.
Don't speculate on apparent. Just tell us what you know or what you don't.
There was audio on the camera and also a Ring video doorbell where I observed Lauren open the door for Mrs. Weaver and say, "Thank you for coming over."
And what happened after that?
I then watched Miss Weaver walk around my house with a drawn firearm and pistol, presumably patrolling it, and locking it down.
And were you able to hear Miss Weaver through the audio?
I was able to hear many of her conversations with Lauren at that time. Yes.
Do you recall any of those conversations?
An objection, Your Honor. This is not in the scope of his petition. And even as it relates to the petition in itself, you know, the petition specifically calls for acts of violence. I'm not certain, again, the relevance of this alleged person, Miss Weaver, and don't see her throughout Mr. Shulman's petition at all.
Mr. Bixson.
Judge, I'll make it brief. The issue is here that Miss Cauley has essentially, through her lies, time and time again, created hazardous situations where Mr. Shulman's life has been in danger. Briefly earlier, we mentioned the fact that she called the police and told them that he was armed and dangerous despite no evidence of doing so. Now she's inviting another person into Mr. Shulman's house who's walking around with a firearm. That's, I think, should be of grave concern to the court when dealing with a particular family violence.
Well, the observation of that, the visual observation of that, both parties can argue that later as far as in your closing, but as far as the conversations, what's your response regarding any alleged conversations that were overheard through the camera system, security system, between Ms. Cauley and this person, Ms. Weaver, as far as admissibility or even relevance related to that petition?
There's really only one conversation, one statement, in fact, Judge, that I was about to get to that I think is relevant for this discussion.
And the relevant, what about the issue of it not being in the petition?
The specific statement?
Well, the general situation that arose that day is not referenced in the petition.
And Judge, I think that it comes back to the false allegations of the guns that were in the petition, as well, again, as just the nature of family violence. It's just repeated instances over and over and over.
In her case, drugs.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'll allow
Whippets
this one
and whippets
conversation as it relates to the issues at hand.
Okay. Mr. Shulman, I will, Judge. Do you remember, I guess, were there any conversations that stood out to you?
Ms. Weaver and Lauren discussed using the gun on me if I returned to the home. Specifically, Ms. Weaver, the conversation was basically, what happens if he comes back? And Ms. Weaver replied, if he comes back, we'll say we're in fear for our lives and I will shoot. And this is also after the police officers on multiple occasions had told Mrs. Cauley that I had every right to be in the house. I was voluntarily leaving and could come back at my own discretion at any time.
That escalated quickly, Creed.
Same
Quickly.
objection, Your Honor, but
Miss
All right, your
Messiah
objection's
dying a
noted,
little bit inside
but,
each sentence
I've already
that goes through this
overruled it.
case.
Yep.
All right, let's move on to something else.
She got her
please.
hands
Gotcha.
full, man.
Mr. Shulman, can you tell the court of other instances where,
Excuse me, Mr. Bixson. Let me also clarify my reasoning in overruling your objection is that your client was allegedly a party to this conversation. And certainly she's here to testify, and you certainly are going to be able to cross-examine Mr. Shulman. So I feel that it meets the criteria as far as admissibility. All right, go ahead.
who else did Miss Cauley reach out to in regards to you after that point?
Numerous people. She reached out to my baby sister, my mom.
Yeah, go ahead. That actually is in the petition, Ms. Messiah. I saw you shaking your head. I was just getting ready to stop him.
I'm just gonna let him run with it.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Shulman. I apologize.
Sounds like you have to.
Yeah, ain't got
No,
much choice. I don't
thank
think.
you, Your Honor. To my baby sister, my mom, one of the attorneys that works for me, my law partner, to all of my neighbors via the neighborhood Facebook
no.
group.
That's good.
That's all I can think of right now.
At least it wasn't a flyer.
What did she tell them?
That I was violent.
Hold on now. We're not going down that road.
Gotcha,
Okay.
Judge. Understood. Let me see where it was.
I like this lawyer, Mr. Bixson, though.
Yeah, he's
What
he's
other
killing it.
communications did you have with Miss Weaver
Clear and precise and ready for this. Prepared.
on February 6th of 2023?
I just telling her to return my property.
All right. Okay. Now, I know that obviously we're here because you found this TPO. How many other TPOs have you been made aware of that have been filed against Miss Cauley since you filed this?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
All right, Mr. Bixson, I know it was in the petition, but what's the relevance of any?
Judge,
crime?
I think it's extremely relative in terms of whether or not someone, if I have 10 TPOs against me that have been filed, I think it's very relevant for the 11th. Even if they're coming from different places, it goes to plan, proof, motive. I mean, it's a cycle of the same action, Judge.
Are you prepared to present some physical evidence of that, or?
We have them if we need to, Judge.
Okay.
You have the witnesses?
We have the TPOs.
If you don't have the witnesses that allegedly filed, I don't know how.
Well, and I don't, here's the other problem is.
Wouldn't the TPOs be enough?
Whether they were actually
Yeah.
granted, whether they just reached an ex parte stage and then were later dismissed, whether they were voluntarily dismissed. So as both parties know, anybody can file anything.
Of course.
And so the mere filing of one, to me, is not as relevant as whether or not you have evidence of one being granted.
Yes, Judge. And they were granted as far as the initial 30-day temporary TPO. But then I believe, I'm sorry, Judge, what was that?
Go ahead.
I was going to say after that, I believe they were withdrawn.
Okay, then I don't see the relevance today.
I'm sorry, Judge. I don't see this for a second.
I don't see the relevance today if they were not entered and after a full hearing and found to be a violation of the family violence statutes and were granted, and whether Ms. Cauley was under a 12-month order. If you had a copy of a 12-month TPO that was issued, I would be more inclined to allow it, but let's move on to something else.
Understood, Judge. And Judge, I do believe, just to, for future issues, I think there's a strong chance that something like this might come out on cross. And so as far as impeachment, though, it's
it does show a pattern.
We'll address it as we come to it.
Got it, Judge.
But
All
for
right.
now, we're not going down
He
that
could
road.
fight for that if he really wanted to get it in there. He doesn't need to. I don't think at
just
this
see what
point.
left off.
I mean, she might incriminate herself when he goes
Shulman,
to cross.
how many different numbers did Miss Cauley end up contacting you from?
I believe 10 or 11 fake or different numbers besides her listed number.
Judge, that's all I have.
Okay. All right, Ms. Messiah, for the judicial economy, if you will, since your client also has a petition, and I would urge you to kind of combine your cross-examination for both cases as well. Unless we're going to go back and start all over again with you presenting your client first, and I'll leave that to you, but I would appreciate it if it can be done in a condensed fashion.
I understand, Your Honor.
All right, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I will try to combine them.
So we're getting 2 for 1 today, Creed. I like
yeah.
that.
Interesting.
Mr. Shulman, you had mentioned that you and Miss Cauley were in a relationship for roughly 10 months.
Approximately, yes.
And you allege that you saw the use of nitrous in December of 2022.
December
correct?
25th, it was Christmas, yes.
The Christmas 2025. So no evidence of any drug use from August until December.
Depends on what you mean by drug use. She was hospitalized twice.
You didn't see any evidence of these alleged, these capsules that you said she was utilizing. You didn't see any evidence of it from August to December.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so when you discovered that, you said you found several hundred and then several thousands, right?
Correct.
Did you count these nitrous?
There were too many to count.
So you're speculating that it was several hundred, then several thousand.
No, I observed it with my own eyes. It's not speculation. They were there in my house.
But you did not count them. So you're.
I took, no, I didn't count. I took pictures.
Okay. And so you said.
And video. I took pictures and video because I figured that would be more representative than counting them up by hand.
And they were throughout your house, you say?
They were hidden inside furniture, inside dressers, desks, inside boxes, purses, and suitcases. There were 2 suitcases that were actually built with them.
Throughout your house?
Correct. Specifically in 2 specific rooms in the house.
Why didn't she just throw them away?
And so how soon did you allow Ms. Cauley to move in after you first started dating?
I believe it was about 4 months.
Ms. Messiah, am I allowed to speak?
Ms. Cauley, please listen to your attorney.
She doesn't know where
This
she's
is
at.
not your turn to speak.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lasted.
And so after 4
This is
months,
gonna be
you allowed
brutal.
her to move in and you didn't discover any nitrous canisols until maybe 7 or 8 months later?
No, that's incorrect. It was probably 2.5 to 3 months until I found the. So we moved in August, September until the end of December. About 3 months.
Okay, so I'm sorry, 3 to 4 months, you didn't discover any of these hundreds or thousands of nitrous capsules?
No, so it's a 5-bedroom, 3-story, 4,500 square foot house. I had allotted 2 rooms for Ms. Cauley, one in the basement that she worked out of when she worked from home, and the other was a guest bedroom that had all of her furniture from her previous residence. Those were 2 rooms that I rarely, if ever, went into. And those were where she would do the nitrous oxide and conceal the remnants.
And how do you know she was doing nitrous oxide there?
I guess that would be speculative, but I found the empty canisters. So I caught her red-handed doing them on the 25th and then about 2.5 weeks later.
Wow.
So it's kind of an inference at that point.
Right. And you do nitrous oxide as well?
Absolutely not. I've never done it in my entire life. Did not even know what it really was until I caught Miss Cauley red-handed doing it on the 25th.
I love the way she just asked
And
that.
so that means that you
Very
knew
blunt.
that she was doing it and allowed her to continue to live in the home?
No, that's the exact opposite of what I just said.
Okay, and so
Did
you
not know
said,
she was doing it. I did not know she was doing it. I learned on the 25th, and then I continued to allow her to live in the home contingent upon her going to counseling and therapy.
okay, and so did you file a dispossessory once you found out that she was allegedly using these nitrous canisols or capsules?
I suppose that would have probably happened on the 28th if she hadn't attempted to commit suicide and gone to jail.
I could appreciate that answer, but you did not file a dispossessory against Ms. Cauley.
Judge,
no dispossessory action.
Judge, I'm gonna have to object here.
Okay. This is so much harder on Zoom. Everybody talking over, there's a delay or something. So, or give it a little more delay before you start talking. What's your objection, Mr. Dixon?
So my objection is relevance, Judge. I don't know why we're going down a road of whether or not Mr. Shulman filed the dispossessory action that has nothing to do with this case.
All right, well, he's already answered that he did not. So it would appear.
Yeah, but just in terms of the line of questioning, Judge.
What's your reason for anything beyond the fact that he didn't file a dispossessory to keep asking questions in that regard?
Your Honor, as he's presented, he was so concerned about his safety. He had mentioned that he had her to, he gave her notice to leave, gave her 60-day notice to leave. He opened the door up to ask whether or not he filed a dispossessory. If he allegedly gave her a 60-day notice, I want to know about the 60-day notice when he allegedly found this person using, nitrous, oxide in his home. What did he do to get her out?
Okay, well, like I said, I really like to hear chronology here. Mr. Shulman, what is the date that you told Ms. Cauley you'd give her 60 days or whatever to leave?
That would have been on the 27th of January, 2023.
Okay, so it was not on the December 25th, the 22nd date where you discovered all of the canisters or capsules.
Correct, Your Honor. I allowed her to stay in the home because she had promised to get help. On the 26th, I learned that she was not honest about getting help. And it was at that time that I asked her to move out and gave her 60 days. And then on the 27th, the very next day, is when some of the physical altercations occurred and when she attempted suicide and then went to and was incarcerated.
All right, does that clarify anything for you, Ms. Messiah, as far as the timing? All right, let's move on.
You said that the reason why Ms. Cauley mentioned not going to counseling is because she couldn't afford it, right?
That is what she told me, yes.
You offered to pay for it for her?
No, at that point, I was unwilling to pay for it because she'd lied to me.
Okay, but you stayed with her continuously because once you allegedly found this nitrous because you loved her, but you did not offer to pay for counseling for her.
When? When are you asking if I offered?
For that matter, did you offer when you found out when allegedly she wasn't going to counseling after the 26th of January? Did you offer to pay?
Yes, I even offered to attend therapy and counseling with her.
Okay, you didn't mention that to this court in your testimony a moment ago.
I'm mentioning it now.
Okay, you're mentioning it now. Okay, and so going to your petition, you mentioned violence, or what you said was violence against you, that Ms. Cauley allegedly punched you?
Correct.
Okay. And when was that she allegedly punched you?
January 27th, 2023.
Okay, do you have any scars? Did you have any scars?
Scars?
No, I do not have any scars.
Okay, where did she allegedly punch you at?
The chest.
Okay. And so you didn't look at your chest to see if there was any scars on the chest?
She didn't
In
stab
her
him in the
defense,
chest.
it was while she was trying to commit suicide and I was trying to stop her. And at that point in time, no, I did not look at my chest or remove my shirt.
It's like an overcoat. It's odd.
And when the police officers arrived, again, the focus was on getting Lauren mental health, not actually, I told the police officers explicitly I didn't want to press charges because it was not my intent to hurt or harm Lauren in any way.
So just so I'm clear, this was during the alleged suicide attempt. So you're saying that she was allegedly trying to take pills and punching you in the chest?
It's not an alleged suicide attempt. It definitely happened, but yes, that is when this punch happened.
And that was the same time that you admitted that you tried grabbing her and grabbing her wrist, correct?
I did not try grabbing her. I grabbed her wrist to pull it away from her face and tried to take the pills out of her hand.
Okay. And so
Oh my God, she is
also
so wasted.
in your petition, you were asked to mention specifically how many approximate dates of, other acts of, as you mentioned, punching you. You didn't mention any other time that she allegedly punched you, did you?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
In your petition for family violence,
I hope so.
you had stated that Miss Cauley had actually punched you on the 27th, correct? And that's what you just gave us testimony about.
Correct.
Right? Also in that petition, it asks you to list other times that the respondent had committed these acts and approximate dates, but you did not list any other dates or approximate times that Ms. Cauley allegedly punched you, did you?
That's the only time that I recall that she did actually punch me.
Okay, and so it is incorrect to say that violence has happened multiple times with Ms.
Allegedly.
Cauley attacking you multiple times.
Judge, I'm going to have to object here.
Maybe.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Vixen.
Judge, counsel is, I guess, leading Mr. Shulman down a path here that isn't necessarily what he's testifying to about. She's saying that he wrote down that there was multiple instances of violence, but only one time that he punched her, but they're two different things. And so I'm not quite sure if counsel is inferring that that the only type of violence is a punch. I'm not quite sure where she's
With
going with
scars
this.
or without?
All right, Ms. Messiah.
Where I'm going with it, Your Honor, is that
Yes.
based on the petition, he was asked to provide when any alleged attacks, physical altercations had taken place. Mr. Shulman did. He mentioned being punched. He's admitted that to this court. He was also asked to list other times that, these particular instances had taken place. He failed to do so. However, in his testimony, and Mr. Vixen had wrapped up the idea that these things happened multiple times. I'm trying to establish, was it this one time allegedly on the 27th? Was it multiple times? What was happening, or did Ms. Shulman actually physically attack or, put her hands on Mr. Shulman once, multiple times, or not at all? That's what I'm trying to establish for the purposes of trying to, establish a permanent family violence TPO, Your Honor.
If we were sitting in a courtroom, I would imagine, maybe I'm speculating here, but generally you would present that petition for the witness to look at and then cross-examine related to
She's
that.
holding the bottle
So is there a
up against her
specific
face,
portion of
asleep.
the petition that you want to read back to the court and to the witness to examine him on? Otherwise, if you're talking about punch, he said punching only occurred one time. As you know, there are multiple forms of conduct or actions that people can take that qualify as family violence. They're not all punches.
You're right, Your Honor. And so actually, petitioner, what's been listed as petitioner's exhibit E, and for the purposes of presenting evidence, I don't have Mr. Shulman obviously in front of me. I shared these exhibits with Mr. Vixen. And so I'm not certain if Mr. Shulman, do you happen to have your petition in front of you for family violence?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so, Your Honor, and Mr. Vixen, are you able to share the same with your court? If not, then I'm going to ask if I could either share my screen, which has already been pre-marked as petitioner's exhibit E.
Yeah, that's by petitioner, you mean in the second case or in the first case?
Right, in the first case. Well, I guess the second case, Your Honor.
In your client's case.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so we got to get it from a different pile here because we're under the first case, Mr. Shulman's case. Ms. Broom, can you reach Exhibit A in Ms. Cauley's case?
A as an apple.
It's E is in Edward.
E, I'm sorry, I said A, Exhibit E.
These exhibits should be pretty good. We'll see.
Which page, Ms. Messiah?
If we can go to page 2, Your Honor.
Yeah, I know she's been calling her by the wrong name.
And so,
This is
Mr.
never
Shulman, at number 5, can you read number 5 in your answer?
At other times, respondent has committed other such acts, including but not limited to harassment. Respondent has changed her telephone number no less than 14 times to continue to call and text petitioner after prior numbers are blocked. Respondent further sent numerous unsolicited text messages to petitioner's mother.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. Relevance, Section 5 has nothing to do with the line of questioning that counsel was evoking from Mr. Shulman.
Well, it may show that her question receives a different answer than perhaps she thought. We're halfway through reading it, and you know, let's get through this. And Ms. Messiah, you want to save it for argument. If you think there's a discrepancy, then you can argue it. I mean, as he said, there was only one incident of punching.
Miss Messiah's rattled.
Paragraph 5 starts out with harassment. It starts out with alleging multiple phone calls from multiple numbers. Those are all acts that every petitioner can list. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Where I'm going with it, Your Honor, is that it acts specific dates and time and details as it relates to the other, at times when these other acts were committed.
Okay, it says approximate dates, not specific dates. And then it says what happened.
Right.
If you want to ask him what happened, I mean, he testified to a good bit of this on direct. You have the right to cross-examine him as to what he testified to related to these acts alleged in number 5 that he did already testify to.
And Your Honor, and that's what I'm actually attempting to do. So the family violence, and again, this is not a stalking TPO for the record. This is a family violence.
Ms. Messiah, I read the petitions. I've been doing this a long time, and I'm fully aware of what kind of hearing we have here today. Oh. You don't have to coach me on what type of case I'm watching and listening to here.
And it's not to coach you, Your Honor. It is more to make it clear as it relates to opposing counsel.
You just ripped into her.
That he was punched. It acts specifically what the act is. Mr. Shulman said that he was punched. If he was punched, it asks him to list other times that these type of events happen. He's not done so. That is what's being elicited. For him to admit that he's
okay. He did not. We've established that 10 minutes ago that there was only one punch. That's all I've heard testimony on. What I did say is that there are other acts besides, if you want to use the criminal term, simple battery or battery. There are other acts that qualify under the family violence statute for the issuance of a family violence protective order. I have issued them when it didn't involve even one punch. This is not stalking is one of the acts that are alleged, I mean, they're not alleged, one of the acts in the code under the Family Violence Act.
Agreed, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm if you don't have something specific other than what we've already covered, that there was only one punch and he wrote it up. He may be an attorney, but I'm assuming he did this pro se. I don't look to the form as much as I do the substance of what's in these petitions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Where they're located on the petition. If we did that, it would be very difficult.
Judge, if I may, just to clear this.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Bixson.
Just to clear this whole thing up, we're looking at Section 5. I think we should look at Section 4, which enumerates some of the physical acts of violence that Mr. Shulman suffered. And I don't know, because again, opposing counsel had brought up that it was just that one, but he writes in Section 4 the other instances, or at least some of them. Section 5 just are additional instances of suffering that Miss Cauley had allegedly put him through. But Section 4 specifically states what we were just talking about. I think the very first line
of Section 4.
Yes, Judge.
And I thought
Ms.
I had this.
All right. What, Ms. Messiah?
And so I thought I was crossing this witness, like literally, I'm just going through, as I took notes, I'm just going through the testimony, Your Honor. So I'm not introducing anything new. I'm going through what they have introduced. And just because Mr. Bixson isn't sort of liking the question that's being answered, asking the relevance, even as it relates to punch. And we know punch, as everything else you've mentioned, Your Honor, does matter.
It also mentions grappling with.
She's even more shook now.
Paragraph 4.
Yeah, she's really rattled now.
Yeah.
This isn't good.
So there's two descriptions of physical contact.
Because she knows she messed
listed
up.
in number 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there are none listed in number 5. I get your point. I understand that. I'm going to sustain the objection. You can argue it. You've made your point that it was not, there other acts of physical violence were not listed in paragraph 5. Now let's move on.
Mr.
Yikes.
Shulman, you didn't file a TPO on January 26th, correct?
No, my TPO was filed on the 6th of February.
And you mentioned, again, back to this alleged drug attempt at suicide.
Thank you, Hag.
You mentioned Miss Cauley was arrested, right?
Correct. She was taken into custody.
On a traffic. And you said FTA was for a traffic.
For a failure to appear. I don't know what the underlying issue there was.
Oh, they're not going to let her talk.
And so they didn't ever find drugs.
They're going to have to.
Miss
Think
Cauley's
so?
system, right?
Have to.
No, they found them on the floor and on the bed.
Not
Okay,
in
I'm sorry if I want to make sure I understand the answer. The police observed those?
Correct, Your Honor. And I also took pictures as well.
Okay.
So the police observed them, the police arrest her or yourself for drug possession?
To my knowledge, the drugs weren't illegally possessed. They were prescription.
Okay. And so back to that.
Judge, I just to clarify, are you mentioning the nitrous or are you mentioning the pills on the ground?
I'm sorry, is Mr. Bixson?
Prescription whippets.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shulman, are you confused as to what I'm talking about when I say drugs in Miss Cauley's system? Did they find the drugs in her system for this alleged overdose? Because you said she
in her system. How would he know that?
Well, again, he would know that because he seems to have all of these other details in terms of how she's allegedly huffing and
there was no testimony that there was a drug test administered.
In fact,
how would he know this? I asked him. I asked him if the police saw the pills that she was allegedly taking in a suicide attempt. Did the police actually see those? And he said yes. And then you immediately asked if anybody was arrested for drug possession. And he responded, no, or maybe Mr. Bixson, I apologize, responded that as to which incident are you talking about? And Mr. Shulman testified that these were legally prescribed drugs, as I understand. Is that correct, Mr. Shulman?
Yes, Your Honor. They were in
prescription meds, not the nitrous oxide.
Listen to how honest he's being
So
about
to the
things.
point,
I love it.
Your Honor, Mr. Bixson did interject and ask that, not Mr. Shulman. If Mr. Shulman was confused, didn't understand something, again, with him being a capable attorney, I would think he would ask for further clarification, but I was interrupted and Mr. Shulman started to speak and Mr. Bixson did interject.
Right. Try your question again and let's see if I understand it.
That's rude. I love
This is
it.
really trying to just, and seeing where this is going, just trying to move this along even more.
Is she
Uh,
good enough?
You're allowed a thorough and sifting cross-examination, but I don't want to leave it in a state of confusion. If you want to re-ask your question, restate it, please go ahead.
Right. Your Honor, there is so much more meat to this. And again, in the interest of being able to focus, because we keep
All right.
getting, going down these rabbit holes instead of just focusing on I think, sort of the majors. Again, we're just trying to address, the testimony in chief. But Mr. Shulman, you continue to have sex with Miss Cauley during this time up until
Oh boy.
she was, I guess, removed from your home on
what date? On what date was she removed? Which one are you talking about?
So on February 5th, so up until February 5th, you continue to have sex with Ms. Cauley.
That's actually incorrect. No, we did not. To the best of my recollection, we did not have sex really through December. I would say probably the last time we had sex was the beginning of December or November.
You didn't file February 2nd through 4th. You mentioned there were a lot of issues going on between the two of you. Even February 3rd, you didn't file an ex parte, a TPO, did you? You didn't file a TPO during that time.
I filed it on the 6th.
Did I stutter?
You did not file a TPO February 2nd, February 3rd, or February 4th.
I
Right?
didn't even know the procedure or process for following a TPO until the 5th, when I realized that I needed one as soon as humanly possible. And that was on a Sunday. And I filed one literally on Monday as soon as I could.
And Mr. Shulman, to speed things up, if you'll answer the yes or no question with a
falls
yes or a
asleep.
no first, you know the drill.
Yes,
And
Your
then
Honor.
you can explain your answer instead of explaining first.
I apologize, Your Honor.
February 2nd, February 3rd, February 4th, you did not file a TPO, or 5th, you didn't file a TPO against Ms. Cauley.
No,
You filed a TPO on the 6th, which is the same day Ms. Cauley filed a TPO as well, right?
2 rooms.
yes,
You mentioned the out-of-state numbers, that Ms. Cauley has called you from several out-of-state numbers.
yes.
How did you come to believe that these numbers, you don't have anything substantial that says Ms. Cauley, or any proof that Ms. Cauley was the one calling from these out-of-state numbers, all of these numbers, do you?
Incorrect. She would call, I recognized her voice, and obviously through the interaction, and then the same number that I would speak to her on would then send text messages. So no, I would say that's incorrect. I know definitively it was her.
I could hear her do whippets on the
You
other
didn't
end.
tell her
I
not
picked up the
to
phone, here's
call
the-
you anymore, right?
Again, incorrect. I repeatedly told her to stop calling me. I think it stands for a reason. When you block someone's number, your desire is to get them to stop calling you.
You were texting Ms. Cauley as well during this time, right?
I did occasionally respond. Yes,
And so you also mentioned you offered to pay for an Airbnb for Ms. Cauley to leave, right?
I said that 3
Correct.
times.
All right.
Or
And
4.
that she should take her things and leave, right?
that was what I wanted. Yes,
Don't you still have Miss Cauley's belongings now?
I don't have them. They're at the house where I've left them untouched pursuant to the order.
Mm.
He even
And you
offered to
never tried to
help her
coordinate Miss
remove.
Cauley getting her belongings.
No, that's not my, I'm not allowed to contact her.
100%. We've already been through all of
You never
this.
contacted the sheriff or anyone regarding Miss Cauley getting her belongings.
No, that's not how that works. To my
Like,
understanding.
add something to it, not ask the same questions that we've already been
So
through and he's
February
already
5th,
answered.
Miss Cauley left the apartment voluntarily, right?
Sorry,
No,
asked.
So, okay. So you mentioned that at 6 a.m., the Brookhaven police knocked at the door with Miss Cauley, right?
yes,
So how did Miss Cauley come to leave the house before returning with the Brookhaven police?
she left the morning of the 2nd.
Okay. And she left voluntarily because there's no TPO at this point.
Yes,
And you said you let her, Miss Cully, back in on the 2nd because the police threatened you with trespassing.
the 5th.
The 5th, okay, I'm sorry, the 5th, because the police threatened you with trespassing.
Yes,
And did you ask for any, you didn't ask for any chief or any sergeant?
Was he a sovereign citizen?
You know, to
No.
escalate the situation.
Like,
Did you
make it
contact
worse.
your attorney to ask questions about that idea?
I didn't have an attorney.
The police
Okay.
leave
And
scars.
so
after they hit you?
you didn't call a partner or anybody to ask about that?
It was 6 in the morning. So no, I did not call anyone.
But you testified that you feared something would happen if you didn't let her in. So you didn't call anyone else to make sure that that was right before letting her back in, despite your fears.
Yes, the police were already there, and that's probably who I would have called.
Okay. And so then you mentioned things began to escalate. You didn't call the police back at that point.
No, I went and locked myself in my room.
Okay. And
my
you
5-bedroom
never, you didn't just leave the house either.
A mansion.
No, I did not leave my own house at that point.
So you mentioned to the court that you were, you don't understand why Ms. Cauley would be concerned in terms of being armed and dangerous, and that she lied about you being armed and dangerous. I'd like to present what's been pre-marked as petitioner's Exhibit C.
This better be a home run, whatever
That
it
was
is.
from Ms. Cauley's case, correct?
That was quite a setup.
It is,
to
Your
get
Honor,
this
but when
on.
In fact, we got the 2 cases and 2 petitioners, but please specify which case you filed.
She
under.
might be getting
Yes,
to
Your Honor.
something.
When I
Sally.
filed,
Let's see.
I actually put both case numbers on there, Your Honor.
Okay.
They were interconnected.
I'm sorry, you said that was what letter or number?
Letter C,
C isn't.
Petitioner C?
yes. Mhm.
See, like, see, Miss Lauren here is about to pass out. See?
C, like, and yes, she's really blasted.
You not see that she's very tired? Long shift last night at the factory.
Yes, the paper mill. Whoa!
Holy!
Oh! Whoa!
Who keeps doing that?
And if we could scroll down, and Mr. Shulman, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
In which picture?
In the first picture, and
There's somebody pulling a heist?
Well, we can just go picture by picture then. First picture.
First picture, it looks like multiple disassembled airsoft weapons.
Airsoft. That's where the Nas come from.
And
Okay, if you want more specifics, just let me know. But yeah, those are airsoft rifles.
Paintball guns.
This is my range bag with,
Markers.
I believe, 2 unloaded, one with the firing pin removed pistols.
okay, the third page. Oh, that you can.
I can't even tell what that is.
What
Some
what
dirty
is the
drawers,
third page of Mr. Shulman?
camo drawers.
It's very blurry, but it looks like an airsoft rifle, which is kind of like a BB gun.
All right. And the fourth page.
That is a paintball gun, and you can definitively see at
Marker.
the stock the air tank. That is not a gun.
Okay.
I'm getting
So
into some.
you recognize what's
What
in
is
these
this?
pictures?
Those are my 20-sided dice.
I do. It's my property. And of those pictures, you showed 2 real guns, 2 pistols, both of them 9mm.
Can we go back to the first page, please? And these are true, accurate depiction of your guns, Mr. Shulman?
No, as I just said, they're not guns. Those are airsoft toys.
Okay, and
They're
so,
replicas. I mean, they look like guns, but no, those are none of those are real
TPOs.
in that picture.
the first 2 pictures are guns. You just
No.
represent the first
Only
2.
the second picture is actual guns.
There was one pew on there.
Okay, so now it's your testimony that the first picture isn't a gun, aren't guns, but the second picture are guns. Is that correct?
My
Just the
testimony
one.
has been consistent. The second picture shows 2 handguns. The other 3 show replica airsoft guns that are fake.
And these are your guns, are they not, Mr. Shulman?
Yeah.
So the 2 pistols in number 2 were in a basement in storage. Those are the only guns that I did not have locked in a safe.
Okay, please listen to the
Yes,
question.
yes, yes.
Shulman.
Those are 2 pistols. Yeah, absolutely.
These are your guns.
The question was, are they your guns?
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
I'd like to enter in what has been pre-marked as petitioner's exhibit. What is that? We're at C now, I believe.
Wasn't she the one that was walking around the house?
Miss Weaver was.
I believe this
Oh,
is C,
that's
isn't
right.
it?
Mysterious
Yes, Your
Miss
Honor.
Weaver.
I'd like
Yeah.
to enter in. Mr. Bixon has had an opportunity
They were
to
plotting his
to view it
murder.
on
Oh,
the screen.
okay. Any
hired
objection?
security.
When you said that, I thought you were getting ready to pull up another exhibit.
Yeah, Judge, I would object to it on relevancy. I
It's very
don't know
neatly
how
done.
airsoft guns are relevant to this case, especially when there's been no allegations of any type of violence on Mr. Shulman's part with a firearm.
Yeah, it looks like when he used to
Okay, well,
pop Bishop's
I'm
trunk.
going to overrule the objection just because guns have been mentioned. They're in here. Y'all can argue that in closing.
Yes, Judge.
All right, they're admitted over objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Shulman, Ms. Cauley
even
has
better
not
now. Look at her.
contacted you since receiving notice of
She's got to hold
the
herself on
TPO.
some more leaning.
All right.
She has not contacted me since February 8th, when the sheriff's department removed her from my home. So I don't know when she learned of it, but it was served on the 8th. And that was the last time I saw her.
So you said that it was served on the 8th. Since she was served, she's not contacted you.
No,
And she has not threatened to hurt you, to commit any violence, to harm you,
Harm you.
correct?
What period? Please clarify that for the court.
Yes, Your Honor. And so on February 6th, for instance, when you swear out the TPO, did Ms. Cauley didn't threaten to hurt you, to punch you, to kill you, to do anything to create any physical harm to yourself or person then?
I would dispute the caricature of that. She continued to contact me and continued to spread lies about my conduct that put me in direct danger.
Okay. And so, Mr. Shulman, you mentioned lies and on a neighborhood post. Can we reference what has been and pull up what has been pre-marked as petitioner's Exhibit B?
All right, so this is one of the Facebook posts that went to the neighborhood Facebook.
Not a flyer, like you said earlier.
Mr. Shulman, can you tell me what you see on the screen, please?
Can you please scroll down to show me the entire exhibit?
Roasted.
God bless.
There appears to be some lettering at the bottom that I don't recognize.
Okay. Outside of the lettering at the bottom, do you recognize the rest of what's presented as Exhibit B, as it presents on the screen right now? Do you recognize that?
Yeah, this was sent to me by the head of the neighborhood, the homeowners association, as a post that had been posted on the neighborhood Facebook group.
So this is the Facebook post that you mentioned that was spreading lies.
One of, yes.
Anybody friend request her yet?
Is this a true and accurate depiction of that post that was sent to you?
Yes, this is the post that I
I
believe
never
was
trust
posted
any
by Laura.
post that has the word
Your Honor,
gaslight in it.
Mr. Bixton, as we all had an opportunity to review this post, I'd like to enter it as plaintiff's exhibit, I'm sorry, I guess in this case it's respondents, it'd be respondents B, Exhibit B.
Any objection, Mr. Bixon?
No objection.
All right, admitted without objection.
How's that?
Mr. Shulman, can you tell me where in this post Ms. Cauley is threatening you?
He is armed and left the house. I am terrified, alone, and seeking advice of counsel. I'm incredibly fearful of my safety.
Okay, it's not a threat, bud.
Okay.
But okay.
And so where in that did you feel threatened, where she was threatening to harm, where she was threatening you, Mr. Shulman? What about this threatened you, just so that we'll understand, because you mentioned the post, where?
Absolutely, I'm happy to explain. So it is basically threat by proxy, and it's something that I've personally witnessed her do, and personally witnessed in the form of Miss Weaver, who she invited to my home. Basically, it's the recruitment of acolytes that are being told that I'm dangerous, this horrible individual, that I'm armed, and basically creating a culture of fear and danger around me that would then cause people to respond in kind. It was most evident when there was literally a person in my home prepared to shoot me if I entered. And it was by extension of this post extended to the neighborhood, where literally people were reporting my location and so on and so forth, because I was being perceived as an active threat or danger, which being perceived as an active threat or danger when it is not true can absolutely create a dangerous situation where my well-being is at risk.
Mr. Shulman, she doesn't even mention your name in the post, does she?
Yeah, it is.
No, my name is not in that post.
Okay. So since Ms. Cauley's been served with this TPO, she's not contacted you.
You are astute.
Right?
No.
She has not threatened you, right?
To the best of my knowledge, she has complied with the court order and not committed aggravated stalking. Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect, Mr. Brixton?
Yes, Judge, very brief. Judge, we have listed as P9, that's nitrous abuse pictures. If we could pull that up.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
You're
I've been waiting to see
Yes,
these.
Judge.
Oh,
It gets
damn.
confusing when we got two petitioners,
I mean,
two
if it's just a
respondents. and
sea of
they're
them things,
same
it
people.
just
In my mind, they're just like piles
Everywhere.
upon piles of,
Yeah,
of these containers. It better not disappoint.
Oh,
Oh
Mr.
my
Shulman, do you see the picture on the screen?
Oh,
I do.
Okay. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Can you can you tell the court what that picture is of?
One of the pictures that I took, this is one from the guest bedroom cache.
That's the NOS room.
Pills that this is actually after I removed it from the nightstand, I believe.
Were those the same type of canisters that you saw Miss Cauley take?
Yeah, these are the same things that I caught her using on the 25th of December.
Okay. And if we could go,
excuse me, Mr. Bixson, just so I can understand, as I
She's
said,
gotta
I
be
don't, I'm
almost
not familiar with
brain
this
dead at this point.
nitrous oxide. When you call them canisters, are they in fact capsules or
they're, I always look at it
I
as
think
like
of a canister as something metallic or
I believe they are. They're small pressurized canisters, Judge.
They're like CO2 canisters.
Yeah, like the same thing you would put in like a butane torch or something like that. The same design.
Okay, but they're roughly the size of a typical capsule.
No,
or they're a little bit larger.
Yeah, Mr.
It's hard to get perspective from
approximately how many inches long do you think they are?
Size of a
phone.
Maybe 1.5 to 4 inches.
Okay, inch and a half or so.
Something.
Okay, so
I'm
not a
personally
capsule
familiar
that's
with
swallowed.
No,
No,
Mr. Shulman, did
hell
you
no,
take this
Judge.
picture?
I did.
Okay, and if the court could go to image number 2.
Oh my God, there's more.
Okay,
I would love
are
to
those
have the
the
money
same
she spent on those, and I
That's
don't know.
basically redundancy.
Pictures on the
of
side there.
of the first picture. The same.
Okay,
in the
and
cache.
if we could go to the third one,
Wow. Oh, she was
do you
hiding
recognize
them
this photo?
everywhere.
Yes.
Okay, what's this photo of?
Another picture of what I found in my home. This was in a suitcase. I don't recall if it was in storage in the basement or in the guest bedroom, but this is one of the ways that they were hidden in the house.
Okay, and if the image number 4, please. And can you
She didn't
identify this for the
discriminate.
court?
That
matter
is
what
a
color they
box
were,
that
she was gonna
in
do
my
'em.
basement. It's the same capsules, but apparently a different manufacturer that distributes them.
Okay, and Judge, I know that there's obviously a number of images for brevity's sake, I'm just going
They're
to leave
literally
this where it is
thousands.
because I
He
think we're getting
didn't
the idea
exaggerate
here.
at all.
That's no
Um,
exaggeration easily.
Now,
yeah.
Mr. Shulman, I know that the issue of firearms has been raised. What instance did you threaten
Again,
Ms. Cauley
not
with a
any
firearm?
emotion from her
Never
face
threatened anyone with a
whatsoever.
firearm before.
No acts of violence with it whatsoever.
Never.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, any recross?
Oh, Ms. Messiah, you're on.
You're on mute, Ms. Messiah.
My apologies. If we
That's
could,
okay. I've done it many times.
we could put that exhibit back up. I think it was petitioners. I'm not certain which. It was
Please
like
don't put it
Petitioner's
back
9, I
up. It's
believe.
not going to do you any
Yes,
good.
Judge. It was labeled as nitrous abuse pictures.
And have you tendered it or?
Yes, Judge, actually, and I apologize about that. Just a matter of housekeeping, Judge. We would ask that that exhibit be tendered into evidence.
You can use
Any
nitrous
objection,
to play
Ms. Messiah?
paintball too. So
I want to, if we could, Your Honor, just scroll down to see the
That's what she's
last.
going to try and say.
Ms. Broom, if you'll just scroll each one, just click on them and move to the
is
next.
there going to be an aha moment here? Oh, look at the puppy.
Her Facebook is nothing but pictures of him with the puppy, by the way, still.
Oh my God, they're
That
everywhere.
appears to be it. Any objection?
Oh, even to the bottom drawers.
Yeah, my objection would be, I mean, when was this? I mean, we don't have, I think there needs to be more foundations. And I mean, I could ask it on, recross, but there's some questions I have here. So yes, we don't know when this was taken.
Mr. Bixson, do you want to examine your client?
Well,
No,
Judge, I mean, it's up to the court. I mean, if she wants to ask it through cross or have me ask it on direct accomplices.
Well, I was
legal to
just
have
getting
them.
to the point of getting it tendered into evidence.
Don't get caught doing them though.
I'll ask, when was this taken? That seems to be the issue. I know you testified earlier about taking pictures, but what was the
Yeah,
date?
so the ones that are blue, the blue canisters, those are all taken on the 26th, the day after I first realized.
26th of,
I'm sorry, of December, the day after I first determined that there was an issue. And then the white ones and the ones from the basement were taken on, I believe, the 8th or 9th. That would have been after
8th or 9th of what month?
Sorry, I keep doing it. Of February, after the TRO was served and I was back in my home.
All right,
Yeah, but
anything
that'd
else
be-
on that, Ms. Messiah?
1,000 years of
So,
use.
Mr. Shulman, you said you found some
Right?
of these canisters in the night.
For paintball?
Please, before we proceed,
Yeah, you can
are
use
there any,
these
is there any
CO2, but
objection to the
certain
tendering of
fields
P9?
allow NOS to be used.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted
cleaner,
without
I
objection. Now,
guess.
please move
But
on. You
I'm
certainly
saying have that
cross-examine him
many.
regarding it.
Oh,
Would be
you would never
So,
use them
Mr.
all.
Shulman,
Yeah,
you
ever.
mentioned that you found some of these in the nightstand.
I believe picture number 9 is actually a picture of the nightstand.
Okay.
It's a hell of a
And is your
nightstand.
testimony that you didn't see these canisters? Well, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused, so you've got to help me. So you found the blue canisters on the 26th of December.
She's buying them by the
Some
box.
of them, yes. Some of them were found on the 25th. but yes.
Cases.
use code
Or
Mikey at
25th.
checkout for $20
Are you
free
able
shipping,
to,
just so you know.
and the rest were found after Miss Shulman had left, Miss Cauley had left?
So there were 2 rooms that were principally
Start with a
used-
yes or no, please.
Yeah,
Oh,
a couple seconds.
I'm sorry,
for
what
each,
was
thing.
the
That's why they
question?
just
It
keep
was-
going and going and going.
So you, and I'm sorry to be clear, you knew the blue canisters were there as of December 26th. You knew those canisters were there.
Correct.
And you found the white canisters on February 8th or 9th after Miss Cauley had left.
No, I found the white canisters also on the 26th. I did not take pictures of them until later.
And so, Your Honor, then we got to go back because, all right, so just to be clear, when you said you took pictures on the 26th, you did not take pictures on the 26th. These pictures are from the 8th or 9th.
Some of them, yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this point, but I'm trying to understand here. I'm a little confused at this point. You said the blue canisters you saw on the 26th, but you did not take pictures, right?
No, the opposite of that.
So
Doesn't
you
matter,
found
honey.
these blue canisters on the 8th or 9th, and you took pictures on the 8th and 9th when you found them.
No. On the 26th, I found all of them. I went around the house. I checked all of the rooms where I thought they could be. I found them. I started in the guest bedroom, which is where the blue canisters predominantly were.
They were still there no
as
matter
I
what.
found them, I took pictures. I then went and checked the basement, which is where the white canisters and some blue canisters were predominantly. But at that point, I had stopped taking pictures.
I saw that too.
And so I did not take pictures of the basement canisters, which were predominantly the white ones. I went back and took those pictures later when I was gathering evidence for purposes of this hearing.
All right, and just to summarize things, you saw some blue, some white canisters, or you found and located these on the 26th, but you didn't take pictures until February 8th or 9th?
Yes, I think that's a fair summary.
Okay. And Ms. Cauley wasn't there when you took those pictures, right?
I don't recall where she was.
On which date?
On 8th or February 8th or 9th, because he testified either 8th or 9th. He didn't say specifically 8th or 9th. And so, or that's why I said the 8th or 9th, Ms. Cauley was not there at the home when you took these pictures.
On the 8th or 9th, correct. She was not there.
Okay.
We get it.
And there was somebody else that was there with you when you took those pictures.
Yes, my parents came over.
Okay. And you allowed these canisters, at least from the 26th, to stay in your home?
Grasping at straws, bud.
Sure.
Really?
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right.
Again,
Anything
she didn't
further
even
from
get
this
anywhere
witness?
with that.
No, Judge.
All right, do you intend to call another witness at this point?
Not Judge.
I'm sorry?
Possibly on rebuttal, but
Okay.
that-
All right, let's take 2 or 3 minutes then before we take up Ms. Cauley as witness.
Quick smoke break, I guess.
All right, gonna take a brief break.
Just
Judge,
don't cut off the feed.
Is there a time
Judge.
that I should make sure I'm returned by, Judge?
Maybe 3 or 4 minutes.
Okay. I'll be back. Judge.
Pinch it
Thank you.
off and get back. Cut and dry, right? Is there any way possible that this is going to go?
Miss Broom, you'll have to stop the YouTube.
Okay.
Or we can
No,
hold
okay.
it.
So it'll make us do this in 2 parts.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, maybe not.
Well, hey, there she is.
Hey,
Oh,
Miss Goodman.
Did I stop it?
No,
Yeah,
I
you're
just saw
good.
this. Click
we're off
on
the record. Say whatever you want.
Okay, so they'll be right back. 3 minutes.
It's all right.
I'll give us a chance to talk about all that we've seen right here. This has been like, I don't know, man.
I thought that she was heading down that direction because I think that they're again the sheer amount of them I think is what makes it not possible. That was
I mean, you can see how she's behaving. All right, say they were. Let's be crazy. Let's say they were doing the whippets together. He doesn't act like he's doing whippets. She acts like she's doing whippets right now. Oh yeah, we try to catch as many things as we can live.
Yeah, and him being an attorney, a lawyer. Oh, man,
And the whole thing about the Miss Weaver being there, walking around armed, talking about he can overhear them discussing possibly murdering him. The post on Facebook, which is really weird. Why would you do that? I mean, I hate it when people post stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's no reason. No one in the neighborhood needs to know your business.
Yeah, and let's not forget, through this whole thing, it's very obvious there's some issues there.
Oh my God, yeah.
We're making jokes about her being super hot. My God, I mean,
She can barely hold her head up. That's why I'm saying this. When we come back, she's going to testify, and that is going to be, oh my God, it's going to be awful. We thought this was a train wreck coming up to this point. She starts talking.
And Dick Harris, no, you're absolutely right. A lot of people had mentioned one of the most popular interventions was with the Walking on Sunshine girl, and she was Duster. She was that the cans of the Duster stuff was her thing. Basically, same kind of thing. Same thing with the people that huff paint along the same lines. You kind of get that same high. I mean, oh, by the way, best intervention ever. Not that one. The one with what's his name? Mikey from the band. The little dude, 90s. Oh, I forget his name.
Glenn Danzig. You said little
exactly
dude.
who I'm talking about because Brian had a run-in with him, running around getting him drugs when he was. Well, not Brian.
Oh, the guy from Puddle of Mud?
Nope.
No, sorry. I just started rattling off people I knew were bad on drugs every time they showed up for a show.
Hold on.
Josh Todd?
His name. Not him either.
By the way, there's a huge amount of you guys here. I appreciate you being here. Please do us a huge favor. Even if you hate us, but you enjoyed the court case, give it a like. That means a lot to us and helps us out so much. You just wouldn't know.
I got to
Was he Chips Enough from Enough is Enough?
Travis
from
Days of the New.
Okay, yep.
From Days of the New. That dude, Travis Meeks. That's what I was trying to get to. If you guys ever find that episode, watch it. It's
a friend of ours allegedly had to seek out things, or there would be no show.
There would be no show. Yeah, no show. Without, no, that was a very, very sad one. Very sad one. That makes me feel a lot better about myself. Either of those shows always makes me feel a little bit better. But yeah, there's I mean, I don't think that, I mean, we're past the point. There's not going to be any big revelations or any,
I don't know.
I thought that we were going to have a person coming on. Remember, they said they had a witness. I thought. I guess they felt that they didn't need it.
Probably, I would think so. And I'm sure some people say, "Well, judge has already made up his mind. He's prejudiced against the attorney and things like that." I don't believe that. Please don't come with that.
I think he seems very fair.
Yeah, he's trying to guide her. I think in a little bit of a way.
Is it true about Right Said Fred and his dad or whatnot? Was that actually just a rumor, or
maybe
that he was with his dad?
Oh, his dad. Whoa, easy.
Yeah, right.
Allegedly.
Thought so.
And really quick, one serious note: if you or someone you know is struggling with alcohol, is struggling with some sort of substance they're using,
whippets,
get some help. Don't sit around and say, "I'll do it tomorrow. I'm fine." Things like that. Get some help. And if you know somebody's like that, reach out to them and say, "Hey, you don't see you're messing up, but you need help." There's tons of help out there. There's 800 numbers. There's websites. There's things like that. Get yourself some help.
Yeah, get yourself some help and get yourself some schmear. Baker's Choice, by the way. Nougat. How do you say?
Nougat.
Use code Mikey. And just in case you just like to party,
that's Best Whip.
Use code Mikey at checkout.
I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a great value version of those you could pick up.
Those are the white ones. She obviously preferred the blues.
How many thousands of dollars do you think she spent on those? And then was it his money? Oh,
I mean,
Erica,
you gotta rail through so many of them. It's not like you just do one and you're good to go. It's just a constant thing you're chasing that high.
And we never established what she was doing for a living. He said she had worked from home.
Yeah.
At some point.
That'd be a crazy one. That's one of the worst ones because you're trying to chase that. You know what I mean? You're trying to chase that high, and it's just never the same. They say.
No, you just gotta keep doing more and more and more. Just keep it going.
That's right. We gotta whip it. I coached too long, too high. Oh my God! I need to take care of this text. Stopping by Food Lion. Text me some things you want.
Oh
well, do they have any whippet canisters?
Don't let her do the shopping, Creed.
That scares me.
She'll come home with Kool-Aid, no sugar. Helper, no hamburger.
You guys have Kool-Aid in your house? I don't do the Kool-Aid.
Not in a long time.
Hey, I got a mystery box out there to open. I got yesterday.
Well, that'll be a good video. Speaking of videos, guys, we have a huge collection of court cases I know you have not seen. If you go over to our, we got a case playlist. We have 4 seasons worth. Make sure you're going to check those out. We have TPOs. We have, first appearances, bond hearings, you name it. We've been shunned from the law tube world, but
that's good because we're not law tubers.
I feel like if you give us a chance, let us show you what we got. Boxes and boxes of used capsules.
Yeah, as long as the damn chat don't run you off like the other person. That was still funny. It's too funny. Yeah, we'll give you something to look at while we're waiting.
I know our chat can be spicy at times, but
no point.
They are well-wishing folk.
Yes, and thank you for the reminder too. We're very close over on We Got a Case channel. Eventually, we say this all the time during We Got a Chase. We don't say it so much here. Eventually, we're going to break off of the main channel and start doing things on their respective channels. Eventually, allegedly, potentially,
supposedly. By the way, Judge said 4 to 3 minutes. It's been 10 right now.
Yeah, I was going to say it's been a little bit longer. Maybe she actually did pass out, thought that it was a good time to hit that. By the way, that water bottle, we're making jokes about it, but it was an Evian bottle. It was so crushed, and the way that she was slamming it was almost like she was taking a quick shot. It
Like
really
a swig,
looked that way.
yeah.
It really looked that way.
And when she was using it to hold her chin up was kind of
yeah,
scary. I don't call it the world's most dangerous chat for nothing.
Someday.
Don't forget at 4:05 today, if you're watching on Credence and Bishop Show page, Wild Woman Wednesday. That's right. All incredible news stories and chases and arrests of women who have stepped outside the law and taken a turn for the worse. 4:05.
I'm pretty sure that because I can see it down below. I'm pretty sure he's on the 200th or 300th refresh. Trust me.
Oh, I don't stop.
That's funny.
Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing, baby.
Oh, I got new cans, by the way. I'm testing them out to see because, these. Oh, is he going?
That guy's going to jail right now.
Yeah, I think he is.
Cuff him and stuff him. Oh my goodness!
He's taking off his necklace. Anyways, I bought these the other day. Audio Technicas ATH M20X. They're very, 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 very close to the Stonys that we would always use.
Yeah, those are good ones.
These are pretty nice, but very different than the little Sonys I've been using. These actually fit. Oh, I got a new did I show you my arm? The new mic arm I got too.
Yeah, I saw that. That was
and
nice.
We're back.
Miss Messiah. Oh my God, she's outside, Creed.
Judge.
Oh yes.
Oh, Father,
Okay, that's you got the other,
that's them, not us.
That's so dark.
Microphone going close by.
Yeah, and I apologize earlier, by the way, Judge.
That's the only time it's done it.
Yeah, he had to sort of be shouting because he's actually talking to my computer.
Oh, okay, that's a dresser.
Okay.
But I just had a quick question for the court because I know that we're obviously doing cross TPOs here, and
right.
I know for Miss Messiah, the court combined the direct
will
and the
BRB.
cross.
Oh, no,
Mr.
Creed's gone. I
Shulman.
can't BRB.
I just
Never
want to
mind.
be clear that all the evidence that we're hearing today is in the totality going towards both TPOs, correct?
Absolutely. And if there's anything that needs to be cleaned up by either side at the conclusion, whether it's recross, redirect, or something like that to finish up both cases, I'll give you the opportunity to do that, but or to tender documents or whatever, whatever else may be hanging out there. It makes it a little more difficult to do it this way. And I apologize for being late getting back. I was trying to close out our Odyssey program, which was, they've updated it. And when they update things, everything does differently. And I had to go through about 12 cases. And I think y'all probably heard that little harp sound. I was trying to close it so I could get back to look at one of the ex parte orders. And I mentioned this only because it came up in cross about being able to get belongings. Normally, the ex parte judge will include a paragraph where any party is allowed to go back to a residence in the company of a sheriff's deputy one time in order to get their belongings. So I was just looking for it, and that kept making that harp sound every time I tried to get back into it. So I apologize for that. But I have since closed it all out, so hopefully we won't be hearing that now. All right, let's see. Okay, Mr. Shulman's case is rested for the moment, and I'll allow rebuttal for either case at the end. Ms. Messiah, you wish to present evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to call Lauren Cauley.
Congrats.
All right.
All right, here we go,
Swear in your
kids.
witness, please.
Hold on tight.
Lauren, will you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you state your full name for the court, please?
Yes, Lauren May Cauley.
And what county do you live in, Ms. Cauley?
I currently reside in Gwinnett.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Gwinnett County?
A little under a year.
All right. And where did you live before then?
Excuse me. So by myself, I currently resided with Mr. Shulman in his residence.
Okay.
Or previously, excuse me.
Is there kids?
Okay.
Somewhere?
And what county is that at? In Ms. Cauley?
I believe he is Gwinnett. His home was Gwinnett, Brookhaven.
Okay. And so do you know what county Brookhaven is in?
Yes, DeKalb, excuse me.
Okay.
It's in DeKalb.
All right.
Very nervous, yeah.
That's okay. Just take a breather. All right. And so we are going to, and what do you do for a living, Ms. Cauley?
I work as a marketing analyst for Fiber Visions. I've been with them for several years now. They're also up in Duluth. So.
Okay. And tell us about when you started, again, your relationship with Mr. Shulman. You heard his testimony. Tell us whether he's correct or your thoughts about when you guys started your relationship.
Sure. Yes. So we started dating. We met on on Hinge, which is the online dating website. Probably started dating around April, and at the time he was living in Eclipse Apartments in Buckhead. So it was an immediate move-in. He asked me pretty immediately, and I started living with him in his apartment until he got the keys to his new home, and we moved into new home in Brookhaven in August together. So it was last summer that he had purchased the home and allowed me to move in.
Okay. And so tell us how was your relationship initially?
Initially our relationship was really great. We had a lot of fun. We agreed on a lot of the same ideas. Unfortunately, it became a precipitous steep decline. But at first it was very much of the honeymoon phase, and
Like every
I
relationship.
you know, we were getting along swimmingly. I didn't have anything bad to say about him until things started to go very downhill.
Thank you, Erica.
Tell us about when things started going downhill.
Things started going really downhill, like Mr. Shulman had said, around Christmas. Christmas is a very hard time of year for me. I lost my father a year and a half, 2 years ago, and it's been very difficult for my family and I. And you know, I'm not perfect. I had my coping mechanisms, and yeah, around Christmas, what Mr. Shulman had testified to, I would agree, is when things started to go really downhill. However, his testimony that I was violent and hurt him and went after him are completely false. There's absolutely no truth to it. So never have been violent toward him, and I want to make that very clear.
She on the verge of throwing
So
up.
we'll get to that. We appreciate that. You mentioned coping mechanisms. Tell the court what you believe to be your coping mechanism.
Sure. I don't drink or smoke. I don't partake in any of that. And there was some nitrous use around the holidays. And
She admits
I
it. I
will
like that.
take responsibility for that.
Give her
So you know, they're not necessarily dangerous, they're legal. Not that makes it okay, but around the holidays, when I knew my relationship was failing, and I knew that was going to be probably inevitable, and just the hardness of getting through Christmas with little to no family caused me to cope with those. So
Okay, so you mentioned having some troubles, and you've heard Mr. Shulman's testimony as it relates to alleged suicide attempt. Tell the court if you've tried to commit suicide in December or January.
So that was false. I did not attempt to commit suicide, or I would be dead. Unfortunately, that day, as Mr. Shulman testified, I did go to jail, and the first thing they do is, you know, give you your drug tests, and nothing appeared. So that is a false testimony on his end. Nothing was ingested or swallowed that would
Does nitrous show up in your piss or
justify a
anything?
suicide on that day. No.
Did you attempt to swallow anything? Were you trying to commit suicide? Like, they stopped you from ingesting anything where he had to grab your wrist to prevent you?
He did grab my wrist. Yes, he got very physical with me that day, and I was begging him to please let me go. He had already called 911, but I had not ingested anything. No, he had just continuously held me down on the bed, and the cops came, and that was it.
Can you tell us why you believe Mr. Shulman was grabbing your wrist and holding you down?
I don't know. We were definitely fighting.
Seconds.
Nothing physical up until that extent, up until he grabbed me. I take what was prescribed to me and dumped some on the floor, but nothing was ingested, nothing was attempted.
Okay.
And that's when he said he was going to call 911 and was holding me down and holding me back. And I believe he testified that he said that I was going to falsely report domestic violence on his case, which I did not do, nor would ever consider doing.
Okay,
Trust
so
me, we
let's
do
go
too. She's
to,
got a real problem,
you
and
know,
that
the
needs to be-
She felt
domestic
bad, real bad.
violence. Let's go to
Not
the
good.
precipitous for you filing a temporary protective order against Mr. Shulman.
Yes.
Tell us about what happened that day.
I just had a feeling things were going downhill, so I had checked into a hotel up in North Atlanta to kind of get away. And when I came back, I wanted out of the house. That's when Mr. Shulman had also testified. I showed up with the 2 police who told him that if he did not let me in, then he was going to be arrested. I needed my clothes. I still have nothing. I don't have my bed. I don't have clothes to wear to court. I needed to
Okay.
get some dresses for work.
So that was a play what she's got on there.
Because that was Sunday
Almost
morning
jacket.
when I had checked out of the hotel. And as soon as the police left, Mr. Shulman went upstairs to our master bedroom and locked the door, which is where I needed to primarily get, so I could get a suitcase full of clothes and things so I could go to work the next morning. And he testifies that I went into his closet and started ripping his clothes apart or something, but I'm here primarily because this is where he got very violent and physical with me.
Calm down.
Yeah, so
Just calm down.
I'm sorry. So, the last thing I remember is, I went into my closet to try to get some clothes, and I just heard, "Here, let me help you with this." And he just picked me up as hard as he could by the back of my neck and, just slammed me, like, with all of his force onto, the ground. And, it took me a moment or 2 to kind of come through or come to. And when I did, I looked up and I said, "Shea, you've just really hurt me. You've just hit me." And he said, "No, I did not." And he kept repeating, "No, I did not. No, I did not. No, I did not." And I said, "You absolutely did." And then he said, "Well, who's going to believe you? Because I'm the attorney." He claims in his testimony that I remained really calm when I recalled the police. And it was because he is armed. There's a ton of guns in that house. And when the police got back to investigate, he bold-faced lied to them as well that he had not touched me. And Mr. Shulman did end up leaving the house. And but when the cops asked, him, did you lay on her, he just said, "No, of course I didn't. No, of course I didn't," just like he is now today in court. And he absolutely did.
Okay.
And
so
that's why I'm here, because I don't feel safe really at all.
All right. So was there any pictures, or tell me about the injuries? Tell me about what evidence that you have, or anything that shows any injuries that you sustained that day.
Sure. When he said, "Let me help you with this," when I was getting my clothes, and he picked me up by the back of the neck and like WWE slam me, or whatever the wrestling thing is, into the ground. And like I said, when I called the cops again, I don't know what they recorded, but when he was asked to leave the house, when he left the house, I called my girlfriend that night, Amy, who keeps getting mentioned. And when Amy saw the back of my neck, she was insistent that we call the police again because it was pretty bad. And she took a photo.
All right, so I'd like to, if we could pull up what's been marked as petitioner's Exhibit A.
It was a big boss man sidewalk slam. Yes.
This was all a ruse about the meetup in Los Angeles.
This is just me telling you guys I'll be in Los Angeles for
Yep.
WrestleMania and
It was
meeting fans.
one big 2-hour and 23-minute advertisement.
Tell us about this photo, Ms. Cauley, and if you recognize it.
Yeah, I do. So it was behind my neck where he initially had grabbed me to throw me to the ground in our master. And
Who do you mean by he? Who are you speaking of when you
Mr.
say?
Shulman, Mr. Shulman, when I was trying to get clothes out of my closet, he said, "Here, let me help you with this."
Those are like
Pick me up
scratches.
by the back of the neck with some pretty brute force and slam me to the ground with some pretty brute force.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of the?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes, it is.
Ms. Cauley, please let your attorney finish her question before you begin to answer.
I'm sorry. Yes, Your Honor.
It's okay. All right, and Mr. Bixson is, along with the rest of us who had an opportunity to look at what's been marked here as Exhibit A. I'd like
it
to
doesn't-
enter that into evidence, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bixson.
No objection, Judge.
All right,
I
entered
mean,
without
is he an
objection.
NBA basketball player? I mean, it looks like he'd have to have huge
And
hands
so,
for his
Mr.
bare
Cauley,
hands.
Ms. Cauley, what happened after that? After you mentioned Mr. Shulman pulled you down with brute force. So what happened after that?
Yep. So
Excuse me, can we take this exhibit down now?
He said to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Yeah. Yes. Your
Okay.
Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yes.
So when I came to a bit, and like I reiterated, I said, "Shea, you've really just hurt me." He said, "No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And no one's going to believe you." And he kept reiterating the fact that no one is going to believe me under the pretense that he was the attorney and that I kind of, would never hold any candle to that. Because he is, he's an attorney. And
tell us about any law enforcement.
I don't even trust attorneys, so that's not even a go-to for me.
So in his petition, I know he says, I was remaining very calm. I felt I had to because Shea is armed. There's guns all over the house, which is another reason I really want a protective order. And so the cops were not even out of the neighborhood before when I called them again to report this act of violence. And when they got there, Shea looked at the cops once again and bold-faced lied and said, "I have not touched her. I have not touched her," and repeated it over and over. So at that point, like he testified, the cops said, "Well, you can leave your house," and he agreed to do that. I wanted to stay under the pretense that I could start packing my things and get out of the house. I had my dog there that I did not want to uproot again. I had very little money at the time. Mr. Shulman had originally offered to help me get out, but all these offers were extracted. So I was kind of left on my own. And so I'm here because I don't feel safe. Mr. Shulman.
So before you go, Ms. Cauley, I'm sorry to interject before we.
Okay.
So you shared with the court you didn't have anywhere to go. Offers were extracted. What did you do to remove yourself from the home?
She doesn't have any
I
clothes.
stayed at the house. I locked up and I had my friend come and stay with me, who was the armed one. I believe I had no idea she was armed. I personally hate guns.
Oh, admittedly, she had a pew in the house.
And I didn't have any money or anywhere to go at that point because his offers were extracted for financial help to get me out.
Okay.
So
All right, and so you mentioned reporting the assault to the police. Did you share
We'll
with
finish.
anyone else? And who, if anyone, that, you had been assaulted by Mr. Shulman?
I did. I texted his sister what I thought to be a respectful text, just letting her know that her brother and I are no longer together, and I've got evidence of that, and I'm sorry it had to end this way. And I've always tried to be very respectful of their family, but it's over. Him and I have broken up, and after he was violent, I did text his mother one text message letting her know what her son had did, because I would have considered his mother and I to been pretty close over Shea's course and I of dating for a year. I did not consider them to be harassing text messages. It was more so just
Who did she just look at?
letting them know that the relationship was ending with Mrs. Shulman, Shea's mother. I did let her know that her son had been violent with me, and I felt that she needed to know. And so there was that one text message sent to her.
Did tell us about whether or not either Mrs. Shulman's sister or mother asked you not to contact them again?
No, I never heard back from them. No. So once that was done, I didn't want to get involved with his family. I wanted to move on peacefully. It was that was it.
Okay. All right. And so tell us, again, and you've heard Mr. Shulman's testimony. Have you put your hands on Mr. Shulman?
Thank you,
No.
Have you threatened, tell us about any threats to Mr. Shulman that you've made?
I've made no threats to Mr. Shulman besides I want to get out of his home peacefully, and that I'm sorry that things ended the way that they did. And I truly mean that, but I've never been violent with Mr. Shulman. I couldn't be violent with him if I wanted to. He's bigger than me. He's an attorney. I didn't want any trouble. And these are just absolute false accusations. I've never swung at Mr. Shulman or hit him or been a danger or anything of that nature to him.
So I'm sure you heard the testimony that you changed your number several times, multiple times, to keep contacting Mr. Shulman. Tell the court if that's the case, and if so, is that true, or tell us about it?
Sure. Yeah. I did. There's an app you can change your phone number to get in touch with somebody. I was simply trying to get in touch with Mr. Shulman to get my things. I didn't even have anything to wear to court this morning. And he was making it very difficult to get into, contact with. My bed is there, my things are there. At that point he had offered me some financial help to get out, and these offers were being taken away. But I mean, it was truly to get my things back. And I wasn't getting any sort of answer back, which is why I went to the house so early in the morning with 2 police escorts the next morning, which ended violently for me.
Tell us about what resources and who else you might have reached out to get some help. And for instance, the post. Tell us what your thoughts were behind posting on Facebook.
Sure. I think we all know by now that social media can be a really great tool, and when Mr. Shulman originally hit me, I was very scared, and I didn't know what to do. I knew I was probably going to need an attorney. One, and made that very clear that I was going to be the party in trouble because he, has the quote unquote upper hand of being this attorney. And
There it is again.
like you said, his name was not in the post. It was not meant to hurt him or defame him or whatnot. I posted it because I needed help, because he slammed me to the ground that morning, and I needed resources. I needed help, and neighborhood groups like that with other women who have been through it can be a really great source. So that's why I made that post.
And so tell us, are you about any fears or concerns you have related to Mr. Shulman presently?
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Shulman has called my workplace several times. He's called my HR. I think in his testimony, he said Mrs. Weaver, Amy, was the HR director, and that's not the case. She was fired back in July. We've got a brand new person he's called. He's called the CEO. He has called my ex-boyfriend. He has called my mother. I know he's attempted my sister.
Judge, I'm going to object to this as hearsay.
She just gave a list of people she had called after they
Messiah?
broke up. So, I
Your
mean,
Honor,
what's the difference?
She's just giving her knowledge, her belief as to who Mr. Shulman is called. She's discussing why,
Remember,
same
she
as
has a
Mr.
civil case
Shulman was
against
afforded
him
the
as
opportunity,
well, not just
why
this.
she feels
That's
as
right.
though
I
she's
forgot about
civil
concerned,
case she
and
has
there is
against him.
a threat. She's just sharing those threats and what has taken place with the court.
What is the basis of her knowledge of whether he did or didn't contact these people? I can understand the
Well, we
HR
didn't ask these
person.
questions when he said that she made those calls.
Yeah.
I can, if you want me to lay foundation as to why she believes that Mr. Shulman contacted those individuals, I'm more than welcome to, I can go down that road. But similar as Mr. Shulman testified to his mother being called, his partner being called, his sister being called, Ms. Cauley is just doing the same thing, just presenting the same similar information as Mr. Shulman has about who she believes have been called, why she feels as though Mr. Shulman is a threat.
All right. Well, it's
Billy
good for both sides. I'll overrule the objection then, but let's not get too far afield. Has she already given us her list?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. It's the same list of people that Mr. Shulman has.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on then.
Yes, sir.
All right. And so is that are those your only threats? And because the court needs to understand, you're asking the court to award you a 12-month protective order.
Yes, I am. I have to start my life over. I was with Mr. Shulman thinking, we were gonna do life together, but he is heavily armed, and I mean heavily, and that scares the crap out of me. There's a lot of spy equipment in the house. Like I've reiterated, he's reaching out to work. I'm interviewing right now for some really good jobs. I don't know if he's going to go after those. I am, he's in a gated community, I'm once again starting over, and I know that he's angry with me, and I'm sleeping with one eye open. I'm not eating, I'm not drinking. I'm having a very, very hard time.
Miss Cauley, I apologize for interrupting. I thought you were through then. What do you mean heavily armed? What is your basis for that?
Mr. Shulman is a gun aficionado.
Okay, well, we saw pictures of 2 guns, a paint gun, air rifle, air pistols.
That's hardly it, sir.
Well, what else are you telling the court?
Like AR-15s, like the school shooting rifles.
The
I don't know because I'm not a gun
Don't say
person.
that
I
word.
hate them.
Are you saying you've seen these items?
Yes, sir.
Where are they? Or where were they when you saw them?
They're downstairs in the basement.
Okay, you mentioned AR-15. I mean, what else have you allegedly seen?
Glocks, like the heavy,
Judge, I'm going to have to object to this.
The ones like the
whole line
gangsters
of
use,
questioning
Your
about
Honor.
firearms. There haven't been any allegations that he ever committed any act of violence or even
Let's
threatened her with a
bring
firearm.
on this
There's
kind
no
of
allegation that a firearm was ever
I bet
used
they
in
do.
anything here.
It,
And really,
I understand that. It was in her petition, though, that he was heavily armed. There was comment to the police that he was heavily armed. So it's been a part of this hearing. I wanted to understand, is the definition of heavily armed the paint gun, the two BB guns, and 2 pistols? That's what I'm trying to clarify, is the definition in her mind of what is heavily armed.
no, no, sir. It's a lot more than that. It's, and I wish I had more gun knowledge. It was, what are those bullets? The hollow point bullets, like buckets of those. Like it's,
Buckets.
you know, I'm come from a military family. My dad was in the Navy.
That's a weird
and
way to store them.
My grandfather was a drill sergeant, and I know what guns look like, you know, and this is like an excessive, scary amount. And it scared me from day one, and I'm really scared now that all of this has gone on. And I'm
Sure.
really trying to just start my life over. And
Okay. About approximately how many, because the court is trying to understand how many is excessive. So can you give an estimate as to how many guns that you've seen in the home?
at least 20.
Goodness.
All
Well,
of
then we
them in
should
the
have had
basement?
pictures of them then,
That I know of.
rather than what we saw.
I know there
Yeah.
was some in the closet.
We took
I
pictures of
didn't
those crappy
necessarily
fake
go looking
guns.
because they scare me so badly. Like I said, my father grew up with
Pictures of
guns,
the
but they were
buckets of
always locked
ammunition.
up. These were not.
These guns were in the wild.
They're all over the car. All in his Jeep.
Do I understand, though,
This
that
car seat?
based on your testimony, has he ever threatened you with a gun?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt. I want to try and get some clarification on what she perceived he possessed.
You're okay. Yes, Your Honor.
There's a
Your
Gatling
Honor.
gun out back.
Go ahead, Ms. Simon.
And so you, there's been testimony in
Dude's got
terms
guns
of
falling out of his seats.
the using the nitrous canisters, and you mentioned that as a coping mechanism. Have you sought treatment or been hospitalized?
Yeah, so I've been seeing the same psychiatrist for 5 years now, and he's really great. And I go about twice a week now, and I actually just finished a week-long program that I was able to pay for by myself, and I'm looking at new ones. So, you know, it's not something I'm proud of, but it doesn't make me a danger. I'm just desperately trying to start my life over, and I'd like to do it feeling safe.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Bixson, any cross-examination?
This is going to be
Yes,
brutal.
Judge. Ms. Cauley, do you recall the events of January 27th, 2023?
I believe that's when Mr. Shulman said that I hit him, or that was the day that I went to jail for the FTA.
Okay. Police officers were called out to the residence on that day, correct?
I'm sorry, sir, I did not hear you.
Yes, I said police officers were called out to the house that day. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you like to admit up front that you were not honest with the police officers on January 27th of 2023?
No, because I was honest with them.
Okay. Now, you told the police that Mr. Shulman called 911 without a valid reason. Is that correct?
It was not a valid reason. So if that's what was told to them, then yes.
You deny that you tried to commit suicide?
Yes,
You deny that you poured out bottles of pills and tried to take those pills?
I didn't deny that. I said I poured them out. I said I did not ingest.
Okay. And if we could pull up what is marked as P16, that's post-suicide attempt pill pictures, please.
We got some receipts, Mikey.
No,
Would be
my
under
goodness.
Mr. Shulman's case.
Yes, Judge, it would.
Okay.
But he is an attorney, Creed. I
Please,
don't know if
please
you heard.
clarify which case you filed your exhibits under.
Gotcha. And Judge, all of our exhibits are all under Mr.
Okay.
Shulman's case. So
I assume they were, but
okay.
Hmm.
Ms. Cauley, do you recognize that picture?
That could be any mess.
You recognize that flat ass?
Is your testimony today that that is not you in that picture?
No, that is me.
Okay. Are those your pill bottles on the floor?
They are probably some. Shea and I had the same, what's it called? Pull out drawer.
Okay. How did those pill bottles get on the floor?
They were thrown onto the floor.
Earlier, you testified that you would dump some on the floor. Is that correct?
Throw and dump, interchangeable.
Why were they dumped on the floor?
I was just having a tantrum. But
And
no,
lashing out.
but that does not mean I tried to kill myself, and that does not mean anything was ingested.
Okay. You told the police that you were unsure why Mr. Shulman would make accusations about you.
Accusations is a broad term.
I'm asking you your words. I'm asking, did you tell the police that you were unsure why Mr. Shulman would make these accusations against you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You told the police that you were about to take a nap when Mr. Shulman held you down and would not allow you to move.
That is correct. Mr. Shulman did hold me down and not allow me to move that day until the police got there. And then when the FDA thing happened, he ran out.
Let me interrupt you for a second.
Please.
But you told the police that you were about to take a nap, correct?
If that's what's on record, then I mean, this is pushing 2 months ago.
Okay, but you left out the part about you pouring out all of the prescribed medication pill bottles on the floor, correct?
They can go upstairs and see it, which they.
I'm not asking what they could have done. I'm asking what you told them. And what I'm asking is, you told the police that you denied you poured out those bottles of pills and tried to take them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You told police on January 27th of 20, and we can take, actually, Judge, I would ask that that picture be admitted in evidence. I don't know if, for purposes of today, whether we're going to introduce it as petitioner's exhibit or whatever the court prefer.
It'll be entered as marked, each of you as petitioner under your own particular case number.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Assuming, Ms. Masai, you didn't file anything in both cases, did you?
Actually, I did, Your Honor.
Okay. But did you mark them as respondent in his case and then petitioner in your case? Or you said you did both case numbers on there? Okay. All right. I'll get to the right place.
Okay, Judge.
All right.
Are those tendered into evidence? I didn't hear any objection on that.
Any objection, Ms. Messiah? Okay, admitted without objection.
Thank you. Ms. Cauley, you told the police on January 27th of 2023 that you felt unsafe around Mr. Shulman. Is that correct?
Most likely at that point during our relationship, yes.
Okay, and you told the police that Mr. Shulman was physically violent with you on January 27th, correct?
He had held me down to the bed, yes, and did not let me go. I would consider that violence when I was asking him to please get off of me.
And you said that he had pinned you down for 5 minutes and would not let you move.
Correct.
Okay. You told the police that after Mr. Shulman called the police, he told you that you were screwed. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. It's going to facts, not assumed in evidence. I mean, we haven't, he's going through, I presume, a police report and saying, and it wasn't introduced as evidence. He's not asking for specific, like, where is this coming from? Where are these alleged facts coming from? I mean, there's not.
I'm asking her questions and she can say yes or no. If she says no, I can introduce that exhibit and then use it, but she's saying yes, there's no need to.
I'll overrule the objection. I mean, he's asking her what she told the police. Obviously, he has a document that says what she told the police, or that what they wrote down that she told them. So he's allowed a thorough and sifting cross-examination, and I'll overrule the objection.
So, Ms. Cauley, basically, you told the comps that Mr. Shulman made the whole thing up to set you up. Is that correct?
No, I did not say that.
Okay. Would you agree with that statement that Mr. Shulman tried to just set you up with the whole thing?
I think that Mr. Shulman's, I don't know. I can't speak of Mr. Shulman's intents because I'm not Mr. Shulman. I don't know of his intention. I do know that he landed me in jail and ran out screaming and crying to the police, to the cops.
I was waiting for the call.
Judge, I apologize. I'm just going through the exhibits here. I'm just trying to make sure we get the right one here.
And if anything was said like that, it was because I probably knew that I had a traffic ticket and was going to get in trouble for that.
Did she go to jail?
He succeeded there.
Yeah.
Huh. I missed that earlier.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to introduce exhibit that's labeled as P20, and this is from the petitioner's side. It's 12723 audio.
Got some audio. Let's see how she talks then.
Oh boy.
I assume you mean 1:27 or something.
It's January 27th.
Oh, the date. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Judge.
What is it? No, it's not. What do you want?
Can I see if you're being recorded?
Judge, is there any way that we could turn up the volume on this?
I was turning it up on mine, but Ms. Broom, is there any way to increase it?
Hot it up.
It's at 100%.
Everybody be quiet.
Listen carefully.
Well,
At this point, Mr. Shulman had begun to record me almost.
Okay, ma'am, hold on, ma'am. He didn't ask you a question yet.
Well, Judge, yeah, Judge, if it's okay with the court, I can play that on my computer and like turn it up, and if everyone can hear it better that way, or we can try to put our ears to the computer, whatever the court prefers.
Well, let me see. Ms. Broom, it was at 100%, and then it went back down.
Yeah, it's at 100%.
Okay, try it one more time, and let's see where we are.
Okay.
What is it? No, it's not. What do you want?
Can I see if you're being recorded? Do you have the
Lauren?
decency to leave your phone in your room like an adult?
What do you want?
I have to show you something.
Then show me.
Put your phone away.
My phone is away.
It's on audio record. I wasn't born yesterday, Shay. You're crossing lines.
What do you want to show me?
Put your phone away, please. It's
My
nothing
phone
bad.
is away.
Show me the screen. Pull it up. Pull up the audio record tool.
Lauren, what do you want to show me?
You can't audio record me.
Okay, you're not being audio recorded.
Prove it.
Lauren, what would you like to show me?
Prove it. I'm not being audio recorded.
Why does it matter?
Huh? Because it's nothing bad when you're crossing all sorts of lines. You're treating me like a criminal now.
Lauren, I don't trust you. Period. What would you like to show me?
After all this time, you're interested.
What would you like to show me?
Please put your phone up. I'm not doing anything bad.
My phone is away.
No, it's not, Shay. It's in your pocket on auto record.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna leave the house.
Where are you going?
I don't know. I'll go to the office. I'll go somewhere else. Please move. Trying to take my phone? Are you serious right now? My phone is away. Stop. Lauren. Stop. You're literally taking my phone. Lauren. Stop. Stop.
tried to take it away.
What are you doing?
Are you gonna take me to court, Shay? What are you gonna take me to court for?
Lauren,
What grounds?
I'm not taking you to court.
Then why are you recording everything?
Okay, I'm leaving.
Where are you going?
I'll go somewhere else.
No, you don't need to go anywhere else right now.
Yeah, I do. You're being physically aggressive, trying to steal my phone.
Because you put me on auto record, which is ridiculous.
If you could hear yourself right now, you wouldn't think so. You're out of control. And now you're getting physically aggressive, and I'm not sticking around for that. Okay? What did you want to show me in here?
Put your phone up.
No. What did you want to show me before I leave? Okay. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
Away.
No, Shay, come here.
Lauren,
When this is
there's
done,
nothing
too.
more to discuss. I'm done. 60 days, okay? The threatening suicide, the getting physically aggressive, the lying, the drugs, it's
The drugs. What drugs have I done, Shay?
nitrous.
When was that?
Christmas Day, and then a relapse 2 or so weeks later.
So, you think it's okay your dad is asking you for Adderall?
My dad has nothing to do with this.
It's drugs.
Okay. What's your point? My dad's not living here.
Bye, Shay.
What did you want to show me?
What's your credit?
What?
What's your credit?
What are you throwing pill bottles on the ground for? What are you doing? Stop it. What are you doing?
Is this where she was not ingesting them?
You're trying to take all these pills?
The attempt.
What are you doing? Stop it. Lauren, stop it. Stop it. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You can hear her open them.
Yeah.
Get up off the floor, please. Let go. Stop it.
She's like a
Leave the
child.
house.
Lauren, stop it.
Leave the house.
I have to call 911 now.
You're calling 911.
I am calling 911. Stop it.
Fuck you aren't.
Did you just take some of the pills? What are those? I'm calling 911. You're trying to swallow fucking pills, Lauren. Stop it.
It does. That's
Yeah,
much
really.
less of a tantrum than I thought it would be. That's way more serious.
Drop the pills. Drop the pills.
Leave.
Lauren.
Leave.
This is unfucking believable.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Ugh.
Please let go of the pills.
fucking hurting me.
Lauren, you're trying to swallow pills. I'm trying to restrain you.
You're fucking hurting me.
It's not intentional.
You're not calling 911.
Who should I call? You need to be committed right now. You need help.
No, you're hurting my fucking bones.
Lauren, you're trying to swallow fucking pills.
Don't call them.
You just punched me. Thank you.
Because you're fucking restraining me. You're hurting my chest.
You're trying to swallow pills. Let go of the pills right now. Let go of the pills. What is wrong with you? Stop. Stop. You're trying to spit at me? Let go of the pills. Let go of the pills. Lauren, let go of the pills. Let go of the pills.
Why would you even care?
Lauren,
You're hurting me.
let go of the pills. Let go of the pills, please. Did you take any? How many did you take?
Judge, we can go ahead and pause it here.
Wow.
Good.
Wow, wow, wow. That was
If we could, just for a second. Miss, you recognize your voice in that recording?
I do.
Do you recognize Mr. Shulman's voice in that recording?
I do.
Do you agree this interaction between you and him we just listened to is from January 27th of 2023?
To the best of my knowledge.
And in that recording, we could hear you grabbing at Mr. Shulman's phone in the beginning when he was going to leave. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Shulman had been recording me unbeknownst to me.
Simple yes or no, ma'am.
Start with a
Yes.
yes or no, please, just as I instructed Mr. Shulman, and then you can explain your answer, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Now, also in that recording, we heard you being physically aggressive with Mr. Shulman. And in
They were
fact,
dating.
I believe he said, or you said, yes, it's because you put me on auto record. Isn't that correct?
No.
Your testimony to the court today is that you did not say in that recording, it's because you put me on auto record when Mr. Shulman said that you were being physically aggressive. If you'd like, we can play back the recording again.
That's not necessary. I was not physically aggressive with Mr. Shulman, but yes, I did say those things.
So you did in fact say that it was because he put you on auto record that you were physically aggressive.
Excuse me, the question isn't making sense to me.
Sure, I'll restate it. What I asked you was, in that audio, we could hear you say that it's because you put me on auto record that you were being physically aggressive.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In that audio recording, we could also hear you spit at Mr. Shulman. Is that correct?
You could also hear what?
You spit at Mr. Shulman.
No, that is incorrect.
Okay. Now, after listening to that audio, do you recall threatening to commit suicide on January 27th of 2023?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, I'm going to go to relevance. We're trying to streamline this thing just to listen to 12-minute call-up. And the question is whether or not she did or didn't try to commit suicide on a day that's not in question of alleged abuse. I'm confused here.
Judge, I don't even really understand the objection here. I mean, so far we've heard Ms. Cauley testify as to one thing. We've just heard audio evidence of something that completely contradicts her earlier testimony, on top of the fact that it verifies what Mr. Shulman was testifying to earlier. It's 100% relevant, and I don't even see where the objection is.
Objection's overruled.
Okay, now, Ms. Cauley, do you recall threatening to commit suicide on January 27th of 2023?
I do.
That is not, in fact, what you testified to earlier. Is that correct?
You would have to tell me what I testified.
You denied to the police on January 27th, 2023 that you denied, I'm sorry, you told the police that you denied that you tried to commit suicide in the police report. Isn't that correct?
Yes, because I did not.
You just testified that you did.
Your Honor, I'm object again, argumentative. There's a difference between threatening to commit suicide and attempting suicide.
Thank you. That's my point.
Well, hold on, ma'am, don't open your mouth while the lawyers are arguing. It's not your job. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Because I can't hear them when you're talking over them. All right, Ms. Messiah, what was your
Objection.
response?
It's argumentative, Your Honor. She's already asked and answered, Your Honor.
Well,
look who's talking.
Well, asked, answered, and then unanswered, and he was trying to clarify, wasn't he?
There, the
Because
judge
it's
got
going
it.
back and forth, is the way I'm hearing it. I don't think that she answered it the same way twice.
So, and Judge, I'll clarify. Ms. Cauley, is it your testimony today that you threatened to commit suicide on that day?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Now, isn't it true that you texted your friend Christine and threatened to commit suicide that day as well?
I do not recall threatening. I do not recall texting Christine that day. No.
Delayed.
Ooh.
Judge, if we could pull up what's labeled as P5, it's 12723 LC text.
Does he
to
have it?
Christine.
He's got it, man.
Oh, wow.
And Judge, actually, I apologize because we got a little bit set off from the audio we were just listening, but I would just ask that that be
boy.
tendered into evidence.
All right. Any objection, Ms. Messiah?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to object to relevance. Again, if we're talking about the day from the petition where the parties allegedly had, interaction, then yes. I think here and I'm not even understanding exactly what we're trying to do. Are we trying to prove that she threatened to commit suicide or attempted to commit suicide? I mean, I'm not understanding what we're doing here and even the relevance related to that. I'm confused, honestly.
Judge, I don't know if we listened to the same recording, but in that recording, we heard Ms. Cauley being physically aggressive. We heard her threatening or attempting suicide, depending on your definition. And we heard her lie, basically, when contrasted with her earlier testimony. It couldn't get any more relevant than that.
Recording is admitted over objection.
Thank you, Judge. All right. Yes, and if we could pull up P5, please, Judge.
While he's pulling it up, make sure you like this video. Do us a huge favor. We appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Cauley, do you recognize this text?
I do.
Okay. That first message there is from you, correct?
Yes.
And you sent that to your friend Christine, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And could you read that message for the court, please?
I said, I am 2 steps away from taking a gun to my head.
Thank you. And this is sent on the same day that you allegedly threatened to commit suicide, correct?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure what date this was sent?
No, I'm not.
But you are sure that you sent this message to your friend?
It's yes.
Okay, thank you. Judge, we would ask that this be tendered into evidence.
All right, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. We have no telephone number. No, we don't know who this is to and from. There's no labeling at the top.
Your client just admitted it's her text to her friend. So we've established that part of it.
Oh,
Bob, it's a
no.
The only
3-hour
thing I
case.
understood that we didn't establish was whether she agreed it was on January 27th.
And that's the other part, Your Honor. There are no dates to it. That's just it. It's just a shot of time. So we don't know when the relevant, I mean, she attests that she didn't know exactly if it was on that date or not.
The stuttering is back.
Okay. Mr. Bixon, I apologize.
No problem, Judge. I have, look,
If you
Judge.
have another
if-
question or two about this,
I would just think should
probably-
be seen as further evidence of this attempted suicide, or the fact that she was suicidal on that day, Judge.
Yeah, I understand, but the date is the question. I don't know if it was close in time or if it was that same day. But
I mean, hey, Judge, look, if the respondent wants to say that this is an ongoing issue with them, we can do it that way
I'm
as
going to
well.
admit it for what it is, and y'all can both argue it at closing.
Will do, Judge. Thank you.
Over objection.
And Judge, we would just have to be tendered into evidence as well, obviously.
Okay, I thought you already had.
I figured just in case. So, all right.
Okay.
Now, Miss Cauley, did you pour out 2 full prescription bottles onto the floor and take a fistful of pills?
No, that is incorrect, or I would not be here speaking to you with you today.
Did you take any of those pills?
No, I did not.
Mr. Shulman stopped you, didn't he?
No, he did not.
He
Sure
didn't
sounded
stop
like
you?
it.
No, he did not.
He wasn't in the room with you?
Yes, he was.
And we all listened to that recording together. You're saying that he stood there while you what?
He did not
Nothing?
stand. He did not stand there, but he did pin me down pretty severely.
And your testimony today is that he pinned you down because why?
Because he was under the impression that I was trying to kill myself, which was not the case.
Why would he be under that impression?
I don't know. I can't speak for Mr. Shulman.
You don't think it's because you poured out 2 prescription bottles and tried to swallow them?
No, I don't, because that's not what happened.
And you punched Mr. Shulman during that struggle, isn't that correct?
That's absolutely false.
And you threatened to tell the police that he was violent with you if he called them, isn't that correct?
That's absolutely false.
You expressed to Mr. Shulman that you did not want the police called that day, isn't that correct?
That is true. Who wants the cops called?
Wow.
Mr. Shulman did call the police, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And they did come to the house?
That is correct.
Isn't it true now that we've listened to that audio that it's clear that you did lie to the police when they did show up that day?
I did not lie to the police.
Your contention is that you had merely threatened suicide, not that you had attempted to commit suicide.
Objection, Your Honor. I know she's asked and answered that question. And again, we're going down a rabbit trail about suicide. Whether she was suicidal or not is not the context of this case. Like,
Judge, I think we need to make it very clear because Ms. Messiah has brought this up a number of times. Her being suicidal is a factor in this case, 100%. Because I hear this objection being raised over and over and over, but we've addressed it already, Judge.
there's an extreme amount of emphasis put on whether or not she's suicidal, threatened suicide, attempted suicide, who she sent to on text message related to suicide too. And my understanding is to me as to whether or not they're violent against one another. I mean, not whether or not on the 26th, which is not the day that either of these individuals filed the petition or filed a petition related to whether she was suicidal or not.
All right. I'm going to sustain the objection as to the ask and answered, because yes, I already remember her answer. As to the relevance of the issue, that is part of the volatility of domestic violence. And this is not the first case in which that's occurred. It goes to the condition of the parties at the time of these incidents. And so it absolutely is relevant. So please, if you want to just make a standing objection to the relevance, that's fine. I'm overruling it. As to the ask and answered, I sustain.
Hey, Judge.
All right.
Ms. Cauley, do you recall any incidents where you initiated physical contact with Mr. Shulman?
No, I do not.
Okay. What about when you attempted to take his phone?
I did attempt to take his phone. I would not say that is a physical, he had been recording me
She always said unbeknownst to her.
Mr. Shulman
she
had
knew it.
been recording me.
I'm not asking whether or not he was recording. I'm asking, did you try to take his phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you tried to take his phone with your hands?
Yes, I did. Once I found out that he was recording me, I think anyone would do the same.
And so you grabbed at
No,
him,
they wouldn't.
No, I did not grab at him. I grabbed at his phone, his device.
the phone he was holding?
Yes, his device, not him.
Do you recall any situations where Mr. Shulman attempted to get away from you and to de-escalate?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you followed him, isn't that correct?
Well, it was our home, so I was either following the dog or going to the bathroom or
In the audio recording we just listened to, Mr. Shulman attempted to leave and you prevented him from doing so. Isn't that correct?
He could have easily left the house, just like he.
My question is, did you attempt to make him stop?
No.
You didn't.
Yes. God.
Yes, there has been, Mayor.
12-minute.
12-minute
Please repeat your question.
audio.
Did you attempt to make Mr. Shulman, or did you attempt to prevent Mr. Shulman from leaving the home?
Did I attempt Mr. Shulman from?
Did you attempt to prevent Mr. Shulman from leaving the home?
Yes, I did.
What about any situations where you physically tried to stop him from leaving?
No.
Isn't it true that after that whole incident, when he tried to get away from you, you followed him? Isn't that correct?
You'll have to specify which incident.
How many incidents did you follow him?
Not very many. Clearly, as I'm out of his home now.
I'm talking about when you were in the home with him. And I was specifically mentioning that day, but we'll move on from there. You pushed Mr. Shulman, isn't that correct?
No, it is not correct. I would not have the physical capability to push Mr. Shulman because he's about 3 times my size.
You're saying you don't have the ability to push someone.
No, not somebody that big. No, I do not.
You initiated contact, physical contact with Mr. Shulman, isn't that correct?
Mr. Shulman initiated physical contact.
No,
with
no,
me.
no, that's not the question. My question is,
Please answer the question as asked, okay?
and I'll repeat
Yes or
it.
no, and then you can explain your answer. I'm going to say that again.
Judge, I'll repeat the question. You initiated physical contact with Mr. Shulman, isn't that correct?
Define physical contact.
Your body touching his body.
When?
On January 27th.
No, I've never initiated anything with
You
Mr.
didn't testify earlier that you were grabbing his phone, that he was holding.
I was
that-
his device, not his body.
She admitted it now.
Thank you.
You hurled some anti-Semitic slurs towards Mr. Shulman that day, didn't you?
No.
You didn't call him, and I quote, a cheap, shitty Jew.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance, and she's already answered it before I can get it out to say no.
It's verbal abuse. Is the respondent not claiming that would be verbal abuse?
All right, I'm going to allow the question. It was discussed in direct examination by the petitioner, and in his case,
He is, yes.
So it's out there. So I want to hear what her response is to that question. Either she did or she
One
didn't.
second, Nate. I need to go through the exhibits here.
He's crushing it.
Do you think that the
what?
stuff that he's brought is
We're pulling up exhibits.
Oh, it's A1 stuff.
Yeah, it really is.
The audio was. Oof.
Give me 1 second, Judge. If you don't
Playing
mind.
the entire thing. I mean, we heard it unfold.
Is that okay, Judge?
Okay.
And to pretend you're going to commit suicide just to, get a rise out of this guy is pretty pathetic. It's almost worse than admitting, yeah, you were going to commit suicide. There's people who are really need help and really are in crisis, and you're pretending to be in
All right,
crisis.
Judge, if we would like to go ahead and introduce what's labeled as P21, this is from petitioner's side. It is P21, then it's 12723, and that is consolidated audio.
She spit also, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can hear her spit on
This
them.
is not the same audio as we previously heard.
Different audio, Judge.
Okay.
Congrats.
You left me. You're not honed in, you're not tuned in, and you're not an attentive, caring partner.
Okay. Are we done?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna walk away now. Okay.
Fuck you, Shea.
Why are you following me?
Huh?
Where are you going?
I can follow you all I want.
I'd rather you not.
What are you gonna do? Take one of your AR-15s and shoot me?
No, Lauren, that's very fucked up to say.
Let me see your text messages from Christine.
Okay. So you went through my phone. Why are you following me? You don't want to see me or be around me, so why don't we separate right now?
Have fun in this house by yourself, Shea.
Okay. I'm gonna go upstairs. Why don't you stay downstairs, okay?
Let me see your fucking.
Please don't grab me and please don't touch me.
No, no, I will.
No, please don't grab me and please don't touch me.
I think you're fucking lying, and I'm about to get Christine on the phone.
Okay, you can do whatever you want. Please just do it away from me.
Oh, do you get her out here for your security blanket?
No, I'm good. I'm going upstairs to do some work.
Do you think it's normal that you had a stuffed animal that comes from hell at your age? Do you think that's normal?
I think some people have what they have. All right, please stop following me around. You're just being mean for the sake of being mean at this point.
I'm being mean for the sake of being mean?
Lauren, stop pushing me and stop touching me, please.
You're an asshole, Shea.
Stop pushing me, please.
You're an asshole.
Okay. Stop.
Look at me and tell me you thought you were a good partner.
I was a very good partner.
You honestly think that.
Lauren, do you want me to say I was a bad partner?
Let me see the text from Christine. I don't believe you either. I think you're fucking lying to try and press me.
You can call Christine.
She is.
You can call her
100%.
Christine whenever you want.
You don't think that was crossing a line?
No. I don't. All right. Please stop following me and pushing me and touching me. You're continuing to follow me.
I'm going to get my fucking phone. I don't want to follow you.
Where are you going?
To the fucking couch.
I will go upstairs.
Fucking cheap, shitty Jew.
I'm sorry.
There it is.
Cheap, shitty Jew. That was nice.
But it's fucking true.
Okay.
Wow, there it is.
Lauren, what would you like to show me?
Prove it. I'm not being auto recorded.
Why does it matter?
Huh? Because it's nothing bad when you're crossing all sorts of lines. You're treating me like a criminal now.
Lauren, I don't trust you.
Now, Your Honor, we're going into the same thing. It's the same, according to the same day.
All right, Ms. Broom, can you put it on hold, please? Pause.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, wow, wow.
We don't need to listen anymore.
Prepared?
No.
Yes.
Ms. Cauley, do you recognize your voice on that audio?
Yes.
You recognize Mr. Schulman's voice on
Mic
that
drop
audio?
is right,
Yeah.
Cynthia.
I know earlier I asked you whether or not you had called Mr. Shulman, I believe, and I quote again, cheap, shitty Jew. Is that still your testimony today?
Yes.
That wasn't you on that audio recording calling
No,
him
I
that.
just said yes, it was.
Okay, so your testimony earlier, in fact, was not true.
I can't recall everything that I've said in the past 3 months during this absolute
That wasn't
nightmare.
your testimony. Your testimony wasn't, I don't recall. It was, I didn't do that.
Okay. Well, I'm changing my testimony.
Okay, I just need to figure out how much more of this testimony we have to go back through and change. Has your lawyer informed you what perjury is?
Yes, I know what perjury is.
Just wanted to check. All right, now in that audio recording that was on January 27th, 2023, that's correct, isn't that?
I believe so. I couldn't tell you the dates.
Judge, at this point, I would like to go ahead and tender that audio recording into evidence.
She got a little sass in her voice now, not so shaky
Interjection.
anymore.
It is, Your Honor. So she called him a name on the 27th.
All right. I'm going to admit it over objection.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Cauley, in that recording, we heard you following Mr. Shulman. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Being verbally aggressive with Mr. Shulman. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Being physically aggressive with Mr. Shulman. Isn't that correct?
No, I was not physically aggressive with Mr. Shulman.
You were not, despite what we
No.
heard in that audio. Your testimony today is that you were not physically aggressive with Mr. Shulman.
I was not physically aggressive with Mr. Shulman in the previous recorded audio.
You weren't grabbing at his phone in that recording.
The one I admitted to, yes, I grabbed at his phone, and the one we just listened to, no.
You were-
I specifically said I'm going to the couch and he's going upstairs.
Before that, you weren't grabbing at his phone because we heard you, the two of you, shuffling around in that video when you're trying to grab it. And your testimony today is you were
Said she
not
didn't
grabbing.
do it, but
I'm not admitting. I'm not.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Cauley. All right, Ms. Messiah,
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
Asked and answered. He asked whether or not she was following. He asked and answered. He asked the same thing. He started testifying and then he answered.
And
Even Miss Messiah sounds
Judge,
depressed
I just,
about everything.
I agree. I asked and she answered it, but there's also a bunch of questions that I've asked and she's answered different ways. And I feel like sometimes I need to ask it 2 or 3 times to get a right answer out of her.
Well, perception of right answer is, there's at least 2 perceptions, I'm sure, here at this table, or we wouldn't be here.
Fair enough, Judge.
I'm pretty good at hearing it one time, and you can argue it. Both of you can argue all of this at the end.
Yes, Judge.
Please try to refrain from asking and answering the question multiple times unless it comes up in a specific way that
3.5
leads you back
happens.
to that.
Gotcha. No problem. Ms. Cauley, Mr. Shulman tried to get away from you that day, didn't he?
Yes.
He was not physically aggressive with you in any way, was he?
Which date?
January 27th of 2023.
No, he was, because that was the day he held me down on the bed and called the police.
Were you trying to provoke Mr. Shulman
No, I was not trying to provoke Mr. Shulman.
when you were calling him names?
No,
Mr. Shulman ultimately did go upstairs, correct?
I do not remember.
Has anyone ever filed a restraining order against you before?
Yes.
Have you ever been accused in any public pleading of being unstable?
All right,
No.
okay, hold on, Ms. Cauley. I think I gave instructions on that. If you've got a 12-month TPO, we're not going there because it either means it was dismissed or not proven. And I'm
True,
not
we
going to
did
do it
discuss
off
that
of a
earlier.
petition.
Mm-hmm.
As anybody can file anything.
She's
As
very
Well,
slow in the
just to be clear,
objection.
it was, and I can introduce it if the court wants to go there, but this is a petition that was granted for the temporary, for the 30 day.
I understand, but that's an ex parte hearing. And
Understood.
I don't place a great deal of value on that. I've done hundreds, if not thousands of ex parte hearings, and on occasion heard the 12-month hearing and dismissed my own case because I heard the other side. So,
Understood, Judge.
you know, so to
We
me,
did
that ex
agree,
parte has little or no value.
We're done.
Understood. I'll go ahead and move on.
All right.
No,
I'm sorry.
Witness's answer, Your Honor. I move to strike the witness's answer from Mr. Biggs's last question.
Okay. Well, of course, we don't have a jury here or a court reporter, so I will disregard it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right. Ms. Cauley has, on several occasions, Mr. Shulman blocked your phone numbers. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Shulman blocked your number, you continued to try to communicate with him. Isn't that correct?
Yes. As I stated clearly before, I was trying to get my things out of his house, which I still do not have.
All right, hold on right there, Mr. Bixson. I've got a question for you, Mr. Cauley. When you received your copy of the ex parte order,
Yes, sir.
did you read the paragraph where it said for you to contact the police or the sheriff, and you would be allowed one trip back? And I know the Brookhaven police the first time they showed up, got you in the door, and then apparently left. But the sheriff's department actually stands by. So you had an option there. Did you call the sheriff's department about getting your belongings back?
Yes, sir, I did. And I was told over and over that I was not allowed to get anything back until after this hearing. So I was misinformed.
Okay, well, or misunderstood what they said. I mean, we do this every day. That's
Okay,
their job. All
well,
right.
it was,
Okay, I understand what you said as far as why you claim that you
Her
called in.
attorney should have been able to tell her that.
You had that available to you, and I'm sorry that you misunderstood, because they do it every day. They stand by while
Both
you get
are,
your
actually.
belongings and go.
Both of them.
Both sides.
All right, let's move on from that line of questioning, please.
Thank you, Judge. Now, you used an application of some sort to make the fake phone number to be able to contact Mr. Shulman.
yes,
Okay, you did this over 10 times.
I would not say over 10.
You would say, do you have a number of do you know how many fake phone numbers you created to contact him?
No, I don't.
Did you ever block Mr. Shulman's number?
Yes, of course.
Was this before or after you were creating the fake phone numbers?
This was before.
Why would you block him if you were going to use fake phone numbers to reach out to him?
Because like I had already said, our relationship had started going downhill around Christmas. And there were times where I did not want to speak with him. So I took it upon myself to block his number off of my phone. So he could not get a hold of me before this got into the circus that it now currently is.
Did Mr. Shulman ever use a fake number or new number to call you?
I can't honestly answer that. Probably.
Judge, just give me 1 second. I'm just pulling up this message here.
Uh-oh. It's got some more.
Oh my God.
Just backing up the dump truck.
He has gotten her to admit to a lot of things. There's no doubt about that.
He's broke her several times.
Yeah. That's why I'm surprised he's still going. And that's why I'm also
Do
surprised
you
that
recall calling Mr. Shulman on February 8th of 2023?
No, I do not.
Okay. Would it help if I were to play the audio recording of that phone call in order to refresh your memory?
I think you're going to do it anyway. So why not?
Judge, if we could pull up.
Wow.
Try to remove the sarcasm from your answer and just answer yes or no.
Where's all that shaky voice at?
This just keeps
corner.
giving and giving and giving.
Judge, if we could pull up what's labeled as P41 again, this is from the petitioner side. It's labeled P41
One of the greatest
2823
cases of all
consolidated
time.
audio.
All right.
And pursuant to
Not
what we
at all.
discussed earlier in these proceedings, can I have an understanding as to what this recording contains or we're expecting to get out of this recording?
All right, Mr. Bixon, if you will kind of give her an overview of what this is.
So the gist of this recording is Ms. Cauley acknowledging that she needs help and arguably confessing to some of the facts in this case.
Your Honor, and I think it's been established, Ms. Cully needed help. She sought help. She went to treatment. I'm just going to ask the relevance and what,
Throw in
what
the
facts,
towel.
you know, if Mr. Bixon could generalize it.
She's be like,
Ms. Bixon, can you narrow it down somewhat as to what facts you're thinking the call will show?
So the most important aspect of it was her admitting that she needed counseling, and I understand that she's
Okay,
admitted.
yeah,
as
we've
much.
got that.
But there's other points, and again, like I would have to listen. In all honesty, Judge, I would have to listen to it to extract every single point that we're going to have to do. But the gist of it is that she admits to her behavior in this audio recording, that some of which she's previously denied.
Okay, I'll allow the recording.
The two ladies didn't expect any of this, right?
No.
I don't think they thought.
If you
any
remember
of
at the beginning of the case, she said, "Oh,
Hello?
Who is this?
Hey, Sam, out of your house.
Oh, and you have to stop calling me.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Shay. I want this all dropped. I'll write a letter. I'll do what I have to do. You won. I'm going into treatment. Okay? You can record it. I don't care. I have no fight in me. None. And I'm so sorry. And there's a place you can take me and the dog. But please just drop everything, and I will too. I haven't reported you. I haven't done anything. I just have.
I know for a fact that's not true, Lauren. I have to defend myself. I'm sorry.
You can pull up my iCloud. I don't know what you're talking about. I posted on the Facebook thing because I was genuinely scared at the time. That was it. That was the only public thing. But Shea, I need this gone. I've talked to my mom. I've talked to everyone. Me and Micah can go to a treatment place.
A treatment place.
I'm so sorry, Shea, and I loved you so much. I promise you I did. And I know you have it in your head, but I didn't. I made the one post that I'll admit to in the neighborhood group that was taken down within 2 hours. I don't know if you have a PTO. I know what you've taken out on me, just like you know. I've spoken to a judge. I took, I'm going to get help. But you've got to drop things and give me a chance. And you'll never hear from me again, I promise. I promise. There's 3 places waiting for me. I'm a broken spirit, Shea. And I can't fight you in court. We both know it. You can have your practice. You can have your beautiful home. I don't have to fight.
Judge, we can go ahead and pause it here, by the way.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Cauley, do you recognize your voice in that recording?
Yeah, of course I recognize my voice in that recording.
Okay. And I apologize, Ms. Messiah, if you were going to object all.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll let you go down the line. I'm sorry. Let me let you get it out. My apologies.
All right. Now, on that date, you called Mr. Shulman from a fake number. Isn't that correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Because your listed number was blocked by him. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
You stated you needed help.
Yes. And I've
And you asked Mr. Shulman if he could watch your dog if you checked into an inpatient rehab.
I did because Mr. Shulman really loved my dog.
This is from someone who you claimed physically abused you?
I didn't say he physically abused the dog.
No, that wasn't my question. My question was if you wanted someone who you claim physically abused you to watch your dog.
Deflated.
I think that we all heard a very desperate person in that voicemail, and I said that I was.
That's, again, I just need a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Let's talk about your claim of abuse against Mr. Shulman. You're claiming that he physically attacked you in the morning of February 5th of 2023. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. The previous evening, that's February 4th of 2023, Mr. Shulman asked you not to come back to the home. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
He told you that he thought you were dangerous, correct?
He expressed that opinion to me, yes.
He told you that he was afraid that you would wrongfully accuse him of violence. Isn't that correct?
I do not recall that being said, no.
He offered to get you an Airbnb hotel. I'm sorry, Airbnb or a hotel.
Yes, and it was quickly extracted with a text that read that you said you are not getting a dime out of me.
Where's that?
Isn't it true that he said he did not want you in the house because he thought you were dangerous?
Excuse me, you have to repeat that, please.
Sure. Isn't it true that he said he being Mr. Shulman, he did not want you in the house because he thought you were dangerous?
Yes, he did claim that.
And one of the reasons you were dangerous was because you were threatening to falsely accuse him of violence. Isn't that correct?
I would never threaten to falsely accuse anyone of violence.
Judge, if we could pull up what is labeled as
God.
P24, that's 2423, consolidated audio.
Wow.
How did they keep their composure through all of this, these guys? Knowing what they had to
Poker
be
face.
the same
Yeah.
process, Your Honor.
Even the
because
judge just put up a
the
smirk,
last
man.
audio,
I know.
my understanding is we were going to hear facts where she had lied.
Oh, stop
And
it,
it was just as Mr. Brixton had initially purported, just that she needed help. So we spent a good deal of time just hearing that she needed help. So I'm going to ask Mr. Brixton to the extent that he can, because he's listened to these recordings, tell us what he expects to extract from these recordings.
This recording essentially states that Miss Cauley will falsely report violence.
And Ms. Messiah, of course, I said that at the beginning, and I will continue to stand by that you can get a summary, but he is allowed to do whatever he feels he needs to do to impeach
He
the
don't
witness.
just have receipts; he's got the whole cash register.
Go ahead and play the video or the audio. I'm sorry.
Saturday.
Judge.
I 100% know enough people to get your ass this far. You have caused me emotional distress. You have driven me near to the point of suicide. You have said the most horrible things one could possibly say to someone. You have screamed. You have been violent.
I've been whoa, I've been violent. When was I violent with you?
You pinned me down on the bed, Shea. Whether or not you did it, you pinned me down on the bed. You drove your elbow into my bed and knocked me forced to the bed.
Why did I have to do that? Why did I do that?
Because who the fuck wouldn't try and kill themselves after living with you? Both of your girlfriends left because all you do is sit.
Wait. So I was violent with you because you were trying to commit suicide.
Shea, you're autistic. I can't communicate with you because you're mildly retarded.
Lauren, so when was I violent with you?
That's not okay, by the
Pinned me down when I tried to hurt myself, which is admitted, which is past. I'm under special care, and anyone would try to hurt themselves with you. I ran downstairs on your birthday. I took the little money I did have to try and buy you some presents. I've made Hanukkah special. I've sat with your family. I've sent them.
Lauren, enough with the psychotic rambling. Enough with the psychotic rambling. You just falsely accused me of violence again.
You're mildly retarded. I'm talking to a retarded person. We used to make fun of you in kindergarten, which is why you were made fun of and colored inside the lines. You used to throw rocks at your head, people like you.
Okay.
And frankly, you still deserve it. That's why you have no friends. No one ever calls you unless it's your sister or they need you to review a legal document.
Well, then you have nothing to worry about because I have no one to tell about your craziness then.
I am sitting, I mean, the second you start making this public, I am ready to fucking go. I will destroy you on the internet. I will destroy you at your practice. I will take the long way home to humiliate you. You have no idea the pictures I have snapped behind your back.
So you'll lie.
A picture isn't a lie. A picture is hard proof.
Well, no. You already demonstrated your willingness to lie about violence because I've never been violent with you.
There was no funeral, but I have a domestic charge that you're spewing pure lies. You don't think I'll get that out, Shea? You don't think I will? You think I'm afraid of your mommy coming for me? Your Jewish mom in Canton who throws change in people's faces and pinches children? You think I'm scared of her?
But the fact of the matter is, Lauren, you tried to commit suicide and you falsely accused me of violence. You did it again in this call, and you threatened to tell the police that I was physically violent with you when you were in fact a physical aggressor. That is dangerous. Do you understand why I think it's dangerous to have you in the house? When you would, do you understand why I think it would be dangerous to have you in the house when you were literally threatening to tell the police that I hit you?
Am I supposed to feel safe with a guy?
That's not my. That's you're not answering the question. You. If you don't feel safe in the house, why are you trying to come back to it?
Because I'm trying to get somewhere safely where I can have a cute apartment. I can have a guy get over and I can get fucked like there's no tomorrow because that's all I really want.
Okay. Well, you won't be doing that in my house. Okay, Lauren, the whole thing's recorded, so you're lying again. I can't have you in the house.
Well.
So you can call the police and we'll play all the recordings, but when you can't even take responsibility for the fact that you did in fact threaten to tell the police that I was physically aggressive with you, and this was before your suicide attempt. This was downstairs in the kitchen when you were shoving me and trying to prevent me from leaving the room. You said you would tell the cops that I was physically abusive with you. Do you not remember doing that? It's fine if you don't remember doing it. You don't remember that?
No, I was very scared. I was very scared.
You were very scared when you were shoving me. Okay, Lauren, I'll go play with the recordings and have the clips ready for when you come over on Sunday, because the fact that you don't remember that means that you were in some sort of fog of rage. It means that you can't be trusted, because you can just go off the handle again, make false accusations. It puts me at risk, and I can't have that. Wow. Understood? That's fine. You don't, if you feel at risk, and again, we now have that, you shouldn't be in a place where you feel at risk. So you should not come back here. No, no, there is no truce. There is no you staying here. You can make arrangements to pick up all of your stuff. You can have access to your stuff. You will not be staying and sleeping here, though. It's not safe, because you said you don't feel safe, and I don't feel safe with you, because A, you're physically aggressive and violent, and B, you lie about me being physically aggressive and violent. That makes it unsafe. Unless there is a safety threat, which again, I've just illustrated, there is one. Lauren, you've threatened suicide. You've attempted suicide. You've been physically confrontational with me, which is recorded. And you threatened to tell the police that I hit you, which is recorded. So no, that is, go hang up, go talk to your lawyer friend, tell him what I have, tell him what you did, because I don't think you're being honest. I think you remember doing it. I think it's something you've probably done before. And by the way, if I contacted Erwin, would Erwin agree that he was physically abusive, or that you lied about that? So do you have a history of lying about it?
All right,
Yeah.
we've lost the video on Ms. Cauley. If you'll cut your video on, please, Ms. Cauley.
She said her phone is that she sent me a text, and that's what I was literally texting her about. She said her she's trying to find a charger. Her computer is about to die.
3 hours,
So she said
45 minutes, by the
she's
way.
trying to find a charger.
Okay. Why don't we take a 2 or 3 minute break and see if she can log back on?
11, 10, 12, 15 minutes, baby. Uh-oh.
We're not going anywhere. He's going to cut this
No.
off, which we expected. He's going to cut this off, and I'm going to be over here monitoring it. We're going to look at an empty courtroom while we're waiting for her to come back.
So I just want to go back to the one recording that we heard while he was saying he was going upstairs and she was going to the thing. One thing that stuck out to me is when he kept saying things along the lines of like, quit hitting me, or quit, whatever. And she would never say, I'm not hitting you, or, you know what I mean? Like, there was so much happening during that. This is just crazy, because at that point I thought, oh my God, there could not be any more like mic drop situations, right? And it just keeps on each one. What a case.
And here's the thing too,
unreal.
If we think back to the very beginning of this case, there was a question about all the evidence they had. And she says, Miss Messiah tells Mr. Bixson, don't worry. If I have any objections, we can just handle it in real time during court. She did not see any of this evidence or hear any of this evidence, and agreed to continue on into the case without seeing or hearing any of it.
So did Lauren not tell Messiah about the possibility of all these recordings and things like that? I feel as if they've been completely blindsided. Not only that, I mentioned this to you. I don't know how they kept that poker face through this entire thing.
They played it perfectly.
I'm sorry. I would have smirked a couple of times. I would have something. Doug, it's for two. They're both trying to get one on each other.
Yeah, if you're just getting here, they both of them want TPOs against each other, but only one of them looks like they have a chance at this point, because from the way she's acted when we put her on, she went from this comatose acting person the entire time that we're sitting there. Then she went into this whole like really weird kind of thing with their voice
Yeah.
like this the
Shaggy,
whole
which I
time.
think is all a show. Same with the trench coat or whatever she's wearing
Yeah.
today.
I have nothing to wear, Your Honor. He's kept all the clothes from me, which the judge shut that down immediately, which I'm happy he did. We're not giving up on this case till it's done. Judge is on overtime. We're on overtime.
Yeah, we are.
Wow, what a case.
Yeah, just so you guys know, when we get done with this, we're going to take a little bit of time and then we'll fire up. We got a Chase, Wild Woman Wednesday. This is one of the most craziest ones that we've ever seen. And there's so many things going on. I do want to say this too. Lauren needs help.
Big time.
There's no doubt. Listen, we made, as we always do, our comments and we make some jokes here and there, but there is a underlying thing happening here. I don't know if it's mentally or if it's abusing the drugs, but she needs help. Although he knew everybody was he knew that it was being recorded, but even during his testimony, in what he was saying, everything is held true to what has come out of his mouth, to the 30 to 60 days in an Airbnb or a hotel. The only thing I'm a little unclear about is, do you think that she wanted her things there specific? This is just what me thinking.
Well, she wanted them back. Let's not
right. And having that stuff there is still a connection, still a tie, even if there's a thing against you, all this civil, all of this going on, that's still a tie, right? For them to be, my God, yes. Yeah.
And by the way, if everybody's here right now, while we have this second, while we're waiting for the judge to come back, and do we think Lauren's going to come back? Very convenient when she dropped out there, especially with all the things she said in that one. That was
that one I think showed more of the real side. We saw some manipulation. We've seen where the unaliving herself didn't quite work. So now we're going down each avenue almost. It seems.
Started calling him the R word, saying that's why all the kids in school picked on you.
We are definitely invested 11 minutes away from 4 hours. 11 minutes away from 4 hours, which is just absolutely crazy. Appreciate you guys sticking along with us. Absolutely top 5. This one has so much going on. And Mikey, 1 BRB. I think I'm on like my 10th. I don't know how you do it.
Oh man, I almost had to pull a trucker and grab a bottle and just let it go. But held out. It's, I will say this too. If you're new and you've never seen us before, no, we're not lawyers. We're just like you. And I think your opinion matters.
Thank you, sir.
So you don't have to be a lawyer to have an opinion. And it doesn't make it right and doesn't make it wrong.
You could close the poll. I would love to hear what the poll is, by the way.
Okay, yeah. Let me throw these people on the monetary monorail and I'll do that.
There's a poll question before he ends it. If you want to answer who you are siding with, it'd be interesting to see.
I think some of these people that voted earlier really wish they hadn't voted the way they did, because I feel like they would have changed the whole thing. And can I say thank you to the chat? The chat has been on it today. Yes, I understand they're the world's most dangerous chat. I get it. I know. But at the same time, good-hearted people that are here to just enjoy themselves, watch these court cases. And it's really it's a good time to be alive. Just
I can attest. I cannot imagine how much you guys have been chatting. I have been clicking away all day long, and it's fine with me. But I've tried to keep up. Oh, golfer Lisa, not a vampire. Thank you so much for the 5. Appreciate you guys. I really do. What a banger. Can we take off court tomorrow?
We may have to, just to recuperate. I'll be recording court, but we may have to take off, because I can't believe this. This has just been unreal, because it's just like you're in the point where you're saying, okay, everything he's saying, there's no way it can be true. Not everything he's saying, but a lot of it has really panned out. A lot of it has,
Messiah
flushed out to be true.
Messiah hasn't hemmed him up on anything yet. I think we've got what 3-4 things now that she's had to go back on. And I think I feel that's why I feel as if they just didn't think that there was going to be any of this stuff coming their way. Man.
And I feel bad for Miss Messiah. I mean, she come into this, I think, with blinders on. She was kind of handicapped. We don't even know how long she's had her as an attorney. Really don't.
Yeah. Nobody's safe with her. I'd also like to backtrack about what's up with the what was it, Adderall and the father? Remember that comment too?
Is somebody selling Adderall or just giving them away? Because I guess there's not really much of a difference.
I don't know why I feel this way, but I feel as if even though he is being recorded, I feel as if he would have handled this the same way, whether it was recorded or not. When you heard like the struggle, or when he realized what she was doing, what you could hear the pill bottles, you could hear that there were so many cues there of what exactly was going on. And we're because we got little bits and pieces of that through that. And then we finally heard that recording. I feel as if he wasn't acting through that. That felt genuine to me. Then maybe he's a really good actor, but it felt genuine to me. I could be completely bamboozled on that and completely wrong, but that's just how I feel about it. Chris, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you.
I'll never get all you guys on the monetary monorail. I'll catch up on it.
It's gonna be a long one.
But the entire thing has just been one turn after the other after the other. I mean, it's got everything you could possibly want out of a court case. And even though we've been here 4 hours, it does not feel like it.
No, it doesn't. That's how you know. Yeah.
So much information. It's just, wow. It's just hitting. Really
I don't think
crazy.
she thought any of this. I don't think she thought any of the recordings were going to come out. Any of this proof. Because they didn't even really allude to any of it in the beginning either.
No, they really didn't. But Messiah did kind of mess up with the she shouldn't have been like, oh, let's just get this over with type deal. She should have been like, I need to look at this stuff. I need, we're going to extend this or something.
I bet she wishes that she went ahead and said, you know what, we need to put this out for another week. I need to go through this stuff. I mean, that needed to be done.
Oh, and it was all so damning, every single piece of it.
Oh, it's bad. And it just gets worse and worse. And we've seen so many different sides of Lauren too.
And I wonder what pictures she has taken of him that would embarrass him. I'm just really curious about that. And again, she glosses over her whole whippets addiction.
Yeah, she kind of played that off like she was just having a beer.
Yeah, that just coping. It's a coping mechanism. Well, it's a bad one. A real bad one.
Trisha, I guess what I meant on that is, like he knew that he was being recorded. So some people are a little bit different when they know that there's something on. So things could be a little bit. I mean, he was. You guys said it in the chat too. He's very good at narrating everything that's going on, and I find it odd that there was a lot of accusations that he threw at her as far as what was happening while he was narrating things. And she didn't have any blowback on that. She didn't come back and say, that's what I was saying earlier. Like when he said, stop hitting me or whatever, or stop pushing me. Usually people be like, I'm not pushing you. I didn't do that. What are you talking about?
Why are you doing this? I know you're recording this.
Yeah.
I mean, let's give the devil their due. I mean, she could have done the same thing,
I do feel bad to an extent for Messiah, but at the same time, this is her job, and you need to be very, very, very prepared for this kind of thing.
By the way, when this judge says 2 or 3 minutes, he means 10 minutes
easily. But I do kind of feel bad. She's been on a very big emotional roller coaster today. The judge been a little hard on her, I think. Now he's given some crap to the other dude, but he has been a little bit hard on her, but she also brought, it seems,
Oh,
some.
she came at him too, like he didn't know what he was
Exact-
talking about. She made a reference, you know, like, well, that's not right. And that's when he's like, you know, you don't correct the judge. I don't think many judges would enjoy that. I don't know too many that would be like, oh, that's fine.
Bud, yes, very much so. You know, she was almost tantalizing him. Yeah, trying to get him to go off, trying to get him to do something. You got to imagine there's a lot of other things that has happened that they're not talking about or that's not being brought up, you know, through this. I'm sure this isn't all of it. I wouldn't.
And if you thought somebody was trying to harm themselves, I mean, you would naturally grab them and try to stop them, especially if you don't know if they're being real or not. She has admitted that she just was pretending she was going to hurt herself. And that, I mean, again, that's pretty sick stuff right there. That's, you got some real problems.
Judy over on Facebook, I've been reading yours. I can't put them up because they're gigantic and they get cut off. But I haven't, I wasn't ignoring you, by the way, Judy. I have read all of your comments and appreciate it.
Yeah, no matter where you guys are watching from, do us a favor, slap a like.
Is this our longest? No, we had the 6. It was it. Well, that was cut up though. The one that we did that was real long, wasn't it? This would be our longest live, I think.
Yeah, we recorded it and it had to be done over 2 days.
Those of you wondering, by the way, this has been live today. You know, this is unplanned. This is part of, you know, us doing things live and catching things live. And you know, Chase, we got to Chase, very important to us. But when we're invested as we are into a case like this, we do have to let it go for just a minute.
Sorry, I'm
There,
back. I had a technical failure.
She just
I'm
on
here.
the phone now.
Yeah, we need your video, please.
Yes, sir.
Please. Welcome to tryout.
Really sorry, I'm back. I had a technical failure.
Did it replay that?
I'm here.
It did.
We
It
need
looped
your
back.
video, please.
Yes, sir. I've got to take it from my phone, Your Honor. I hope that's okay.
Okay, do you have it charged, or we're going to be okay for a while?
Yes, sir. That's why I'm taking it, because the computer crashed with my.
Where are we going?
It's been a bad day. So.
Going for a walk,
Okay,
man.
Can you get somewhere stationary, a chair or?
Yes, sir. I'm walking in my.
step
I'm walking in my car. If that's okay.
Matt Irishman, thank you. Where's she? It's a wild woman Wednesday.
Hate technology sometimes.
My excuse is I'm old, and I'm so old I remember carbon paper.
Okay.
I do.
So
That was fun.
I'm here. I'm sorry about that.
Young lawyers don't realize how hard it was back in the day. If somebody made an error and there was carbon paper, do it all over again.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right.
She has no idea what
There's no
carbon
cut
paper
and
is.
paste. And all right, we'll resume cross-examination.
Okay.
And Mr. Bixson, if you'll be as brief as possible with
We'll try to, Judge.
redundancy as possible. Thank you.
Gotcha. Ms. Cauley, we just listened to some audio. Do you recognize your voice in that audio?
Yes, I do.
Did you recognize Mr. Shulman's voice in that audio?
Yes, I do.
And that was from February 4th. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in that audio, we heard you say that you did, in fact, try to kill yourself. Isn't that correct? Oh, I think you froze for a second, Miss Cauley.
I am. What was that?
I think you froze for a second right after I asked the question.
Your Honor,
I don't think she's
hold on, Ms.
answering.
Ms.
I
Cauley.
don't think it's
Ms.
audio
Dixon,
issues.
I heard the entire audio.
Mm-hmm.
I heard. I know for what purpose you played the audio. Let's save that for argument.
Okay, I just.
Yeah, I know where you're headed with it, but I mean, the audio spoke for itself. It's like four corners of the document. I heard it, and y'all can argue about it.
No problem, Judge.
Tell me
Move
what
on.
you think was a contrast or whatever.
Okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and move forward from that, Judge.
Thank you.
Welcome. Ms. Cauley, I'd like to talk to you about February 5th of 2023. Police responded to Mr. Shulman's house on that day. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and you made allegations that he had committed some physical act of violence against you. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
On that day that the officers arrived, they inspected your neck. Isn't that correct?
That they did a very poor job, and I would say no, they didn't really inspect my neck.
Okay. So your testimony today is that they did not inspect your neck.
Not the first round that came out. No.
Okay.
The
Judge, if we
second
could
round
pull
of
up-
cops that came out that night did.
If we could pull up exhibit that's labeled P25, that's 2523, body cam video inspection of Elsie's neck.
Oh my God. We got body cam footage, guys. Oh Lord. Systematically dismantling her piece by piece. Unreal. And hallelujah, icy, icy cold. Thank you so much, guys. Let's get it going.
Can you please look at my neck and clearly see that there's more?
I took a look. I'll take another look. Can you look that way, man, please? Put your head all the way down. Down.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Cauley, do you recognize yourself in that video?
I do.
And that was from February 5th, isn't that correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and in that video, we saw the officer inspect your neck.
Yes.
Okay, Judge,
But
at this time, I would like to go ahead and tender that video into evidence.
All right, Ms. Messiah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you
don't know.
want to-
Okay.
I don't know where my counsel is.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Cauley. I'm asking Ms. Messiah to turn her audio on.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have objection?
No, it's not no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, admitted without objection. Thank you.
Ms. Cauley, what we just saw in that video was that police officer inspecting your neck, isn't that correct?
That is correct.
He used a flashlight to look at your neck closely.
I would argue closely, but yes.
The police, in fact, told you on multiple occasions that there was no evidence to arrest Mr. Shulman. Isn't that correct?
No, they did not tell me on multiple occasions.
You didn't file multiple police reports regarding this incident?
I did not file multiple police reports, no. I went to the Brookhaven Police Department and filled out an incident report.
Was this after they responded to the incident on that day?
No, this was the day after.
So you did, in fact, go back to re-report this incident.
Yes, I did.
You also called them again the same night, and they came back out again to check on you. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I've been very open about that.
So 3 times they actually came out in regards to the same incident. Isn't that correct?
Well, no, it wasn't 3 times because the third time I went out to the Brookhaven Police Department by myself.
So 3 times you reported this incident.
Yes.
And every time the police made the determination there was no evidence to arrest Mr. Shulman. Isn't that correct?
There was only one warrant out for the arrest.
I'm sorry, you said there was only one warrant out for the arrest?
When I went to the Brookhaven Police Department and told them what happened, one cop said that he was going to go get a warrant, and I suppose that one was denied. But
So there never was any warrant issued against Mr. Shulman, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
That's
You told the police that you were determined to have Mr. Shulman arrested, though, didn't you?
It's possible.
Yeah, thank you.
I can't tell you everything that I said.
You told the
That-
police that you would get some of your friends and figure something out.
I don't think that had anything to do with me getting him arrested. I think it was me, you know,
So I'm sorry, if I may, Lauren, you've got to focus, you've got to participate, you've got to answer Mr. Bixon's question. So listen clearly to Mr. Bixon's question. Hold on, stop talking. Listen to Mr. Bixon's question and answer his question.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I missed this.
You told the police that you were a smart girl and you would figure it out.
Thank you.
Yes.
Because if Mr. Shulman was arrested, you could actually continue to stay in his home. Isn't that correct?
I don't know. I don't know the law on that. I can't answer that.
You discussed with the police trying to force Mr. Shulman to pay you a settlement of some sort. Isn't that correct?
I do not believe
As a civil case,
that
remember
is
that,
true.
guys.
I do not remember holding that conversation. No. Mr. Shulman offered me many settlements, and like I reiterated, he took them away.
Judge, if we could pull up what's labeled as P31, that's 2523 body cam video.
Oh, yeah.
Cam video, my God.
More body cam video. The last video was.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he checked her neck pretty damn good. Very nice
Yeah.
flashlight he had. I mean, in the beginning, she almost nodded off about 200 times.
Is a smaller some sort of common law for me to look at like some sort of settlement, like a housing situation, something along those lines?
You're not married. Realistically,
I don't know.
I wouldn't, from my point of, from my experience, especially again, like I came from the sheriff's office. When it comes to these court orders, because they're
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying.
right. There's nothing there that would, and that I see that will warrant that, unless there is something else that we're not privy to. But you're not married, you don't have any children together. Unless there was something hidden, there's no way a judge can say, "Oh, well, you guys live together. You go over this," because that would have been under common law marriage.
Right.
But
She said we were common law marriage.
Ms. Cauley, do you now remember whether or not you had discussed with the police trying to force Mr. Shulman to pay you a settlement of some sort?
I wouldn't use the word force. I was simply talking with law enforcement because I don't know how this works. I knew that I was going to get kicked out of the house and that my relationship was ending.
And Ms. Cauley, just to be clear, that was your voice and that was you in that video, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right.
Which police department was that?
I believe it's Brookhaven Police Department, Judge.
Okay. I didn't know because this is post service of the TPO. I didn't know if it was in DeKalb County or Gwinnett County or where.
Yeah, and this video, just to be clear, Judge, is on February 5th. So this is
okay. I misunderstood you. I thought you had said 25th. I'm going.
No, Judge. Yeah,
Okay, okay.
February 5th. This is the date of.
Thank you for clarifying that.
No problem, Judge.
I was confused.
And Judge, we would just ask this video to be tendered into evidence.
All right, Ms. Messiah.
I'm going to object. We don't even know what date this, apparently, we don't know what date this, this video even took place.
Well,
I said it right on the thing.
I think you just answered.
And had a date on it.
Judge, Ms. Cauley, do you remember what date this video was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember speaking to the police?
I spoke with many officers. I do not recall this particular conversation off the top of my head. No, I mean, I'm seeing it, so I recall it, but
because this video looked like it was a continuation of the last video we just saw.
What was the location of this video? Was it in the house where y'all resided together?
Yes, Judge.
I'm asking the witness.
Yes, Your Honor, that was in.
I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your audio is going down. Please speak up.
I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. What was your answer? Is it the residence where you and Mr. Shulman lived?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we know it was at least before February the 8th.
And Judge, just for the court's consideration, there is a date stamp in that video.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Okay, it's established. I'm letting it in over objection.
Okay. Now, on February 5th, after you alleged Mr. Shulman violently attacked you, you refused to leave the house. Isn't that correct?
Refuse is a strong word. It was my best.
I'm sorry, Miss Cauley, your audio is going out there.
She's covering it up.
Your hands over
Yeah,
the mouthpiece
she's putting her hands over the microphone.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes,
we
yes,
can.
yes,
Very well.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I would say the word refuse is strong. It was my best bet financially, and to try and stay there for a couple days until I figured something out.
Now, Mr. Shulman offered to get you, offered to pay for an Airbnb if you agreed to leave. Isn't that correct?
That was retracted over
I'm
and
saying-
over and over.
But you told the police that you wouldn't do that. Isn't that correct? Because you wanted to stay at the house.
I said it would not be ideal. I said it would not be ideal, and I would like to stay at the house so I could begin packing my things, knowing that I was leaving.
So you did in fact reject that offer.
That's
Two
an
TPOs.
answer, Your Honor.
Judge, I didn't hear an answer.
I get it. Let's move on.
Gotcha, Judge.
Anyway, these two guys don't high
So you were
five
willing
when the
to
camera goes
continue
off.
to live in a house with someone who you claim was violent?
Well, that's incorrect because he was not there. He left the house. He told the police that he would be left. That he was leaving the house for several days, and I was able to stay there. So
Correct.
my goal was
But-
to pack up my things and to get out safely.
But he didn't have to leave, did he?
No, he did not have to leave.
So he could have returned.
Yes, he could have, but
And this
I
is someone that
didn't.
you said was armed and dangerous?
Potentially, yes.
Ms. Cauley, during this period, how long was Mr. Shulman gone? 2 or 3 days or what?
I would say probably 5 days. I was in the house, and I was just truly desperately trying to pack up my things before the police came and kicked me out, which I knew was going to happen. So,
Okay.
I mean,
I just want to know what the time frame was. Thank you.
yes, sir.
And so, Ms. Cauley, how long did it take you to pack up your belongings?
Well, it took us about a week and a half to move into the house. So considering half of the things plus of the things I had bought were mine, I didn't really even have a chance. And once again, financially, I was going to need some help moving. So the day I
Okay, you're breaking up.
out of the
Pretty
house
pray.
when the cops and everyone came, I'm trying. I really am. The day I was kicked out of the house was I had a woman who was going to help me financially, and
Sugar mama.
that it fell through as well because
Tell us more.
I had 20 minutes to gather what I could and get out of the house.
Okay. To be clear, though, because you've enumerated 2 different reasons. So was the reason why you stayed in the home that you couldn't financially afford to move, or that you had to pack up your stuff?
Both. I made it clear that those were both hard reasonings.
And this whole day on February 5th, after Mr. Shulman allegedly assaulted you, you continued to contact him all day long. Isn't that correct?
I do not believe so, and it's not alleged. Mr. Shulman assaulted me on February 5th. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm in court. I didn't uproot my life for fun. I didn't do this for fun.
So you,
He
to be
was
clear,
violent
though,
with
your,
me.
your
Hold on,
testimony.
Mr. Bixson, let her finish her answer,
No
please.
problem, Judge.
Thank you. I didn't do this for fun. I'm trying not to get emotional, but Mr. Shulman hit me. He hit me to the ground. And I left the house for a reason. And that's why I'm just trying to start over with this protection order. And it's only, and I mean, I don't know what else to say. Mr. Shulman was aggressive and violent with me. He hit me to the ground. I would not do this for fun.
Okay, please don't repeat yourself. I get it one time. It's generally
I'm
off the
sorry,
tape.
sir. I'm starting to, yeah.
Just relax, just breathe, answer the questions, just breathe. Take a deep breath, calm down.
Okay.
Answer the questions.
Now, Ms. Cauley, you texted Mr. Shulman's mother,
I did. I admitted to that. I texted her
his
one
younger
time.
sister.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Bixson, we've already been over all this.
We haven't been, well, fair enough, Judge. I'll move on from that. Okay.
I mean, I heard her testify that she texted all of those people.
Okay, that's fine, Judge.
Contacted them in some manner.
We're just pulling up, if you give me one. All right. Just pull up this exhibit. I don't have it. Is it the full phone list? Okay. Judge, if we could pull up what's labeled as P43, should be a list of phone numbers.
A list of phone numbers. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Like this video, please. Thank you. God bless.
Thanks. Oh, we got some more receipts.
Ms. Cauley, do you recognize any of these phone numbers that had called Mr. Shulman? And if you need to reference some of the fake numbers that you had created, feel free to.
Are we going to get down to how many?
I don't recognize these. No, I don't.
Did you look at the numbers?
Mr. Bixson, we have already been through. She's acknowledged that while it may disagree whether it was 10 or 14 or 8 or whatever, she's
Here's the
acknowledged
issue.
that she had an app and she called him multiple times.
Well, the issue, Judge, is that she just said that she didn't call him on the 5th, the day that he allegedly assaulted her.
Oh,
and I'm just making sure, were all of these calls before the 5th? Were some after? Were they the day that he allegedly assaulted her?
One, they're very difficult to read. I can't imagine her trying to read them on a phone.
I can't read them either, to be quite honest. And
Ms. Broom, any luck enlarging? Okay, that's a little better.
So he's trying to get some of the
there's
numbers.
About
yeah,
4
to
or 5
correlate with the
calls
day
on the
that she
5th,
claims he assaulted her.
and
That's a big
about,
deal.
10 calls down from the top.
Now I see why he's going for
Miss
that.
Miss Cauley, let me ask you this. Do you recall the numbers that you created to contact Mr. Shulman?
no, I do not.
So it is possible, in fact, that some of these numbers were from you. Isn't that possible?
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation. She says she doesn't recognize the numbers. I don't even see any of her numbers on here on the 5th. I'm going to object, Your Honor.
There are some numbers from the 5th that I'm looking at that are about 10 down from the top, some of which appear to be 3 calls from the police. And then all the rest were labeled as spam risk.
You could look those
That's
up
correct.
and see if they're a text now number. Or not.
May I
No,
speak?
I'm sure they are.
Please.
Go ahead, Ms. Cauley.
Yes, sir. I mean, I don't. If this was the 5th was the morning that Shea was very, very violent and hit me. So I would have cut off all communication with him because I knew a TPO was coming, because I know how this works. So I do not think that these are my numbers.
To be clear, Ms. Cauley, you did contact Mr. Shulman after the 5th, though, correct?
I filed my TPO on the 6th.
No,
so
that's
I
not
don't
my
know.
question. My question is, did
Yes
you
or
in fact
no? Then explain.
Yes.
You did.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll just leave it at that. We know that you reached out to Mr. Shulman after he allegedly, according to your allegations, at least after he assaulted you, correct?
Yeah, she just said that.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, if we could pull up what's labeled as P35. This is audio from February 5th of 2023.
She should just tap out, man. Tap out.
Your Honor, I'm just going to ask what it's.
Can you summarize what it is, please?
Impeachment evidence, Judge, between Ms. Cauley and Mr. Shulman. If Ms. Cauley is testifying that she never called Mr. Shulman on the 5th, I think it's pretty relevant if she in fact called him on the 5th.
And Your Honor, she
Then she
said.
called him on the 6th.
Right.
Well, yes, she did, Judge, but I think
question was, did she call him after the alleged incident?
I asked.
You said yes.
After, yes, Judge, because she wasn't sure whether or not she had in fact called him on the 5th.
So you're going to pitch her on what she's saying. She's not certain. Her number's not on what your previous exhibit. They're all spams except for 3 from the police. And she's saying she's not sure. So you're going to impeach her on.
That's fine. We can refresh her collection as well. But again, I think
What's the difference in this and what we just looked at?
Because what we just looked at, Judge, she never verified. because we have no verification
I
that any
understand.
of
Well,
those
what else are you going to show that's going to be clearer than what she
actual
already-
audio recording of her calling him on the 5th.
We love this judge so far. He's been
For the
great,
purposes of establishing that he called him on the 5th.
but he's 4
But she said
hours,
she didn't
4.5
know?
hours in.
Again, to refresh her recollection, that's a totally legitimate thing.
Okay,
His
how
blood
does this
sugar's getting
verify
low.
the
He needs
5th?
to eat
Is
some
it,
dinner.
some kind of
Like
date
mine.
stamp or what?
I'd have to listen to the actual content of it, Judge. Again, there's a lot here.
How long is this call?
How long is the call?
Because presumably you took notes about, you know.
Well, I'm not going to get into that. Judge, I mean, the audio is about 5 minutes. If you just want to listen to 30 seconds just to verify.
Please.
Please.
As short a portion as possible.
Just a brief little
I'm surprised he hasn't
anecdotal, just so we
asked her
have
if
it,
she's
Judge.
high right now. That'd been one of my first questions.
Yeah. I mean, he said a little bit about the eyes earlier, right? One
Mhm.
thing, that was it.
And her own attorney told her to try and get it together.
You know what's even funnier? You know what's even funnier? I'm in your house right now, and I can invite whoever the fuck I want over to fuck all night in your bed.
So you're going to invite other people into my house to have sex in my bed?
I didn't promise that, but it is a possibility because I can do it, and you're gonna have to sleep in that bed. Not me.
In the wet spot.
Not me.
So when are you planning to be out?
When evictions are a month long process, I will sit my happy ass there and take a long way to make you miserable. You built your dream house, you got it, baby. I am going to enjoy my night in your home, let me tell you that. And it ain't going to be by myself.
I'm sorry, so you're not it's going to be by yourself, or you're inviting people to have an orgy in my bed?
I don't have to confirm or deny anything, and it's our bed, baby doll. And I haven't seen anything go down in a very long time, and I'm very upset. I've got a lot of energy. And you know what? Maybe I'm a viper, maybe I'm a bitch, maybe I'm this, maybe I'm that, but I'm not fucking autistic, and I don't have a reputation from hell. I don't lie to the authorities. I don't abuse my power as an attorney, and I'm sure it's all not about to lose my fucking job because so many people are reporting me to the State Bar of Georgia.
Okay.
And you can laugh me off all you want. You can laugh me off all you want and say, oh, you don't know the attorney. You know, I wouldn't fuck with me, Shay, and you already have. You opened the floodgates. I would not fuck with me. You are losing your mind. You have been reported multiple times by many women. Many women have talked to your exes. They had to schedule sex. Schedule it. You don't think that's embarrassing for you? You don't look in the mirror? Have you looked in the mirror?
I'm sorry. They reported me for scheduling sex?
No, and you're talking in circles because you're scared. You've been reported to the State Bar of Georgia for lying to the authorities and laying your hands on a woman. Please, you know, that's why you're turning.
Judge, we can go ahead and pause it here.
All right.
Crying like a
Nah, keep it going.
Golly.
No.
Now, Ms. Cauley, did you recognize your voice in that audio?
Yes,
Okay. That, in fact, was from February 5th. Isn't that correct?
I don't know.
I hate that she's using autistic like it's a
I
bad
don't
word.
know.
That pisses me off beyond no
Yeah, that's a
reproach.
I don't think
Yeah.
so. I don't know why I
keep it just.
To be clear, though, that was after the incident where he allegedly assaulted you happened, correct?
I believe so.
Now, the picture that you showed the court earlier that had red marks on the back of your neck, when was that picture taken?
It was taken the night of the 5th,
No, he was letting it ride.
that evening around dinner time.
But the first two reports that were made, they were made before that picture was taken or after?
The first two. Please ask the question again.
You made 3 police reports, correct?
I do not think I filed 3 police reports. No, I can't honestly answer that.
You already.
Mr. Bixson, I mean, just calling 911 and having them arrive doesn't mean that she made a report. So
Okay,
maybe
I can rephrase.
maybe
So-
contacts or something.
That's fine. I can rephrase. So, Ms. Cauley, you contacted the police 3 times, correct? Regarding this incident.
I contacted the police twice, and I told you I went to Brookhaven Police Department the next day.
So we'll just for simplicity's sake, we'll call that contacting the police 3 times. Okay. Now the first 2 times, those both happened on February 5th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was this picture taken after or before the second time the police came out?
Think carefully.
Shay
Does
hit
he-
me really early that morning.
No, that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking,
I-
was
I'm-
this
I'm-
picture
I'm-
taken?
I'm
Okay,
trying
let,
to
let
go-
her let her think out loud, if you will, and so she can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. It's a lot to think about. The attack was really early that morning, and that's when Shay had left the home. So yes, I called the police because that's when I had come in to get my things. He had hit me to the ground. I recalled the police. I believe that's where that body cam footage is coming from.
About what time did you call the police each time? Approximately.
let's see.
I know you don't.
Yes, sir. Well, I went to the house after staying in the hotel. That was probably around 7:15 a.m.
Was the first call.
when Shay hit me. It was very early in the morning. So when the police came out to recall, and he looked out, right at them and said, "I didn't touch her."
Okay, about what time was that? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
First
Probably
call.
around 7:15 a.m.
Okay, I thought that's when the incident occurred. Did you call immediately?
Yes, immediately.
Okay, I'm just trying to get the time frame. That's all I'm
Yes,
trying to
sir.
do. When is
Yes,
the
sir.
second time that you called them?
When my friend came out that evening, probably around 6:00 p.m. when
Is
she
that
saw
when
the
the
back of my
officer-
neck.
Is that when the officer in the body cam had the flashlight?
I don't believe so. I believe it was
That was
that morning. That I think that body cam footage was like an hour or so after Shay
okay. And then your friend came over
threw
sometime.
me to the ground that evening.
Okay, was that before or after the second call?
That was before. She was very insistent on coming over. Yeah.
And then she took a picture of your neck.
Yes, she did. She said, I didn't ask her to. I mean, she looked at the back of it and said, "This is really bad and red, and you need to take a picture of it right now. And we need to get the police back out here." And so I said, "Okay."
It wasn't.
All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Bixson. I'm just trying to get the time frames.
That's fine. And Judge, just because I got a little lost in there. So is the testimony today that the picture was taken before the police came out the second time or after?
Before.
The picture was taken right before the police had come. The picture was taken right before the police came out for the second time.
And you showed that picture to the police?
Yes, I did.
And they decided that there still was no evidence.
And they decided what?
They decided there wasn't sufficient evidence to charge Mr. Shulman.
I didn't ask to charge Mr. Shulman. They asked if I wanted to charge him, and I said no.
Okay. If you didn't
Believe
want
it or
to
not,
charge,
I didn't want any of this.
why did you call the police if you didn't want him arrested?
I just told you my friend was insistent that we call the police. Amy, the one with the guns. I didn't want to. I wanted to be left alone.
Not even the first time when he called the police.
No, the first time I needed to call the police because I had just been slammed to the ground.
And the third time that you actually went to the police,
Yes. What about it?
you still didn't want him arrested?
No, they suggested it because I came with photos of all of his guns, and the cop's mouth about dropped open. He said, "Oh my God, yes, I need to go get you a warrant out," and the judge denied it, and that's all I know.
This mystery cop.
Judge, at this time, I would like to introduce what's labeled as P3. This is an incident report from February 6th of 2023.
Has We Got a Chase been
And-
canceled
and-
yet? Or?
General summary, this is the one sank at Brookhaven.
Very good chance.
Yes,
The
Judge.
next day.
This is the incident that was made on February 6th at looks like 12 o'clock.
Okay.
And once we get pulled up, I was going to direct the court's attention to the fourth paragraph.
All right.
She's drowning. But don't let us drown. Give this video a like. Thank you.
So we're going to see the police report.
Sorry, Judge, what was that?
Okay. P what?
It's P3, Judge. It's labeled P3 2-6-23 incident report sup.
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 So this will be a
Sup,
supplemental
babe.
report to the
Yes.
original report from the morning of or the previous day.
Actually, Judge, this is when Miss Cauley went to the police station
Right.
on February 6th.
But it's a supplement. It said supplement.
Judge Frame. Judge Frame. Woo. They've all muted themselves at this point.
Uh-oh. Oh, God, please fix this.
Fix it, Judge. Judge, can you fix that, please? Thank you.
Maybe something's effed up while they're sharing that and it cut their audio?
Because when she put it up, it definitely did something. And they've noticed now that they can't hear. They both stopped talking. Yes, it'll be a 4-hour chase tomorrow.
Almost
I guess-
guaranteed there's going to be a live one or two tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Fix the audio.
Oh, no.
There's a lot of stuff there.
We would honestly have to stay here with this. Yeah, it's quite a conundrum. Is that what it's called?
Yes, it is a conundrum.
April.
April.
Good to see you. Great crowd. 373 of you. Huge crowd. Glad for you guys are sticking around with us. This is them, not us. I promise you
Yeah,
that.
audio's on.
I
Everything's
think
good.
the audio will come back when they stop sharing this. I'm almost certain it's just something when it happened there.
I can't believe that she keeps. You notice how it's twice now she's brought up how she was gonna bang other guys and stuff.
Yeah, just when you think it can't get any more spicier, any more crazier, there you go.
She's talking about doing it in their bed and all this other stuff. It's just crazy. The whole thing's crazy. She needs help real bad, like really, really bad.
Oh, there is after 4 hours and 35 minutes, too much reading. Way
Yeah,
too much
space-
reading for Creed. We can do this though. That
she's-
might help a little bit. It gets it a little bit bigger.
She stated on body camera. He grabbed her neck.
Yeah, it says inconsistencies with no injuries.
And that photo, let's all remember that photo she showed. It was not like scary or nothing.
There's much happening there. She's looking to get him in trouble and essentially extort him. Mr. Shulman arrived and provided text messages, audio recordings, and video footage. In these text messages, officers to cease trying to file charges in exchange for housing.
By the way, look that their little boxes aren't even turning green right now. When they're talking.
They must be able to hear each other, though.
They can hear each other, but it's
Yeah.
not coming out right
Duh.
this second. If it doesn't fix it when they take this down, I will refresh it. But I
Yeah.
don't believe that's going to do anything because we were in the middle of listening to it.
No, yeah, it caught the minute that went to that screen right there.
Oh, look at that. It says she was in the lobby crying and allegedly she was scratched on her neck.
Oh.
Okay, that's a whole nother thing.
Uh-huh.
Being scratched on the neck and being choke slammed to hell, like she claimed it was a WWE style choke slam. I mean, and she made it sound like he knocked her out. He hit her on the floor so hard.
Down to the ground.
No bruises, no nothing, or scars, like her attorney asked the man.
Scars, yeah, that was such a great question.
Do you have any scars, sir?
Do you have any scars from being hit?
Unbelievable.
Absolutely crazy.
Oh, we ain't going nowhere. I'm going to go ahead and end the poll, by the way. I think it's
Great
pretty
idea.
decisive what it's.
Oh my God, what is that? Sorry.
I don't know. Scary? Oh, there we go. Whew. Who do you believe more, Creed? That was a question.
Yeah.
The woman or the man? 276 votes, Creed.
All right.
6% of you said you believe Lauren.
Abby. Love it.
Abby. 45% of you said you believe Mr. Shulman. But overwhelmingly, 48% of you said you believe Mikey. So, to you, my friends, go the thank yous. Thank you.
Come on, quit screen sharing. We need to hear.
Yeah, get us back so we can hear it.
I mean,
It's hard not to believe him after we've heard all the videos and the phone calls and stuff.
we haven't heard anything from her side that shows that he was lying about anything.
Or a threat. Not a single threat. Nothing.
No.
Judge is so tired. He wants them to just rest. So
Listen, he has gotten very cranky in the last couple hours. Uh-oh.
Okay. Okay. Pull this down for just a sec.
Yeah. Bring it down.
Down to the
Show you an
ground.
empty courtroom. Look through the little windows up there and you can see people walk by. It's lots of fun. Could you imagine if we just completely lost?
Let's see if this fixed it.
Nope.
No.
You want to send me the link real quick? Let me pull it up.
Absolutely.
Just to see. Oh, wait a minute. It says it's muted.
Where do you see that at?
It shows muted on my. Can't unmute your guest screen. They aren't capturing audio.
Oh, let's see. It won't let me unmute it.
Oh, the craziness.
So the audio is cut off. We do know that.
Guys in the truck, we need help.
Big time.
Just send me the link on the private chat. Let me just pull it up.
All right.
Let's see. That's a huge no. And we can't back it up and see what we missed because then when they cut it,
it'll delete.
Someone call the courthouse.
Can you let them know they've done something to the audio?
Yeah, I think something quit on your end, Mikey.
It is a good chance of that.
I think that's all right, guys. I could bring it up here.
Bring this down because StreamYard is being really dumb. I'm going to do it on this computer.
Being a botch.
I apologize, guys, if it's my fault. Well, not my fault. Yep, it's my fault. Here comes Creed.
Let's see how fast Creed can get it out of there and out of the end. Let's see. Doon, 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 doon. Copy. Boom.
They're still talking about police reports.
Ones
I
from
can hear
the
'em.
5th.
I do, yes.
And those are filed with the court.
Yes, Judge, they are. There's 2 from the 5th.
Do you have any objection to pull it, having the staff pull
By all
those up?
means, how about it?
Okay.
That was StreamYard,
So
by the way.
there's is the second one that says 2-5.
Oh, look at the puppy.
All right, Ms. Broom, if you can pull
And
up the second one
child.
saying 2-5.
Are you done
Is
yet,
it
Mama?
the one labeled as second call or?
I just have
If it's a supplemental, it probably would be the second call.
Is it labeled as supplemental incident report?
I'll
it's
bow
saying
later.
it does say case supplemental printed
Okay.
on 2/23, 2023, the same day as the like the other one. I think they were printed all the same day because same day, and it says supervisor review. It says 2/6/2023, so it has that Monday as well.
Okay.
That's not.
Wait.
I'm sorry, what's
Yeah.
the number?
Judge, if I could allow Mr. Shulman, because I'm getting a little confused between the different ones myself, if I could allow Mr. Shulman to clarify on that. I certainly appreciate it because he was the one who was actually able to get these police reports. and
Okay,
he
you
probably
any
knows best.
any objection to that, Ms. Mariah? Maybe you can speed things up here. So-
I don't, Messiah. I don't. It has investigator.
Mariah.
No worries.
That's
I know
good.
it's
I call you the wrong
Messiah.
name. I apologize.
No, it's
if I did.
okay.
Your Honor,
It's late. We haven't, eaten. I don't know about you
Yeah,
guys.
it's been 5
It's-
an
it's
hour,
very
you know.
confusing with the dates.
What's the big
There is
deal?
an initial report at
Right.
2-5, and that is for the first phone call. There is a second supplemental report for 2-5
Right.
for
Well,
the
let's
evening report.
that
That
appears
is
to be the one we're
reviewed-
trying to get.
Correct. Ms. Messiah, I think what you're looking at is the supervisor review date, which occurred the following day. The actual date of the report will show as 2-5. I believe that is P2.
Okay, and so what I'm looking at is the date and time. It has
Okay,
2-5.
why don't we pull up P2 and
4
look and see
hours,
if that's the
50
same one
minutes.
you're talking about that you have. Okay, that way we can all move it along.
Please.
Your Honor.
Okay, and as
I think
large as you can make it,
Mikey
please.
is.
Thank you. Okay, does this
Absolutely.
appear to be the one you're referring to, Ms. Messiah?
Does, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Bixson, do I understand you've rested, right? Well, we got sidetracked on the reports here, so.
Well, we have
Pardon
no
our policy.
objection to the report unless we have to like recross or something, Judge.
Okay,
Oh, Pike.
all right, Ms. Messiah, did you want to use this
I don't even know.
report in some way?
I do, Your Honor. And so have they rested or is,
Yes, he said it was his last question, and then you started asking about comparing these supplemental reports.
Your Honor, because I just didn't want the wrong one to sort of go. I didn't want to take that off if I was going to need it next. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Okay, and so Ms. Cauley, are you able to look at the screen? You see the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
All right, and to the extent we can we make that a little larger and go to the 1, 2, 3?
I can zoom in.
Okay. And so can you read the third paragraph? Start reading the, I'm sorry, the fourth with I asked.
Yeah. Right. I asked her what injuries she had. She stated that she had scratches on the back of her neck where Shulman had grabbed her. I asked her to show them to me. I saw pink red scratches that appeared to have slightly broken skin.
Your audio
not
is
openly
breaking up.
bleeding. I took a picture of Cauley's neck using the axe. I took a picture of Cauley's neck using the Axon Capture app and uploaded it to evidence using the case number OFC Officer Ryan had generated this morning. I asked Cauley to explain what happened. She stated that after Brookhaven Police Department had left the scene from the civil dispute related to Shulman not letting her into their shared house,
Okay.
he
so
grabbed.
You can actually
Stop.
you can actually stop there. So
Okay.
do you happen to recall the officer that asked you questions in reference to the scratches behind your neck?
I want to say he was an Asian guy.
Okay.
Wasn't one of them cheap Jews.
Maybe more Asian looking.
Very.
And
The
did you
Asian
see,
persuasion.
tell us, any of the police on the body cams and any of the footage that we've seen, have you seen that officer on any of the recordings that we've looked at today?
I do not think so, no.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Broom, can you scroll back up to the top just briefly? Okay. I was
Real
trying to
quick.
read the officer's name, but look,
Jay Toso.
Toso, Toso, I believe,
Jay Toso, I think is the investigator they had. Mhm.
was the investigator. Okay. And this occurred at 2044, so that would be 8:44 at night. All right. And this is after your friend arrived and told you to call the police. Is that correct, Ms. Cauley?
That sounds correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Let's move on.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to enter this, what's been marked as P2 into evidence, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Bixson?
No objection, Judge.
Okay. Admitted without objection.
All right, what you got?
I think I sank down here.
Better be a golden bullet.
You started getting lower all of a sudden.
Tilt my screen back.
Okay. In hindsight, Ms. Cauley, you do realize that you shouldn't have taken Mr. Shulman's phone.
Yes, I do.
And you, did you ever tell the officers that you were going to lie in order to get Mr. Shulman in trouble?
No, I would never, ever have the poor foresight to tell an officer that. That's nothing I would ever do.
And you listened to some of the recordings we had where at one point you stated pictures are not a lie. Were you admitting to lying or saying that you were lying on Mr. Shulman?
No, that was not my intent, was a lie. Pictures were not a lie. Both Mr. Shulman and I had photos that we had been threatening to release. So I think that's what that was in reference to.
Okay.
Like,
I'm sorry. And so, and you heard lots, there has been a lot of testimony as it relates to threats of suicide, attempts of suicide, anything related to suicide. When did that interaction happen again? What date?
I'm so sorry, Nicole, you'll have to.
So there had been lots
again.
of testimony about alleged attempts of suicide and whether you threatened the suicide or attempts of suicide. You saw a picture that you admitted that was you with pill bottles on the floor. And I think sort of your derriere in the picture. Do you recall that date?
Yeah.
What date was that?
It was the same day that that I was taken to jail, unfortunately. So I believe that was the 27th.
Okay. And so there were was there any communication or anything related to threats of suicide or attempts of suicide on the 28th, the 29th, just anything thereafter?
No, no, nothing thereafter. It's only been me getting help.
What about on the 5th?
That was the attack day. I do not think so. No, I was way more concerned with getting justice.
Okay. And so, and just to reiterate, how did you realize that you had bruises on the back of your neck?
I could kind of feel them, and I kind of went ahead and assumed because, I mean, when you pick like
Your audio is breaking up.
with bruises like that with the back of your neck, it's probably. I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now? I'm working
Yes.
on it.
Please repeat.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please repeat the last sentence or two.
Yes, sir. When you have someone pick you up, with brute strength by the back of your neck, it can be kind of assumed that it's going to leave a mark. And, it's hard to see the on back of your neck, but I could feel kind of like that heat, like if, you get squeezed or whatever, you feel it. And when my friend came over and saw and confirmed, that was it. So that's the photo that I submitted.
Okay, and just to be clear on the, I'm sorry, it's going to,
Open
just to
your
be clear,
eyes.
there was no, did you try to snatch or take Mr. Shulman's phone on the 5th of February at all?
No, in fact, he took my phone because whenever I went upstairs to start getting some dresses for work, I hit record on my phone, and he hit the off record button, and that's when he grabbed me by the back of my neck and threw me down.
Okay, and so, and why, just to generalize, why, what are you asking the court to do? And what are you asking the court to do? What would you like the court to do?
I want a protection order from Shea Shulman. I want a protection order for a year for Shea Shulman so I can move on peacefully with my life and feel safe.
Okay,
That's what I want.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Brute strength.
Any recross?
Judge, just one brief question. If we could pull up the respondent's exhibit of the alleged injuries to the back of Miss Cauley's neck real quick.
Oh, God.
Do you know what the identification of the exhibit is?
Miss Messiah, do you know what your exhibit was labeled as for the picture of the marks on the back of the neck?
I said your exhibit. I meant Miss Messiah.
I mean, they look like scratches.
No worries. It's
not
Exhibit A.
bruises.
Thank you.
All right. So it's plaintiff's or petitioner's exhibit A for your case. Okay.
Yes, Judge.
Well,
go ahead. Take your time.
6 minutes away from
Ms. Cauley, you're saying that he picked you up with one hand. Do you remember whether it's left or right hand?
Good question.
I can't remember off the top of my head, Your Honor.
Boy, StreamYard's
to the point where your feet were off the ground.
Sorry.
Almost, not quite. But it was more of the slam on my left shoulder when he just threw me down. And then when I came to, I really did. I said, Shea, you just really hurt me. And he said, I haven't touched you. And was adamant to the cops when we went downstairs that he didn't lay a hand on me. And
did you receive any medical treatment?
No, sir. They asked me if I wanted to go to the hospital, and I was just so hysterical at the time, and I probably should have. But I'm just looking to start my life over and feel safe doing so.
All right, ma'am. I got the answer. You didn't get medical treatment.
Judge, are we still waiting on that?
Ms. Broom, are you still here?
Nope, she clocked out.
She had to go home, Judge.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Cauley, how much do you weigh?
Oh, what? You never asked
Approximately.
me that.
Right now.
Probably around 145.
And I apologize. The audio is very low. Was that one? You said 145?
Around 145, yeah.
Thank you. And your contention is that Mr. Shulman caused those injuries to the back of your neck when he grabbed you to pick you up, correct?
Yes, he had a lot of force and he was really, really angry.
Thank
He
you.
shoved me. Yes.
That's all, Judge.
All right. Anything else from either side as far as witnesses or evidence to be produced? I told you I'd give you the opportunity in case there was something we left out. I can't imagine what, but if either of you has anything else that you wish to present to the court, to bolster either your rebuttal on the other party's case or your case in chief, I'll let you tender that at this point.
The security video.
Hoping that you don't have any, but I'm giving you that
Judge,
opportunity.
you know what? I actually have one last question. And I will make it super brief.
Okay, to go with your other one last question.
Just keeping the court entertained.
That's typical of lawyers. I've been there, done that.
The court is welcome. Ms. Cauley, did you threaten your mother to not come and testify at this hearing today?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. I mean, his.
Come on, yeah.
Macaulay, hush.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Cauley. I mean, I don't know where it's going, but I'm going to allow the question.
I don't know where it's
I
going, but I
already
sure
know what
know
the answer is probably going to be, but I'll allow the question.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Cauley?
I did not threaten my mother to not testify.
Did you text your mother, I will take the long way home to make things very difficult for you?
That's only after she texted me that.
And to be fair, let me.
Hold on.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. I'm gonna go the relevance again. She already answered whether
About 5 times.
she
Good.
threatened to her
Shut
mother to whether or not she testified. Mr. Bixson could have called her mother freely as a witness. I don't understand at this late while we're going down this line of questioning the irrelevant, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Bixson, your response.
All I'm wondering is if she threatened a potential witness that she shouldn't come in and testify today.
What? Okay, you've
I've
gotten
never-
an answer. Okay, you've gotten an answer to that. Did you bring this witness?
Nope, we did not, Judge. That's all I'd ask.
Then we will never know. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else from either side?
No, Judge.
All right.
Closing.
Either of you wish to make a closing? I ask
God,
with
please don't.
hesitation.
Nobody.
No, do what you need to do to represent your clients. Yeah, that's your job. So we're here to get it done. So
Bixson shouldn't have nothing much to say. He's nailed it already.
An instruction not to be long, but do what you need to do. But I'm pretty
understand,
good at
Judge.
remembering everything I've heard. So just to forewarn you, you don't have to go through every bit of evidence. All right. Are you going to open, Mr. Bixson?
Yes,
Because
Judge.
we started with his case versus Ms. Cauley's case.
Yes, Judge. Your Honor, Ms. Cauley needs help. She's admitted to it multiple times. I certainly hope that she gets the help that she needs.
She definitely does.
The issue here is that her instability and addiction issues are wreaking havoc on the lives of others, namely Mr. Shulman. She's been both verbally and physically abusive with him. We heard multiple instances where she grabbed at his face, where she pushed him, where she punched him, where she spit at him. Each one of these could have been a battery domestic violence charge. It's not even contested, right? She's admitted to at least some of them. There's verbal abuse, including anti-Semitic remarks, overall disgusting behavior. She's lied to investigators time after time to try and manipulate them into getting Mr. Shulman thrown out of his very own home. 3 times she went to the police with the same story, sometimes with some new, clearly manufactured evidence, and every time they didn't believe her. These are trained police officers who inspected her on camera, including the specific area she later claimed to be scratched. In every one of the 3 times she goes to the police, they state there is no evidence. All of this after Mr. Shulman tried to help her, mind you. She tries to kill herself with pills. He helps save her and calls 911. She goes to jail. He bonds her out. But even after helping her, she continues to abuse him, to harass him. And if the verbal and physical abuse weren't enough, she tries to destroy his reputation, contacting family, his coworkers, even messaging his entire neighborhood with false accusations. She risks his job, his relationships, his very freedom, all to get what she wants, which is a place to stay. She's even brought in others like Miss Weaver, who she at least initially convinced that Mr. Shulman had beaten her, leading to Miss Weaver patrolling Mr. Shulman's house with a handgun. Judge, Ms. Cauley's lies are so dangerous that Mr. Shulman could be dead right now because of them. Although this TPO is filed as a family violence battery TPO, there's plenty of evidence that she had also committed acts of stalking. She's called or messaged Mr. Shulman from 11 different numbers, despite him asking her to stop. This is from someone who says they are in fear of him, which is probably the craziest thing I've heard so far in this case. And the sad thing about this, and I've spoken to Mr. Shulman about this, is that he told me, had he known about the other TPOs that were taken out against Miss Cauley, of which we know there were at least 3 in DeKalb alone, You
Okay,
would
you're
never-
arguing things that are not in evidence, please.
That's fine. I'll move on from that.
Keep on.
Judge, Ms. Cauley's put
Yeah.
Mr. Schulman through so much that he can't even date someone now without a background check. There is an overwhelming amount of evidence, texts, calls, videos. I think the court has suffered through a number of them.
That's a
I
great
can't remember
line.
the last
You
time I
made the
saw this
judge
many
laugh.
exhibits in a TPO case, but all of them point to the same thing, that the respondent has committed acts of both family violence and stalking. That Mr. Schulman is innocent of any of Ms. Cauley's absurd allegations. Simply put, Ms. Cauley has failed to show by any legal standard that Mr. Schulman has committed any act of family violence, and we ask that you deny her TPO. However, Mr. Schulman has most certainly proven by his case by a preponderance of the evidence, and I would argue most certainly more than that. And we ask that you grant his TPO to provide Mr. Schulman with the protection that he so desperately needs. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Messiah, thank you, Mr. Vixen.
All right, Your Honor, I think it's clear, and Ms. Cauley hasn't hidden. I haven't, Ms. Cauley hasn't. It's been clear. She has some challenges. She's readily and freely admitted to some drug use. That she also, has presented that Mr. Schulman has been aware of, that was right in the home that they shared. I don't think there's any, contention as to whether or not of her drug use. In spite of that, in spite of her challenges, we know that no one deserves to be abused. And sometimes those of us who need help the most are the ones that tend to be abused and taken advantage of. Mr. Schulman, he's smart, right? Plain and simply, he's an attorney. We've all been through the process. We know how difficult it is. And this isn't, and I didn't take this case, in order to, and wouldn't have taken it to have false allegations and ruin the life of a fellow colleague. To be quite frank with you, that would really disconcerting if that, if
Judge, I'm just going to object real quick. I don't know if she's testifying here or.
Well, I mean, what I'm doing is empathizing because I understand, like you empathize with your client. I'm also empathizing with Mr. Schulman. I'm not presenting evidence that should be presented.
Okay, I think you did some with Ms. Cauley as well, but just try to keep it in the form of an argument. I appreciate both of you.
Short.
Looking out for your clients and in a sense, looking out for the other party.
Get paid.
Right. And so, throughout this case, we keep hearing of these smoking guns that Mr. Vixen has alleged to
Great
have,
tag team.
and watch recordings and videos and pictures of these smoking guns and supplemental reports of these smoking guns. For instance, that there's a Facebook post where Miss Cauley lied on her client and lied about, his client, and his name wasn't even mentioned in it. Videos where Miss Cauley allegedly told the police that she was trying to, at all costs, essentially be able to, and I apologize.
That's all right. We need a dog to come in every now and then.
My apologies. Where, she was just trying to find, and I'm sorry, it's heading out the door and everything else.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
Zoom, right?
It's the Zoom world. I've had a whole lot worse. Believe me, I've had much worse.
But where, alleging that she lied to the police and told the police, essentially that she wanted to get Mr. Schulman at all costs. There was no video, in none of those videos that Miss Cauley said, that she lied and that she just wanted to get Mr. Schulman. Specifically, she was asking about a place to live. We've heard evidence where, at first there was talks of Airbnb, but the rug was essentially pulled out from her and she sought help from the community. Also, as it relates to the supplemental, Mr. Vixen, a supplemental report, shared that essentially the police didn't, believe her. And under Ms. Cauley's contention, the reason why they didn't move forward was because there wasn't a warrant that was able to be ascertained by the magistrate judge. With that being said, we also have a dueling supplemental report that says specifically this officer actually saw some of the scratches that were on her back of her neck. Now, granted, apparently a time frame had gone by, but saw the scratches nonetheless. I mean, the gist of it is they both, we've heard testimony from them both where they've called each other's bosses, they've called each other's HR, they've called each other's mothers, they've called each other's sisters back and forth. Your Honor, plain and simply, my client's not the devil and his client is not a saint, plain and simple. My client has maintained, and in spite of the challenges and how she may have come across and some of the evidence that we've seen, right? And I still maintain it was a smear campaign and not directly related as to even the evidence that we heard about alleged or attempted or threatened suicide was on January 27th, where this incident that prompted Mr. Shulman, or what Mr. Shulman says prompted him to swear out a TPO, took place on February 5th. But, you know, Your Honor, what hasn't changed in spite of the issues is Ms. Cauley's contention that she's been assaulted, that she was grabbed in the back of the neck by Mr. Shulman, and she was assaulted and she is scared. That has not changed at all. We didn't hear from Mr. Shulman, you know, where he was afraid. We haven't heard, except that, I'm sorry, he was afraid that she may lie on him, but she hasn't. He's admitted she has not reached out since she's been served with this TPO. She's not reached out to him. She's not reached out to any of his family or called anyone else. Plain and simple, she's been abused. She's gone through, you know, the ringer in this, saw weapons, been afraid of the weapons and what may happen to her. And she's asking the court to extend the TPO. Again,
Mariah said it wrong.
From my perspective, neither one of these parties are saints.
She's called everybody by the wrong name today.
Mr. Vixen. Basically, I'll tell you, I'm gonna give both of you a chance to rebut the other if you need to, because they have a petition and she gets to argue twice as well. If each of you only argue once, then we'll keep it equal.
Judge, I think that we could do this dance all day, but I'm going to leave it where it is.
And all night.
Your Honor, I have no interest on moving. That's enough.
Yeah, you said everything. There's nothing else to say.
The Commodore said all night long or something, but I've got a question. Mr. Shulman, if you'll unmute yourself.
Oh, Judge, his audio is going through my computer, so we don't get that feedback.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Shulman, how many guns do you own? And I'm not saying it's illegal to own them. I'm just asking how many. I saw pictures of 2. That's what I want to
know. Your Honor, there are 2 out of order pistols that I own that aren't in firing condition. I then have 1 concealed carry and 1, I guess what you would call an AR-15. So 4.
AR-15.
Would that be a total of 5, including the 2 that were shown in pictures?
That includes those 2, Judge.
Okay. Okay.
So, Your Honor, I'm a temperature, and so it's like there are parts that like there are things that are taken apart that are intermingled with fake guns and look like real guns, okay. But in actuality, there are only 4 fireable weapons.
Where's the AR-15 now?
The AR-15 was given to my brother-in-law for safekeeping when all of this went down, because I did not want to be. So the 2 pistols were given to my dad, and the AR-15 was given to my brother-in-law because I didn't want weapons in the house, because I didn't want to be accused of being.
When was that done?
That was done on, I believe, the 8th, when I took repossession of the home.
Okay. Had you been served as yet with her TPO?
No, I've never been served with her TPO actually today.
That's true. I forgot that y'all went ahead without service. All right. Well, as I'm sure at least both counsel, and of course we have one party that's an attorney, and I assume trial attorney, that, you know, somewhere along the way, the truth is probably in the middle. We got two people sitting here who are adults who at one time had a good relationship, and then it went south in a hurry. For whatever reasons they were, maybe mutual reasons, I don't know. Maybe the drug situation, I'm not here to fix that at all. I mean, it's you're apart from one another, and you present the court with something that pretty much takes everything out of your hands, because y'all were unable to resolve it. I do not believe that I have sufficient evidence in Ms. Cauley's case to grant a 12-month TPO. There may be more there. There were too many inconsistencies for the court to grant that TPO. I am going to grant the TPO to Mr. Shulman. It'll be a 12-month TPO. The respondent is required to stay 100 yards away, do not call, contact, have any communication whatsoever with him or his immediate family. She will be required to attend the Family Violence Intervention Program. She will meet with Mr. Ellis, and he will be given, he has her contact information, and there may be alternatives to that may provide her with the help that she needs. In other words, Ms. Messiah, you and your client can talk with Mr. Ellis about alternatives. I have no objection to that. If there's a substitution program that will provide Ms. Cauley with the help that everyone seems to believe she needs, that may be more important than the normal program. But I'll let you and Mr. Ellis discuss that. He is in charge of that program, and if he contacts me and says, Judge, we've decided to do X instead of Y, I will have no objection to doing that. Okay.
Her ears perked up. He said,
yes,
Judge,
sir.
I have a quick question on the do not contact provision that you mentioned, that she's not allowed to contact it was his friends and his family, correct, Judge?
I believe the order says his immediate family. I can't grant a protective order to the entire world. However, Ms. Cauley,
I apologize, Judge. All I was going to ask was if I could actually be included in that protection order. You
can't.
Okay,
you
gotcha.
can't. I mean,
that's fine. I figured
that's
I'd
the
ask.
price we pay for being lawyers and handling domestic cases.
Understood, Judge.
But I would strongly urge Ms. Cauley to let
Sarge.
Ms. Messiah handle all communications if need be. There will be included in this order. She will have to contact the DeKalb County Sheriff. Okay, I don't want Brookhaven Police. No offense to them, but they're going one call to the next call. They drop her at the door and they're going to leave. The DeKalb County Sheriff's investigators who handle it, there's a special unit that handles the service of our cases, and they also handle the standby to pick up belongings. Now, they're not going to help her move furniture. Ms. Messias, I'm giving you this information so that you can
she wants that big chair she was in.
Remind her of what she needs to do. She needs to have a truck and somebody ready to help haul it out of there. As far as I know she's got furnishings in there, but she needs to do that sometime within 30 days. Can she get that done?
Your Honor, and I'll tell you, I've been on a ride along with actually one of the investigators serving TPOs.
Well, bless your heart.
Well, I did it as a part of leadership academy.
They're very busy, yes.
Yeah, but with that, I know as a matter of fact, and having gone on several of them, that they are allowed to go in for 15 minutes, ascertain things like medicine, and then they have to leave.
That's at the time of service. That's different.
Right. And so
that's different than what I'm talking about. At time of service, yes, grab your toiletries and grab a few days clothes, and then you're out.
Right, Your Honor. And then you, if you have, let's say, if you have a writ of possession, then the sheriff.
Okay, I don't care about writs of possession because I'm not talking about the marshals.
Right, we're talking about the DeKalb County Sheriffs, Your Honor.
Right, they don't do writs of possession. The DeKalb County marshals do that in the state court.
Okay,
and
what's
magistrate
she
court.
doing?
right, so I'm talking about her being able, because I know for certain the sheriffs will,
Georgia Peach, thank
they've
you.
come out on
Thank you.
occasion, given a 2-hour window, as long as you have at least 2 individuals in a moving truck to allow the person only 2 hours to move their stuff out. So what I'm just a little, and permit me, I'm not trying to be difficult, and we're trying to wrap this up, is just.
I'm trying to make sure she gets her things. She's got to
Right.
get them out of the house at some
Right.
point.
And logistically, I'm just, so she's to contact the sheriffs and see if DeKalb County sheriffs would go there, like schedule.
All she has to do is say that, that there's a 12-month TPO and that I'm ordered to get my belongings out within 30 days. She can give them multiple dates that she is available to do so. They will then contact Mr. Shulman to arrange a mutually agreeable date for that to happen. And they will stand by while it's being taken out of there. What I'm trying to stress is that she have enough equipment in terms of a U-Haul truck or whatever's necessary, and enough people to get it out of there as quickly as possible.
Right. I'm just I'm literally just trying to contact, I know Sheriff Maddox. I'm literally just trying to find out, I just want her not having any issues. I want her to get her things. And
Whether if you want to call the sheriff, that's fine. But you know, if you can arrange for them to be there longer, but they're not going to help her haul it out. I do this in every case where I grant an order, is that the people need to know, you know, they can't just go over there in their car when they need to get their bed out of there. They got to have enough people. And I'm not ordering Mr. Shulman to help lift anything or move anything out. And I'm sure Ms. Cauley wouldn't want him to, but he has a right to stand by while it's occurring. So we need to get a mutually agreeable date, and the rest is her burden to try and get it out of there. And I'm asking if she needs 30 days to do that, then somewhere in that window of time, she needs to have prepared herself and to get this property out of there. I'm trying to make sure she gets everything. And Mr. Shulman, you're under an order. There will be an order not to destroy, damage, or, you know, dispose of any property of hers. Okay. And if there's any disagreement about something that was, well, let me ask in advance, is there anything that either party thinks there could be an issue over a purchase in the last or during the duration of your living together? Is there going to be an issue over that? I can't solve them all here. I'm going to probably direct you to civil court if there is, but I'm hoping there will not be.
Not from Mr. Shulman's end. I mean, if Miss Cauley wants to mention some of the maybe the like larger things that she intends to get, just to make sure, I have no issue with that at all.
Okay. Obviously, she said she brought furniture in from her previous residence. So I'm assuming anything she brought in, Mr. Shulman, you don't have a disagreement about, correct?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Cauley, is there anything that was purchased during the relationship that you think both of them are claiming? And please tell me what that is.
Yeah, I do foresee there being, I do foresee there being some issues. I actually just signed on my house for me, and
okay, I just need no items, ma'am.
yeah, there's a dining room table. There's several expensive rugs. There's my bed. There's
okay. Okay. Let me rephrase it, Ms. Cauley, so I make sure you understand what I'm asking. I'm asking, is there anything
dining room table
that you did not bring into the relationship? You said you brought all of your furniture, and I think it's in a spare bedroom or the basement or somewhere. Is there anything that was purchased during those few short months y'all were together that you think is going to be disputed?
Rugs.
Only that, nothing else. Don't tell me about anything you brought in, okay? Because he knows what you brought in.
Rugs. There was a few expensive rugs.
Did you purchase those?
Yes.
No. You're gonna need to produce
There we
receipts
go.
because I have
Okay. Bring your credit card receipts if you have it, or any cash receipts, whatever. But The sheriff is not going to resolve those disputes there on the scene. I'm just telling you in advance. That's why I'm trying to go over this with you, is that we're not going to have a scene there. Anything that's disputed, the sheriff is going to leave it there. And then y'all are going to have to deal with it in civil court. But I want everybody, Mr. Shulman, if there's something that was purchased by you and you don't want it anymore, let her have it.
Understood, Your Honor. I'll make every accommodation to make it go quick and smooth. I want this over just as much as everyone
I know
else.
both of you do, and I appreciate that. And I want to thank both attorneys for all that you've done presenting your case. You've both done a great job. It was a pretty complex case with a lot of issues, a lot of evidence to be dealt with, and I appreciate the way y'all have handled it. I think that covers everything since
I just have a quick question.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, Lord.
Just as it relates
Mariah.
to fact, the law and the threat of future violence, I just want to understand and want Ms. Cauley to understand what was it that led the court to believe that she was a threat going forward to Mr. Shulman.
I think it was I'm not required to answer that question for you, but I will try to do as best I can in as general a way as I can. I believe it was the overall behavior that I heard on the phone recordings, the documents, the inconsistencies found by the police, the friend walking around with a gun threatening to shoot her partner if he came in the door, multiple things. All right, that concludes the case, and thank you all, and best of luck. I hope you get it all worked out.
Thank you, Judge. Have a
Please
good
try
day.
to handle this property division as quickly as and as easily as possible. It's not a piece of
Wow, my God.
Have we ever seen an attorney ask if he could be included on the TPO? I don't.
No, I love it. And I don't blame him, by the way.
Can you tell my client why you went with that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's because all the crazy stuff we just heard. Maybe
he just answered that very nicely, by the way.
5.5 hours of our lives we've just spent with these people. I feel like they're family. Like these people down here, Creed, they're family too.
I know them very, very well now. Oh, get ready for this one. Deb, thank you so much. Gary, Angela, Chris, Flusha into house. Hag, Flusha again. Flusha Grande meal. I like that. Georgia Peach, Soda, Erica, Matt, Dreamweaver, Leather and Lashes, Flusha, Whiskey 77, Retired Life, Bonsai, Sarge, Iowa, The Golfer, Chris, Jay, Mad Irishman, Icy Cold, Amy L, KH, Dick Harris, WWE Style, Mama Tried, Leather and Lashes again, Haley, Double Haley, Sergeant Buzzkill, and Georgia Peach one last. Hallelujah. Wow.
And big thank you to Leather and Lashes for her 50 bones and Amy L for her 50 bones in the PP. Me and Creed will be buying ourselves dinner tonight.
Oh, yeah, we're going to order.
As we split that up. So,
guys, Mikey, for the first time, we're going to cancel it. I think we should.
Yeah, there won't be any court tomorrow. We'll catch up on everything on Friday.
Yeah.
And we're gonna tomorrow is Thirsty Woman Thursday.
Thirsty Wild Woman Thursday. All right, that'll work.
Extra thirsty. If you're new, please like the video. If you're watching this in the future, think about subscribing, become a member. Check out our case only channel, which is only like 90 people away from getting that to 1,000. We got a case. It's simple as that. Creed,
Yeah.
thank you for hanging in there like a trooper tonight.
We ain't eating Taco Bell tonight.
No, sir. We
Hey,
pound the hog.
I'm being honest with you. I cannot believe the amount of you that stuck with us for 5 hours and 26 minutes. And a lot of you I know have been here since the beginning, and we appreciate that so much. It's so much, but what a case. Good luck trying to beat that one.
And good luck finding it anywhere else but right here. At least the whole entire thing. Right
Good
here.
point.
Nobody else, baby. We love you. We'll see you back here tomorrow for some more shenanigans and whatnot. And until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and for God's sakes, no more cases like that. Bye. Let's get out of here.
Let's go, baby.
We're good.